World Cup 2026 qualifying was absolutely insane in 2025, so I think it's only right we take a look at everything that happened in great detail to see which countries qualified for the world's biggest sporting event and how they accomplished this task. And we're gonna do this by diving into what happened in each international window this year. So let's just get straight into it.
Let's get straight to it. On my mama, we lit.
Let's start off with the AFC World Cup Qualifiers first. And just a reminder on how this qualifying section works, for every group at Asia's World Cup qualifying, the first two places in the group get an automatic ticket to the World Cup, while third and fourth place go to the next round of qualifying, and fifth and sixth place will be eliminated. Had to make sure y'all remember that. Anyway, starting off with Group A at the Asian World Cup Qualifiers, we got Qatar, Iran, United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, North Korea, and Kyrgyzstan playing for a ticket at the 2026 World Cup. And after the November international window, the table looked like this. Iran were in first place with 16 points, Uzbekistan was in second place with 13 points, then the UAE were in third with 10 points, Qatar were in fourth with 7 points. It hasn't been looking too good for the Qataris. Kyrgyzstan were in fifth with 3 points, and North Korea, a team I've become somewhat of a fan of, is in dead last with 2 points. Now with that out of the way, let's move on to the first game of matchday 7, where we had Uzbekistan taking on Kyrgyzstan in Tashkent. And in this battle of the stans, one of them was extremely dominant over the other in this match. And of course it was the Uzbeks. I mean, just look at the stats. In the game, Uzbekistan had a grand total of 26 shots to Kyrgyzstan's 1, and had 9 shots on target to Kyrgyzstan's 0, while also having 74% possession of the ball, which meant that they were in possession of the ball for 3/4 of the game, while also completing around triple more passes than Kyrgyzstan. And there are two wild things about this too. One, Uzbekistan had this crazy good performance on the back of their old manager, Sretko Katanic, stepping down from being the head coach of Uzbekistan due to undisclosed health issues in January 2025. Hope everything's alright with him. And Uzbekistan just hired new manager Timur Kabatse. And two, despite this domination, and the fact that Said Datsev on Kyrgyzstan got sent off for a straight red card in the 24th minute, Uzbekistan only managed to score one singular goal. And that was from Kojikbar Olejanov in the 40th minute, who just looks like an absolute baller, I'm not gonna lie. It definitely could have been more goals for Uzbekistan, and honestly it should have been. They had the way better chances, and their superstar up top, Shomurodov, missed a penalty. Credit to the Kyrs goalkeeper, Tokotayev, because he managed to stop some ridiculous shots to keep his country in the match. But man, Uzbekistan is just simply too good. I mean, just look at the way that Faizulayev nutmegged the hell out of this Kyrgyzstan defender. This just shows the gulf in class between the two sides. Overall, Uzbekistan did well to get the 3 points, which could be crucial in their hopes of reaching their first ever World Cup, but they should have definitely bagged more goals in this match. Overall, if you're an Uzbekistan fan, you can't be too mad at this performance. They took care of business and got the result. It's as simple as that. And no, shout out to Man City and Uzbek center back Kusanov for his marriage that happened a couple days before this match. He even got gifted a Mercedes too. That's insane. What the hell? I hope I get a gift like that for my wedding. I just gotta find a girlfriend first. Yeah, that's not happening. Let's now move on to the next match in Group A, where we gotta talk about Iran versus the United Arab Emirates. And I just gotta applaud Iran for a second, because for me, this game showed how good Iran could be. Because the UAE are not a bad side by any stretch of the imagination. They beat Qatar away from home 3-1 earlier in the qualifiers. They beat them in November 5-0 at home. They beat Kyrgyzstan 3-0. And they have one of the best players in Asia World Cup qualifying in Harib Abdullah. The UAE just have so much going on for them. But yet, even with Iran resting Mehdi Taremi for the entire match due to some injury concern, I'm pretty sure, Iran were very effective offensively and defensively, with them scoring and also nullifying UAE's attack. And Iran showed an overall dominant display too. They had 15 shots to UAE's 6, had 8 of them on target, which is more than 50% compared to UAE's 1, and had more of the possession as well. And apart from one chance for the UAE's number 14, Kyle Lucas, that was given by a back pass from Iran, and him shaking that shot completely wide, Iran almost had a flawless display in my opinion. Starting off in the 5th minute, how Mohebi didn't score from right in front of the net has got me dumbfounded, and how the UAE goalkeeper Asa saved that is just simply ridiculous. But in the 27th minute of added time, yes, you heard me correctly, this was because there was some lighting failure in the Azadi Sports Complex in Iran, which is apparently already renovated. Don't really know how this floodlight failure would happen then, but whatever. Anyways, the horse lover who left to UAE for money purposes probably, Sardar Azmoun, comes up big for his nation again and gets on the end of a great header and scores to put Iran ahead right before halftime. From then on in the second half, Iran were all over the UAE, but it wouldn't be until the 70th minute where they would double their lead, and it's thanks to Mohebi, who finally scored in this match after gliding past the UAE defender and shooting the ball past the goalkeeper to double the Iran lead, which they would eventually hold on to as they defeat UAE and secure the crucial 3 points. Overall from Iran, man, it was a good display by them, and they were looking good on their journey to qualify for the World Cup. But now let's move on to the last Group A matchday 7 match, where we got Qatar playing my adopted team, North Korea. And listen, the first game between these two sides all the way back in September 2024 was an absolute cracker, where North Korea scoring first, Qatar scoring 2 right before halftime, and then North Korea scoring a screamer to equalize the match and escape against the back-to-back Asian champions with a point. And although I initially felt like maybe North Korea could sneak away with another point to keep their qualification hopes more alive, alive than they are right now. It just didn't go that way whatsoever. Although both teams have the same number of shots, which isn't a surprise, we all know by now North Korea has a good offense, just a terrible defense, and that started in the game, where North Korea conceding more shots on target and the more goals in the game. This Golazo show all started in the 17th minute, with Qatar taking a corner kick just like they practiced in the training ground, and the ball finds Akram Afif, who obviously scores from the edge of the box to put the Qataris up 1-0. Almost right after, in the 23rd minute, Akram Afif would drop an absolute dime of a pass to Ahmed Al-Ghanaihi, who would easily score past the keeper to double the lead. And wow, what a pass from Akram Afif, man. That was Kevin De Bruyne-esque, Mesut Ozil on Arsenal-esque. Just an absolute peach of a ball. What a top pass from a top player. Moving on to the 34th minute, Qatar would triple their lead thanks to a pretty terrible own goal from North Korea's Yoo Sung Kim. And man, I really hope he doesn't get killed for this, man, because it was just a bad defensive moment. And I didn't mean killed by the media. If you know, you know. Kim Jong-un, please show some mercy.
No. Wait.
Then onto the 56th minute, Akram Afif drops an absolute dime once again to Ahmed Al-Rawi, who would easily score past the keeper to make it 4-0. And just Akram Afif, wow, what an amazing ball from him again. And then in the 66th minute, Akram Afif's quick free kick would catch North Korea's defense sleeping, and Ahmed Al-Layden would score to make it 5-0. And although Pak Kwang-hoon would get a goal back to ruin Qatar's clean sheet in the 86th minute, it obviously wasn't enough, and Qatar would end up winning this crucial World Cup qualifier 5-1. And we gotta talk about Akram Afif, man, because not only did he carry Qatar to an Asian Cup 1 year ago, even dropping a hat-trick in the final against Jordan, but now with 1 goal and 3 assists on the day, and many more goal contributions beforehand, this dude might carry Qatar to the World Cup. Or will he? Yeah, we'll talk about the next game soon. Regardless, I know he had a stint at Villarreal before, but someone of Afif's talent needs to be playing in Europe. This guy's just simply too good. He probably is a top 3 player in Asia right now, no glaze.
Get off that nigga dick, bro. What is you doing?
And North Korea, man, yeah, these guys are definitely not making the World Cup, bro. My dreams of seeing a North Korea versus USA game at the World Cup is now long gone. However, there is one thing I found interesting in the March international window regarding North Korea, and it's where's the star boy Hong Kwang-song? He wasn't participating on the pitch or on the bench for North Korea against Qatar. Please don't tell me this dude went missing again. I might have to make another video about him in a couple years time if that's the case, for real. But now let's talk about match day 8, where we're gonna start off with the Kyrgyzstan versus Qatar game. And yeah, I know I was just gassing up Qatar and Akram Afif, but in this game, man, these guys were terrible, including Akram Afif. I haven't seen a performance this bad from Afif in forever. But from Qatar, yeah, it's confirmed in my head. Ever since the Asian Cup that they won, these guys have been atrocious. And now in total so far in the 3rd round of qualifying, they've conceded 21 goals in 8 games. That's conceding 2 to 3 goals per game basically. That's awful. And Kyrgyzstan, I mean, these guys were basically dead in the water with qualifying after the last game where they just lost to Uzbekistan. But at home in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan have revived their World Cup qualification hopes against the Asian champs. In the game, they might have not had more of the ball, with Qatar having 55% possession, but they definitely had the better chances with 15 shots and also 5 on target. And this was shown in the result too. Kyrgyzstan were having the better chances in the game, and it felt like it was only a matter of time before they got the goal they wanted. And they did in added time in the first half, with Valery Kichin scoring from a free kick from way downtown to put Kyrgyzstan up 1-0. However, the second half didn't start too well for the Kyrgyz, with Qatar's Lucas Mendes equalizing the game in the 52nd minute. But 3 minutes later, the goal scorer himself would get sent off for a clumsy stunt challenge on the Kyrgyz attacker. And after this, the ties completely switched to Kyrgyzstan's favor. In the 82nd minute, Alexander Mischenko had a crazy strike from outside the box, and it somehow ended in the back of the net due to some very poor goalkeeping from Qatar's goalkeeper Barshan, who's had a poor qualifying campaign, not gonna lie. And Kyrgyzstan would seal their 3-1 victory over the back-to-back Asian champions in the 90+3rd minute, thanks to a good goal by Alamardon Shukurov. And now, out of nothing and unexpectedly, Kyrgyzstan have hoped to maybe qualify for at least the next round of World Cup qualifying, potentially trying to snatch Qatar's place in that. Things are gonna get real interesting in June. Moving on to the next matchday 8 game in Group A, let's talk about Iran versus Uzbekistan. And listen, if y'all follow Asian football, you guys would know this by now, but every game that happens between these two sides recently just ends up in a draw. And guess what? This game was no different. However, this was definitely one of the more end-to-end entertaining draws, because usually this type of game is a sleeper, but not this one, because actually it was kind of entertaining, especially because Uzbekistan got the lead in this game twice. Despite Iran getting more opportunities early on in the match, Irkanov would actually stun the pro-Iranian crowd in the 16th minute, with them finding lots of space in the box with the ball, somehow, and scoring to put the Uzbeks up 1-0. And after Iran continuously pressuring the Uzbekistan goal, this pressure would finally pay off in the 51st minute thanks to Mehdi Taremi, who is back in the starting 11, who absolutely slammed the ball into the back of the net to equalize passionately for Iran. What a goal from Taremi, man. Damn. However, this draw would only last for 1 singular minute, because in the 53rd minute, Uzbekistan's young star Faizulayev would somehow score this super far out free kick to restore the lead for the Uzbeks. But after a ton of pressure from Iran again, Captain Fantastic Mehdi Taremi saved Iran again in the 83rd minute with his goal, and the game would end 2-2. But more importantly, this point for Iran has now guaranteed them qualification into the 2026 World Cup. So congratulations to all the Iranian fans out there. Y'all deserve this. And for Uzbekistan, I'm sure your guys' time will come soon. Just be patient. But now I think it's time we discuss my adopted team North Korea taking on the United Arab Emirates. And listen, if North Korea won this game, they could have potentially saved save themselves from World Cup qualification disqualification. But they didn't do that whatsoever. And that leaves me as a very disappointed man. North Korea got utterly outperformed and dominated, with the UAE having 20 shots at North Korea's 7, with 7 of them on target compared to North Korea's 2, and them having almost 70% possession of the ball. That's crazy. And UAE, although they got a bit lucky to get the result they wanted, secured all 3 points. It started off great for them in the beginning, because literally in just the 5th minute, Harib Abdullah played a beautiful pass into Fabio Lima, who easily tapped the ball in to make it 1-0 UAE. United Arab Emirates would continue to pile on the pressure for the first 30 minutes of the first half, but for the last 15, North Korea started creating chances of their own, and eventually in the 43rd minute, Yoo-sung Kim headed the ball in from a rebound and equalized the game for North Korea. From here on, I fully expected North Korea to go out and attack and try to secure the 3 points to keep them alive in qualification, but nope, for the most part, they just sat back in their box and defended for their lives, and eventually, this defensive wall was broken through in the 90+8th minute thanks to Sultan Adil Al-Amiri, who scored with a great header from close range to secure all 3 points for the UAE and keep their World Cup hopes alive. Well done to the UAE for snatching this game in the last minute, but I'm just disappointed on how North Korea played in this game, man. I just expected more from them is all. Anyways, after all of this, Group A in the March window has now wrapped up. So now let's take a look at the standings. In first place, we have Iran, who have secured automatic qualification to the World Cup with 20 points. Uzbekistan are right behind them in second place with 17 points and are very much in contention of also securing an automatic ticket. The United Arab Emirates keep their dreams alive in third place with 13 points. Qatar are right behind them in fourth place with 10 points. Things just look shaky for them. They're an inconsistent side right now. Kyrgyzstan are in fifth with a chance at the fourth round with 6 points. And North Korea are eliminated from World Cup qualifying, sadly, ruining my potential USA versus North Korea dream, with them only managing to get 2 points. Disappointed from North Korea, like I said, but we gotta keep moving forward. But anyways, it's now finally time to move on to Asia World Cup qualifying Group B, where we've got the likes of South Korea, Iraq, Oman, Jordan, Palestine, and Kuwait. And after the November international window, the table looked like this. South Korea were in first place with them still being undefeated and having 14 points. Then Iraq were in second place with 11 points. Jordan were in third with also 9 points. Oman were in fourth with 6 points. Kuwait were in fifth with 4 points. And Palestine were in last place in the group with 3 points. And now let's move on to the first game in matchday 7 in Group B, where we had South Korea versus Oman. And oh boy, where do I even begin with this one? South Korea, to their standards, were just really poor in this match, man. I understand that they were missing Kim Min-jae, their best center back, and their starting 6, Hwang In-byum, but still, you would expect a better performance from the Koreans. They even started Lee Kang-in from the bench. Like, bro, that doesn't even make any sense. He's probably South Korea's second best player. What the hell? Anyways, although on the stat sheet, South Korea seemed to dominate Oman, having 11 shots to Oman's 5, 1 more shot on target compared to them as well, and a significant amount of possession with them having 64%, South Korea just looked dull and uninspiring. And this is with them already destroying Oman earlier 3-1 away from home, by the way, what just makes this match even more confusing. But anyways, South Korea's first real chance was in the 41st minute from Lee Kang-in. Of course it was. He's a baller. And he would drop a dime to Hwang In-chan, who would bury a shot into the back of the net to put the Koreans up 1-0. But despite South Korea having way more star power than Oman, with top attacking players like Hwang In-chan and of course Heung-min-son, who was poor on the day for being serious, they failed to register another goal in the match. And instead in the 80th minute, Heung-min-son makes a sloppy pass out to Oman's Ali Al-Busaidi, who would end up taking a shot at the edge of the box and scoring to equalize the game 1-1, and both teams would end up sharing a point after the 90. But I don't understand how South Korea even allowed this goal to happen. They could have easily made a tactical foul here, and it would have made sense with Lee Kang-in injuring himself and needing assistance. And instead, they conceded, and now Lee Kang-in had to be carried off the pitch and is now out for a minimum of 2 weeks.
Sad.
I'll break your heart.
Already broken.
Disappointing from South Korea, man, but a good point for the tough and resilient Oman, who are trying to stay within the top 4 of this Group B. We'll see at the end of this whether they will be successful at that or not. But now let's just move on to the next match in Group B, where we gotta talk about Iraq versus Kuwait. And this might have been the best game in matchday 7 in Asia. And I'm not trolling.
I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
Now, if you just look at the stat sheet for this match, it would paint a false image of how the game actually played out. Because looking at the stats, you can clearly see Iraq being the more dominant side, with them having 18 shots to Kuwait's 4, having 7 shots on target to Kuwait's 2, and having the overwhelming amount of possession with 63%. So if you just look at this, you could probably guesstimate that Iraq won this game maybe 3-0 or 4-0. But you'd be wrong. Oh, so very wrong. Because 1, Iraq only wins their games by 1-goal margins, let's be real. And 2, Iraq didn't end up winning this game at all. In fact, it was really looking like they were going to lose for the first time at home in Basra since forever. Because Kuwait's 34-year-old striker, Yusuf Nasser, was balling out, and so was Kuwait's best player in my eyes, Mohamed Daham. These two almost carried Kuwait to maybe a top 3, if not the greatest victory in the history of the national team. Despite Kuwait conceding chances to Iraq earlier on, as we would expect. Kuwait would have the first deadly chance, which they would take thanks to a wonderful cross at Daham, which would perfectly find the feet of Nasser, who would tap it in to give Kuwait that surprising 1-0 lead. Then in the second half, although Iraq were still pressuring the Kuwait goal, the Kuwaitis would add another one thanks to Nasser, who would be on the end of a great pass, leaving himself wide open to take the shot which he scored from, to double the lead and stun the pro-Iraqi crowd at home. Kuwait were having a field day in Basra and were close to achieving greatness, but sadly for Kuwait, the game had 9 additional minutes. And after the Iraq manager Jesus Casas finally tweaked his tactics to make Iraq super attacking focused for the first time in this qualifying window, I don't know what's taking him so long to do that, instead of just making Iraq play super defensive football all the time, but whatever. Iraq came alive and added time, with Akam Hashim scoring an outrageous volley in the 9+3 minute to bring one back for Iraq. And wow, what an amazing goal that was from Hashim. Where the hell did that even come from? And after the Kuwaiti goalkeeper Al-Rashidi did everything to try and prevent Iraq from scoring again to give Kuwait the win, his persistence would finally be broken in the 9+11th minute, thanks to Ibrahim Bayesh, who would score on Iraq's last attack to equalize the game and make sure both teams would escape with 1 point from this match. Heartbreaking for Kuwait, man. Even though they knocked out my India in the previous round of qualifying, seeing them being so close to making history and failing at the last second is definitely a hard watch. But that's the way the cookie crumbled. And credit to Iraq for not giving up until the last second. But they just gotta start playing more attacking football, man. They clearly have the talent for it. Jesus Casas, just let them do it, man. Come on. But now let's move on to the last match on match day 7 in Group B, where we got Jordan versus Palestine. And honestly, this game went the way that everybody thought it would. Sure, Palestine had more of the shots and the possession in the game, but Jordan had more on target, indicating that they were more clinical in this match, which they were, which is why they were victorious. Early on in the 3rd minute from a corner kick, Yazan Al-Arab would have a very interesting strike and would somehow put the ball into the back of the net to give Jordan the lead. And 8 minutes later in the 11th minute, Abdallah Nasib would get his head on the end of a free kick and would double the lead before it even reached a third of the first half. From here on, we all knew that Jordan was going to win this match no matter how hard Palestine played. And this would prove true, because although Tamer Sayan would get a goal back in the 33rd minute, one of Jordan's star players in Musa Al-Tamari would steal the ball back from a Palestine defender and nicely curl the ball on the ground into the corner of the net to restore Jordan's 2-goal lead. And after a snooze fest of the second half, Jordan would grab all 3 points as they beat Palestine 3-1. Overall, it wasn't the best performance that I've seen from Jordan, but they got the job done and got the W. And frankly, that's all that matters. But now it's finally time to talk about match day 8 in these Group B Asian Qualifiers. And let's start by talking about South Korea versus Jordan first. And wow, it's another disappointing performance at home for South Korea. What's going wrong with these guys, man? I know Jordan is a good national team, but you just expect better from the Koreans. If we just look at the basic stats too, both South Korea and Jordan had almost the same number of shots, with South Korea just having 1 more, and they both shared the same amount of shots on target. Here's the thing though, South Korea dominated the ball much more with 75% possession, and they had triple the amount of passes that Jordan had. But still, even with South Korea having the majority of the ball, they still failed to penetrate Jordan's defense consistently, and they failed to get the win. Now South Korea did manage to score the first goal of the match thanks to Lee Jae-sung, who found open space to run into from Sonny's corner and bang the ball in to give South Korea the 1-0 lead, but South Korea couldn't hold on to that lead. They really do miss Kim Min-jae, because in the 30th minute, Al-Mardi gets a little lucky with his shot being deflected, but the ball goes in and the game is back equal again 1-1. Now South Korea would still have a ton of good opportunities in the first and also the second half. I mean, one of the Jordanian defenders got mixed up so hard that he fell to the floor and had to fake an injury, but even with these opportunities, South Korea just couldn't score again, and they failed to get a single win in this March window as they drew to Jordan 1-1. Disappointing stuff from South Korea. I still expect them to qualify, but they just have to perform better than this. Come on now. On to the next match, let's talk about Kuwait versus Oman next. And Kuwait, man, I just feel bad for these guys, because they've been very unlucky in this March window, and this singular window might have ruined their chances of qualifying to the World Cup. Despite Kuwait having more chances than Oman in this match, they failed to be clinical enough, with them only having 1 shot out of 9 on target. Well, although Oman only had 2 on target, at least they made it count, thanks to Issam Al-Sabi in the 56th minute, who scored a crucial goal for Oman away from home in the World Cup qualifying aspirations, and Oman went on to win this game 1-0 away from home to get a massive 3 points. Tough luck for Kuwait, but Oman somehow did the job and got the win that they desperately wanted. On to the last match of Group B, let's talk about Palestine versus Iraq. And wow, this game was certainly full of surprises, because although Palestine were the home side, even though they were playing in a neutral venue in Jordan for obvious reasons, you still would expect a team like Iraq to have more backbone and win this game. Palestine have not won a single game in qualifying thus far. They shouldn't even have a chance against the team who's trying to get an automatic ticket to the World Cup. But guess what? Palestine were the better team in this match, and this showed on the stat sheet and the scoreboard. Palestine had more shots than Iraq with them having 15, they also had more shots on target with them having 5, and they also had more possession of the ball with 55%. Sure, Iraq had the better chances in the first 30 minutes, and even got the lead through their usual goal scorer Ayman Hussein, the captain, scoring in the 34th minute from a header. Other than that, Iraq didn't look too great. In fact, in the second half, Palestine looked like the much better team, and they were having the better chances, and they even got a late equalizer in the game thanks to their star striker, Wessam Abu Ali, the Al-Ali forward, who scored from a header late into the game and celebrated by taking off his shirt. But what he and the rest of Palestine failed to realize is that the game wasn't over yet, and more madness was yet to come. That's because in the 90+7th minute, Amin Mahajna gets his head on the end of a corner kick and somehow scores a miraculously to take a 2-1 lead in the match for Palestine, and they would hold on to the lead until the full-time whistle, meaning Palestine have just gotten their first 3 points of the campaign to keep them alive in World Cup 2026 qualification. What a story for Palestine. Through all the hardship, they're still alive and are in contention of maybe playing at their first ever World Cup. Just scenes, man. I really hope they do somehow make it. While Iraq, man, they really need to sack their manager Jesus Casas. He is not it. I've already complained about him enough. He might be sacked by the time you're seeing this video, but if he isn't, Iraq are in deep trouble in my opinion. But now with all of that being said, let's take a look at how the Group B standings look like after this March international window. In first place, we still have South Korea, who underperformed these past couple of games with 16 points. Then we got Jordan in second place with 13 points. Iraq are right behind them in third place, even though they could have been in front of them with 12 points. Oman are in fourth with 10 points. Palestine are still alive with 6 points in fifth place. And Kuwait are in last place with 5 points. It's looking tough for them. Now enough of this Group B talk. Let's now finally go to my personal favorite group in Asian qualifying, Group C, which is always pretty entertaining, so grab some popcorn. You're gonna want some for this. In this group, we got the likes of Japan, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, China, and Indonesia. And after the November international window, the table looked like this. Japan were in first place with 16 points, remaining undefeated. Australia were in second somehow with 7 points. Then Indonesia were surprisingly in third with 6 points. Then Saudi Arabia was in fourth with also 6 points. They just have less goals forwarded. Then Bahrain was in fifth right behind them with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. And China were in last with also 6 points, despite being the only country other than Japan to have 2 or more wins. And that's because they have a terrible goal difference of -10, which is why they were still in last. So with this group being so exciting and close, let's just jump in right away and talk about the Australia versus Indonesia match first. And wow, this game did not go the way I was expecting at all. You see, Indonesia were actually looking like they had a decent chance of qualifying for the 2026 World Cup, with them actually defeating Saudi Arabia at home in surprising fashion, winning 2-0 under manager Shin Tae-yong. But here's the thing since then, the Indonesian FA actually sacked Shin Tae-yong, who was doing a great job, and hired ex-Dutch footballer Patrick Kluivert to take over instead. Now the FA decided that they needed stronger leadership if they wanted to make the World Cup, but I think they just wanted a Dutch manager who could speak Dutch to the Dutch-speaking players on Indonesia's team rather than a South Korean manager who knows no Dutch whatsoever. Shameful, shameful stuff. And the first match under Kluivert's reign has not gone according to plan either. Maybe that's karma. But in the match, sure, Indonesia looked better in possession with them having 61%, and they also had the more shots in the game with 11, but Australia were more clinical with them having 7 shots on target, and that was reflected in the scoreline. And even though most of the goals Australia scored in the game were hideous and ugly goals, listen, they all count the same. Now the surprising thing is, Indonesia started this game way better and were knocking on the door for a goal. They even got a penalty in the 8th minute, but Kevin Dix, the Dutch-born footballer playing in Copenhagen, hit the post from the spot and failed to go ahead from this golden opportunity. And that's rough, because maybe if Indonesia scores, we're all looking at Kluivert and this Indonesian team very differently, and maybe we would be talking about them more positively right now. But no, because after this penalty, Indonesia capitulated badly. First in the 18th minute, Australia were awarded a penalty, and Martin Boyle converted it coolly to give the Aussies a 1-0 lead. Then 2 minutes later in the 20th minute, the ethnically Sri Lankan Nishan Velupillay was through on a 1-on-1 and just lobbed the keeper to give the Aussies a 2-0 advantage. And personally for me, you just love to see this. A South Asian man scoring a goal on the international stage, just great stuff, man. Then in the 34th minute, one of the most known Australian players right now, Jackson Irvine, gets on the end of his own rebound and shot and scores a triple the lead for Australia. Moving on to the second half, Lewis Miller was wide open from a corner kick in the 61st minute and headed the ball in to make it 4-0 Australia. And although Ola Ramani, who was making his Indonesia debut, scored a good goal in the 70th minute, he was probably one of the only bright spots for Indonesia in this game, so credit to him. Jackson Irvine would get his brace in the 90th minute as Australia went on to win this 5-1. And it was a great result for Australia, who have been pretty underwhelming for the majority of the third round of qualifying. While it was a horrific start for Patrick Kluivert in his managerial career with Indonesia. And want to know what makes this even wilder? Shin Tae-yong was watching the match in Jakarta with fans. Nah man, the Indonesian FA did this guy so dirty. I'm high-key pissed about the way they treated him, I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, let's just move on to the next match before my blood boils even more. And let's talk about Japan versus Bahrain, which was happening in Saitama, Japan. I mean, this game went the way everybody thought it would, towards Japan's favor obviously. If you look at the stat sheet, Japan really was superior in every department, especially with the shots, with them having 12 to Bahrain's 7, with 4 of them being on target compared to Bahrain's 2. And Japan had the overwhelming amount of possession with 61%. But actually in the first half, I was actually kind of more impressed with Bahrain than Japan, because they somehow found a way to keep Japan from scoring for the entire first 45 minutes, and they even created chances for themselves. But when Japan made those 2 substitutions, getting both Daiji Kamada and Junya Ito on the field, it was game over from them pretty much. And the fact that Japan could bring players of that quality off the bench just shows the different levels of class that Japan has compared to the rest of the Asian teams. These guys are a level above the rest, and it's not funny anymore. But anyways, in the 66th minute, literally 3 minutes after the substitutions, the Japanese Messi, some say, Takefusa Kubo, lays off a brilliant pass to Daiji Kamada, who finishes it first time into the back of the net to give Japan that 1-0 lead they desperately wanted. And since this goal from Kamada, Bahrain didn't have any chance of getting anything from this game. And they didn't, because then in the 87th minute, Takefusa Kubo beats the Bahrain goalkeeper somehow at his near post and scores to double the lead for Japan, and eventually helps bring the Japanese a 2-0 victory over the Bahrainis. And actually, fun fact with this result, Japan became the first team that weren't automatically automatically qualified already for being host to qualify for the 2026 World Cup, meaning Japan to qualify for their 8th straight World Cup, even though there's still a few games left in the third round of Asian World Cup qualifying. Wow, like I said, Japan is on a completely different level compared to the other national teams in Asia, especially in Group C. Japan dog walked the group and have 100% qualified for the World Cup. Fair play to them. And like I said on Twitter, I'm actually following my one-time switch from the United States to Japan. I'm actually 3% Japanese if you guys didn't know that. So yeah, let's go Japan. Yeah, let's go, man. But anyways, let's move on to the last game of match day 7 in Group C, where we got Saudi Arabia versus China. And wow, this game was certainly interesting. For me, before this game, this was a must-win match for Saudi Arabia and hrvizak, because I feel like if they didn't win this game, their World Cup host would definitely be in jeopardy. And so would hrvizak's shot. But it seems like in the end, Saudi Arabia pulled through when it mattered the most, and they dominated the match completely on the stat sheet. Saudi Arabia had 19 shots total to China's 4, with 7 of them being on target to China's 0. Yeah, China literally created absolutely nothing in this match. They had nothing going offensively, and Saudi Arabia had 80% possession of the ball as well. I don't think I've seen any team have that much possession for the entire 90 minutes in my life until this game. Also, just look at the passes. 743 to China's 187. That's crazy. Saudi Arabia passed 4 times more than China. Wow. So with that, you must be thinking that Saudi Arabia must have scored like 4 goals against China, right? Nope, you're wrong. Because although Saudi Arabia had a majority of the chances, and a lot of them being really good chances, and even with China getting a red card from Lin Langming, I don't really know what he was thinking there, Saudi Arabia only managed to score 1 goal in this match. And of course, it had to be their captain, number 10 Salim Al-Dosari, who finally scored in the third round of qualifying after disappointing for a majority of it. And Saudi would end up getting the 3 points due to this 1-0 win. Saudi Arabia desperately needed this win, and they got it. While China, yeah.
It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good.
Moving on to match day 8 in Group C, let's talk about the first match, which was Japan versus Saudi Arabia. And let's be honest, with Japan already qualifying to the World Cup and rotating their lineup, I didn't really expect too much out of them in this game. But even with that, Japan still had 12 shots compared to Saudi Arabia's 1, with 2 of them being on target compared to Saudi's 0, while also having 78% possession of the ball. I honestly expected more from Saudi Arabia here, although I understand how difficult it is to play against Japan in Japan. Regardless, the game ended 0-0, and both teams shared a point. Saudi will easily take that, and Japan probably didn't care too much about the game either. But yeah, that's kind of it about this game. So let's move on to the next match in Group C, where we gotta talk about China playing Australia at home. And man, I really didn't know what to expect in this match. Australia were just coming off that 5-1 win over Indonesia, while China really needed to bounce back and try to get a win at home to at least try and secure a spot in the next round. But sadly for China, even in a packed out stadium with their own fans, they failed to do the job. China might have had the more shots, but they only managed to get 1 on target, which is just crazy. With Wu Lei out still, it just seems like China just lost all clinicalness, and that's cost them in this March window of qualifying. And Australia made China pay for not being clinical enough. First through Jackson Irvine, who got a bit lucky getting past a couple of Chinese defenders, but nevertheless, he scored in the 60th minute to put the Aussies up 1-0 away from home. And then in the 29th minute, one of my favorite brown boys in the sport, Valupale, struck the ball into the Chinese goalkeeper's hands, and he had a careless moment and let the ball go in, and Australia doubled the lead. Then in the second half, there wasn't really too much going on, and Australia would eventually win this game 2-0 away from home and put them in a good spot for qualifying. Well done to Australia for having a 6-point window, but man, those jerseys are hideous. I'm not a fan of these whatsoever. But now let's talk about the final game of Group C, where we got Indonesia versus Bahrain. And this was a game that I was keeping my eye on, because Indonesia desperately needed to bounce back if they wanted to keep their qualifying hopes alive, while Bahrain has typically had pretty good away performances in qualifying so far. So this game was kind of like a 50-50 in my eyes. And honestly, it kind of still was. Both teams had the same number of shots with 7, Indonesia just had a couple more on target, and although the possession was more towards Bahrain's favor, it didn't really matter in the end, because Bahrain failed to use that possession to their advantage. In the game, Indonesia were initially having the better chances, and they would make it count in the 24th minute. They struck a great ball from Marcelino, who found Romney. This win was debuted for Indonesia, and he scored his second goal in his second game for his country as Indonesia went up 1-0. Then although in the second half, Bahrain would start to get some better chances, Indonesia would have some of their own too, but neither side was clinical enough to score another goal in the match. So at the end of the game, Indonesia would secure a massive 3 points in their goal of making the World Cup as they beat Bahrain 1-0. Patrick Kluivert's first win in his second game in charge against Bahrain. Was that being too harsh on him earlier? Maybe, but only time will tell whether this gamble will pay off. But now with everything that's happened, let's take a look at the Group C table. In first place, we have Japan, who have already qualified now with 20 points. Then Australia are in second place with 13 points. They're in a good spot now. Saudi Arabia are in third place with 10 points. They're still fighting for an automatic ticket. Indonesia, though, are right behind them in fourth place with 9 points. Bahrain are now behind Indonesia in fifth place with 6 points. That loss to them is going to hurt. And China are still in last place with 6 points. But that's because of their terrible goal difference of -19. I'm still very intrigued on how this group is going to look like at the end, because other than Japan, there's still all to play for. And I'm specifically interested on whether Indonesia can pull off this World Cup qualification or not. We'll see. Now I think it's finally time we move on from Asia and go to the African World Cup qualifiers, because it's been a long time since these games have taken place. In fact, it's been almost a year since we've had African World Cup qualifiers, literally since the first World Cup qualifying video that I made that kickstarted this whole series. And not gonna lie, man, I've missed African football. It's always just pure chaos and entertainment with this region. Anyways, to give a quick rundown on how this qualifying section works again, in order to qualify, you have to top the group that you're currently in. And if you're one of the best 4 second place countries, you get thrown into another group with all the other second place teams. And the team that comes out on top of that group will be sent to the Interconfederation playoffs. So in summary, try to get first place in your original group or you're cooked. Now starting off with Group A of these qualifiers, we've got Egypt, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. And after the last international window back in June 2024 that contained the African World Cup qualifiers, the table looked like this. Egypt were first place in the group after 4 matches with 10 points, remaining undefeated, while in second place we had Guinea-Bissau, who was also an undefeated team with 6 points. Then in third, some might say surprisingly, we had Burkina Faso with 5 points. Then in fourth, we've got Sierra Leone with also 5 points, just a lower goal difference. Ethiopia were in 5th place with 3 points. And then in the last place, we have Djibouti is 6th place with 1 point. That out of the way, let's move on to the first game of matchday 5, where we've got Sierra Leone versus Guinea-Bissau taking place in Liberia. At Guinea-Bissau, for a team that was looking so promising and in contention of a potential spot in the next round of African qualifying, they were really disappointing in this game. And all in all, Sierra Leone were the better team, and they showed that in the match. It all started in the 19th minute, with Mustafa Bundu pouncing on a bad back pass from Guinea-Bissau and scoring to put his country in the lead. Then in the 61st minute, Guinea-Bissau makes another defensive mistake in the back, and Musa Noah Kamara, no, not the legend Kai Kamara, although he actually still plays for Sierra Leone despite being 40 years old. He wears the number 10 for them too, that's crazy. But anyways, Musa Noah Kamara pounces and scores to put Sierra Leone up ahead 2-0. Then in the 68th minute, a substitute in the game, Tambla Uleses Folgado Montero, would pull one back for Guinea-Bissau after a great long shot. But in the 90+6 minute, Ibrahim Toure would pounce on a good pass and score to make sure Sierra Leone left this game with a 3-1 victory to reignite their World Cup aspirations. Well done to Sierra Leone for getting the 3 points. But like I said, a disappointing display from Guinea-Bissau. Moving on to the next match in CAF qualifying Group A, let's talk about Burkina Faso versus Djibouti taking place in Morocco. And with all due respect to Djibouti, they never stood a chance against the talented African side of Burkina Faso, let's be serious. And Burkina Faso would end up running up the score against them, winning 4-1. And it's nice to see recognizable players in Europe like Ajax's Bertrand Traore and also Shakhtar's Lassina Traore getting on the score sheet as well. But now let's talk about the final matchday 5 game in Group A, where we got Ethiopia versus Egypt taking place in Casablanca. And Egypt were running away with this group initially and seemed well on their way to World Cup qualifying. And respectfully to Ethiopia, although I heard their food slaps, I gotta try sometime, these guys never stood a chance against Egypt, even though they were playing at home. And Egypt would do what they do best recently in qualifying, and that's win their games. In the 31st minute, Mo Salah would receive a great ball that would put him on a 1-on-1 situation, and of course, the great Egyptian king is gonna miss chances like that, and he put his nation up 1-0. Mo Salah was cooking in this game, man. He was mixing up these Ethiopian defenders like they weren't even there. But anyways, then in the 40th minute, Mo Salah would get an assist after playing a great back pass to Zizou, who would finish it superbly into the back of the net to make it 2-0 to Egypt. And despite getting more good chances in the second half, Egypt failed to score, and they would only win this match 2-0. But listen, 3 points is 3 points, and Egypt will take that all day in their quest of trying to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. Anyways, it's now time that we can finally talk about matchday 6 in CAF Group A qualifiers, and we're gonna start with Guinea-Bissau versus Burkina Faso. Now Guinea-Bissau aren't even a bad side, so even though they are worse than Burkina Faso on paper, they were playing at home, so I still kind of expected them to snatch a result, but I should have known better, because they failed at that aspect completely. They conceded early in the 2nd minute due to a good shot from Burkina Faso's Lassina Traore, before Guinea-Bissau's Zidane Bajaki scored in the 36th minute by running behind the Burkina Faso defense and having a great touch on the ball before shooting a score and equalizing the game. But although Guinea-Bissau had a moment of magic, it wasn't enough to get any points in this match, because in the 73rd minute, Lassina Traore once again scores, this time from a header, to restore the lead for Burkina Faso and eventually escape away with 3 points due to their 2-1 victory. Yeah, Guinea-Bissau going 0 for 6 points in this qualifying window, not good whatsoever. While Burkina Faso should be very pleased with how their games went this March. Then over to the next match, we had Ethiopia versus Djibouti. And as I insinuated before, Djibouti are the punching bag of this group, even if they're facing Ethiopia. I guess you could say Djibouti are booty at football. See what I did there? See what I did there, huh?
Man, shut your bitch ass.
Alright, my fault. That's a bad joke. But anyways, we keep moving forward. And talking about this game, yeah, Ethiopia ran up the score. And even though Djibouti scored 1 goal in the 51st minute, thanks to Akim Binu, Desta and Nasir on Ethiopia each scored a hat-trick in this game. And Ethiopia ended up winning this one away from 7-1. Brazil fans would have hated that. Now on to the last game of matchday 6 in Group A, we got Egypt versus Sierra Leone. This was a good match between these two sides, with both fighting for a spot at the World Cup. Although Egypt are definitely running away in the group here. But regardless, Egypt won this game 1-0 thanks to Zizou once again scoring in back-to-back games. This time with added time in the first half, and Egypt ended up beating Sierra Leone 1-0. However, the most important thing in this match happened after the game, and that's because every Sierra Leone player was lining up to take a selfie with Mohamed Salah. And shit, I don't really blame them. I'd want to take a selfie with the Egyptian king too. But anyways, with 2 match days wrapped up in Group A, let's take a look at how the standings are looking like after March. In first place, we still have Egypt with 16 points. Like I said, they're running away with it now. Then in second place, we got Burkina Faso with 11 points. Yeah, they're probably the second best team in the group, let's be honest. Then in third place, we got Sierra Leone with 8 points, deserved. Ethiopia are in fourth with 6 points. Guinea-Bissau had a terrible window, and this is reflected in the standings with them being 5th place with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. And Djibouti are obviously last with 1 point and a negative 16 goal difference. Glad to see that at least football fans will probably be watching Salah play at another World Cup. Oh, you just love to see. Moving on to Group B of these qualifiers, we've got Senegal, DR Congo, Togo, Sudan, Mauritania, and South Sudan. And this group has been anything but normal up to this point. I mean, you could just tell that from the teams in this group. How the hell Sudan and South Sudan got in the same group despite all their beef outside the football pitch is crazy to me, but I digress. Anyway, after the last international window back in June, the table looked like this. Sudan were currently in first place, surprising I know, with 10 points, and were undefeated. Then in second place, we had a recent AFCON champion from a few years back with Senegal, 8 points. Then in third place was a semi-finalist in the recent AFCON, DR Congo with 7 points. Togo falls behind them in fourth place with 3 points. South Sudan was in fifth place with 2 points. And below par, Mauritania was in dead last with 1 point. Now that we got that out of the way, let's move on to the first game of match day 5, where we got DR Congo versus South Sudan. Now regardless of how mid this match was, seriously, it was pretty boring. The DR Congo fans showed up in style and in numbers in Kinshasa. Love to see it. I love the African fans, man. They're always just a vibe. Eventually, after DR Congo got a couple of good opportunities in the first half from some of their best players, like the number 14 Moswaku and also Wissa, the fans would have something to celebrate in this match, with the number 10 Theo Bongonda having a great strike from right outside the box to give the lead to the Democratic Republic of Congo. And although you would expect DR Congo to probably grab a couple more goals against a substandard South Sudan side, they failed to increase their lead. But they got the 3 points nevertheless, as they won this match 1-0. I expected slightly more from DR Congo, but listen, 3 points to 3 points, you can't really complain too much. On to the next match we go, and let's talk about Togo versus Mauritania. And this match was certainly something to say the least. Listen, I fully expected Togo to get the 3 points, especially with them in a slim position to secure a World Cup qualification berth. Although very difficult, don't get it twisted. And also the fact that they're playing at home against the last place side in this group, Mauritania. But this game was anything but easy for Togo, and they failed to capitalize. Now Togo would get an early lead in this match thanks to a header from Tibak Kileje in the 4th minute, but Mauritania would start to get back in the game, with the number 7 Koite hitting the post, and then in the 52nd minute, Koite would actually be the one to equalize the game for Mauritania with this great finish on the edge of the box. But then 3 minutes later, the most surprising thing would happen, and that's Mauritania's Abdali Mahmoud scoring in the 55th minute to give the rare lead to Mauritania away from home. The Mauritanian fans must have been in dreamland when this goal went in. But then in the 69th minute, Togo star striker Kevin Denke, the ex-Cercle Bruges and now FC Cincinnati man, steals the ball from a Mauritanian defender and scores to equalize the game back up for Togo. However, Togo failed to get another goal in this match, and the game would end 2-2. Disappointing on Togo's end not to get the win, but it was a pretty entertaining game, so I can't really complain, to be honest.
Life like this sure is sweet, huh? It definitely is, man.
But now let's talk about the biggest game in match day 5 in Group B, where we had Sudan taking on Senegal in a neutral venue in Libya, since obviously with everything going on in Sudan, the games cannot take place there. For crying out loud, there's literally a couple of Sudanese clubs playing league football in Mauritania to avoid this civil war and make sure their players can maybe secure a World Cup spot. And let me tell y'all, after this match, the Sudanese fans and players were definitely starting to dream a little bit more. You see, Senegal are going through some changes right now, with Aliou Cisse being dismissed from his position as Senegal coach, despite doing a lot for them like winning an African Cup and helping them progress to the knockout stages at the 2022 World Cup, despite not having Sadio Mane. And fun fact, he's actually coaching Libya right now. That's pretty interesting. And now with the new manager, Papatao at the helm, Senegal are in a lot of pressure to perform. In this game against Sudan, Senegal failed to get what they wanted, and that's the 3 points away from home. And I ain't gonna lie y'all, Senegal didn't deserve those points, but Sudan did. They had the better chances in this match. In the 20th minute, Sudan's number 20 Asa had a great one-on-one chance, but he fluffed his lines and shanked his shot wide. That was a golden opportunity. Then in the 49th minute, Terry had a great shot on goal at Edouard Mendy, and even had a chance of scoring the rebound, but unluckily it went out. Now Senegal also did have opportunities in this game, don't get me wrong, like Sadio Mane having a bicycle kick right in front of goal, but somehow missing the target completely, or Sadio Mane completely missing his chip in the 80th minute, and his rebound and shot getting cleared off the line. Senegal are still relying on Sadio Mane way past his prime in 2025. Nah, these guys might be cooked.
Leave the football before the football leaves you.
Now Sudan could have stolen it late too. From a golden chance in front of goal, Sudan's Keder missed the target completely, and the game ended in a 0-0 stalemate. Now Sudan getting a draw against Senegal without context is an incredible result, don't get me wrong, but the fact that they could have won this game and gotten a huge 3 points in their hopes of securing automatic qualification to the World Cup would have just been so much better. But listen, Sudan are still in a good position, but they still do have to play Senegal and DR Congo away, so they need to stay locked in for real. However, it's now time to talk about match day 6, where we're going to start off with Sudan versus South Sudan. Oh baby, the Sudanese East derby. This is a game I've been waiting for. I bet South Sudan are pissed seeing Sudan doing well in these qualifiers. I just know they were trying to do everything in their power to make sure that Sudan doesn't leave this game with all 3 points. And guess what? South Sudan did a pretty good job at that. Now Sudan was a team that was having the plethora of opportunities in this game, and they were also having some really good ones that just somehow didn't go to the back of the net in both halves as well. Sudan were just really unlucky, but eventually in the 76th minute, Sudan's pressure would pay off thanks to Asa, who got on the end of a rebound with the header and scored and took off his shirt and celebrated. But sadly, South Sudan's first real chance in the 90+8th minute, they scored due to Sebit scoring a bicycle kick after a goalkeeping mistake, and he also takes off his shirt and celebrates. And the game would end 1-1 after this crazy drama. This is a real bad sell from Sudan, man. And I think these drop points to their rivals might cost them a spot at the World Cup. It's still early days, but it's just not what I was expecting. Stay strong though, Sudan. On to the next match we go, and we got Senegal versus Togo. And let's be real, although Senegal are under a new manager right now and they didn't do too well in the first game, they're playing Togo, man, a team that they should easily be beating. And that's what they did. Thanks to Papa Matar Sarr, the young time star, who scored in the 35th minute, and then due to an own goal from Bouma in the 67th minute. With that, Senegal won 2-0 as expected. Not really too much to talk about here, but now Senegal gets their qualifying campaign back on track with this one. But now it's time to talk about Mauritania versus DR Congo. Now Mauritania aren't the best team, but they're definitely a threat at home, just like multiple African sides, especially for a DR Congo side that didn't play too well in the first game in March, despite getting 3 points. But DR Congo are on a mission in this group, and that's to make it to the World Cup, and they did the job in this game. It all started in the 3rd minute, with Wissa skilling his way past the Mauritanian defenders until Charles Pickle takes the ball from him and shoots and scores somehow, long range, and puts DR Congo up early. If DR Congo didn't get this early lead, this game would have definitely been a lot more tricky, but luckily for them, they got it. Mauritania would then pile a ton of pressure on DR Congo, having good chances both in the first and second half, but Fista Mayelo would put the game to bed in the 83rd minute from his good strike to make sure DR Congo escapes Mauritania with all 3 points after their 2-0 victory over them. And now it's time to look at the Group B standings after March. We have a new first place team with DR Congo actually being there with 13 points. They're looking pretty good on their quest to the World Cup. Then Senegal are in 2nd place with 12 points. Sudan are now right behind them in 3rd place, just lower by 1 goal difference. They're still in the running. Then the teams we all can safely assume are out by now are Togo in 4th with 4 points, South Sudan in 5th with 3 points, and Mauritania in dead last with 2 points. The battle at the top with those 3 teams are going to be very interesting. Definitely want to keep an eye on that for future international windows. Now moving on to Group C of these qualifiers, we've got Nigeria, South Africa, Benin, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and Lesotho. After the last international window with these qualifiers, the Group C table was looking crazy. In 1st place before this March window, we had Rwanda with 7 points. How the hell is Rwanda 1st place? What the heck? In 2nd place, we had South Africa with also 7 points. Just had 1 lower goal difference than Rwanda. Then we had Benin, who also had 7 points with also a +1 goal difference. They just had less goals forwarded. Then in 4th, we had Lesotho with 5 points, respect to them. Then in 5th, we actually had the Giants Nigeria with 3 points. You know, the same Nigeria that's qualified for 6 out of the last 8 World Cups. Recently made the AFCON final where they did lose to eventual champions and host Ivory Coast 2-1. And the same Nigeria that has the African Footballer of the Year, Ademola Lookman, with other top ballers like Ola Aina, Alex Iwobi, Victor Osimhen, etc. And then in 6th place, we just had Zimbabwe just chilling with 2 points and a -4 goal difference. So yeah, to say that this group was looking crazy is an understatement. This group would make much more sense if you just flip the table upside down, I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, let's go over to the first game of match day 5, where we had Zimbabwe versus Benin. And where do I start with this one? Benin. What are y'all doing over there, man? These guys were in a good position to qualify for the 2026 World Cup, and they had to play the last place team in the group in Zimbabwe. Not only that, Benin had a 2-goal lead in this match, thanks to Mooney, who scored in the 12th minute off a bad goalkeeping mistake from Zimbabwe, and then Doku scoring in the 35th minute after some beautiful football to bring that 2-goal advantage to the country. But shockingly, Benin were caught sleeping defensively, and Zimbabwe's Munetsi was scored right before halftime in the 44th minute to bring 1 goal back. And then Musona was scored in the 59th minute after catching Benin sleeping again, and Zimbabwe would equalize the game 2-2, and both countries would leave this match with a point. Really good comeback fight from Zimbabwe, man. If you're a Benin player or fan, you'd be punching yourself right now, because allowing a 2-goal comeback from the initial last place team in your group while you're fighting for a potential World Cup spot, simply unacceptable. But enough about that match. Let's now go over to South Africa versus Lesotho. Now this game was interesting just from a geographic perspective, because Lesotho is actually a country that's surrounded by South Africa on all sides. So I feel like this is kind of like an international derby, if you will. And sadly for Lesotho, I mean, they really stood no chance against the only ever African host in FIFA World Cup history. Now in the first half, South Africa would have a couple of decent opportunities, but they would fail to make them count, as Lesotho would keep the clean sheet for the first 45 minutes. But then in the second half, despite Lesotho doing everything to keep South Africa from scoring, the South Africans were simply just too good, and eventually they would make Lesotho pay. First from the Orlando Pirates attacker, Mofokeng in the 16th minute after a great run from the right midfielder Makwana, who had an excellent game, and what a top dancing celebration too. And then 4 minutes later in the 64th minute, Jaden Adams would get on the end of his own rebound and score to make it 2-0 South Africa, and help them secure all 3 points in their hopes of qualifying to their 4th World Cup. Now let's talk about the final game of match day 5 in Group C, where we got the top of the table at the moment, Rwanda, taking on an underperforming Nigeria. And although Nigeria were playing away in Kigali, which is in Rwanda, it was actually a pretty good performance from the Nigerians, and a good managerial debut from Eric Shell, the former manager of Mali. Now the key difference in this Nigeria team from the game against Rwanda Rwanda compared to the games before is now they've got Victor Osimhen, who is still one of the best strikers in the world despite him being on loan this season for Galatasaray. And he proved that in this match, with him scoring in the 11th minute after a great free kick from Lookman, and then once again in the 45th plus 3rd minute after getting by a Rwandan defender, and then beautifully chips over the Rwandan goalkeeper, acquired that 2-0 lead for Nigeria, a lead that they would keep for the entire 90, securing them 3 points. Great performance from Osimhen, and a great performance from Nigeria to get the win they desperately needed if they wanted to make the 2026 World Cup. Anyways, it's now finally time to talk about match day 6 in Group C. And how about we start with Benin versus South Africa? This right here was a good game, because although Benin didn't perform the best in the first March game, they're still a rather good side, while South Africa are definitely one of the top 2 sides in the group for sure. So this was always going to be an interesting matchup to watch, but there was always going to be one side claiming victory, and we all knew who it was going to be. Benin did well to keep South Africa out of their net in the first half, but the second half, South Africa got the better of them, due to La Foster in the 53rd minute, who had a shot go in barely off the post to put South Africa up 1-0, and then Jaden Adams in the 84th minute, who made it 2-0 to South Africa to secure a huge 3 points away from home in South Africa's chase to qualify for the World Cup. And now let's swiftly move on to Nigeria versus Zimbabwe, a game that I thought was going to be rather comfortable for Nigeria. Now look, Zimbabwe are not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, but Nigeria are simply better on paper. Plus, they literally had a great result away to Rwanda in the last match, so I thought they would continue this good form in their next game at home, but I was wrong. Although Victor Osimhen put his country up 1-0 from the back post in the 74th minute, of course he did, his 3rd goal in 2 games, Osimhen is just simply one of the best strikers in the world, and Nigeria are lucky he's finally back with the national team. But regardless of all that, they still failed to keep Zimbabwe out of their own net, because in the 90th minute, Tawanda Chirewa cleverly and luckily gets by the Nigerian defense and finishes the chance off smartly to make it 1-1 and help Zimbabwe escape Nigeria with a 1-1 draw and 1 point. These are 2 huge points dropped for Nigeria in their hopes of making the World Cup and trying not to miss back-to-back World Cups. Well, this was a huge point for Zimbabwe on the road. Nigeria, man, what are these guys doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Man, Nigeria was just looking so promising, even having the better chances against Zimbabwe, but yet they failed to get the win. Really disappointing stuff on their end. Now let's talk about the last game in Group C, where we got Rwanda versus Lesotho. And honestly, I fully expected Rwanda to collect all 3 points at home, and it was looking that way with Kwizera scoring in the 58th minute. But somehow, in some way, Lesotho found their way back into the game thanks to Fotwan in the 82nd minute, and both teams would share a point after that 1-1 draw. I don't know whether it was a deserved draw for either team or not. That's the result for the match, so it is what it is. Now with the Group C games out of the way, let's take a look at how the standings are looking like after March. And first, we now have South Africa with 13 points. They're making decent ground for that automatic qualifying spot for the World Cup. Then Rwanda is in 2nd place with 8 points. Benin is in 3rd with also 8 points, just a lower goal difference. Nigeria are not too far away with them in 4th place and also having 7 points. So don't worry, Nigerians, there's still hope. Just stop dropping games that you should be winning. Lesotho is in 5th with 6 points, and Zimbabwe, although they're a pretty decent side, are in last with 4 points. This is definitely an entertaining group to keep an eye out on though, especially that 2nd place battle. So I can't wait for the future windows. It's now time that we move on to Group D of these qualifiers, where we've got the likes of Cameroon, Cape Verde, Angola, Libya, Mauritius, and Eswatini. And after the last qualifying window, the table looked like this. Cameroon were in 1st place as expected with 8 points and remained undefeated. Libya were actually in 2nd place with 7 points. Cape Verde, one of my favorite teams from the last AFCON for non-football reasons, were in 3rd place with also 7 points, just a lower goal difference. Angola were in 4th place with 6 points. Mauritius were in 5th with 4 points. And Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, thanks to the comments on the first video pointing that out to me, were in last place with 0 points and a -5 goal difference. And now let's go over to the first game, where we've got Eswatini versus Cameroon. Listen, even though Cameroon were playing away in this match, even though the match was played in a neutral venue in South Africa, everybody still expected Cameroon to get the 3 points. I mean, it's Eswatini, bruh. Everybody's beating them down to get their 3 points. Come on now. But Cameroon was just overall disappointing, even from guys like Mbeumo, Boubacar, Baleba, etc. And even from the poor tactical setup from the manager, Rigo Bertson. They just weren't playing that good. In fact, the biggest highlight from this match was Onana running up the pitch and giving tips to Mbeumo on how to take this free kick. Like, bro, what the hell is going on with this Cameroon side? Somehow, Eswatini kept Cameroon from scoring, and the game ended in a 0-0 draw. I actually have no words for Cameroon regarding that performance. How do you fail to score a single goal against Eswatini, who respectfully are the punching bag of this group? Come on, bruh. Let's now just go over to the next game, where we got Cape Verde taking on Mauritius. And not gonna lie, although Cape Verde were overall playing some really poor football, you would expect better from them after their recent AFCON where they played amazing footy. They still got the job done, despite it all being from luck. Sometimes though, you need a little bit of luck on your side, and Cape Verde had some in their game against Mauritius. They got lucky when Mauritius' super far attempt away from goal hitting the post. Then in the 84th minute, Semedo's cross actually ended up being a shot on target, and the ball hit the post and went to the back of the net to get a late winner and secure all 3 points for Cape Verde. And even though this was pure luck, I'm happy for Cape Verde, man. I'm low-key trying to see them at the World Cup, but for non-football reasons. If y'all watch the AFCON, you would know what I'm talking about. And now let's go over to the last game of match day 5 in Group D, where we had Libya versus Angola. And Cisse Star as Libya manager almost started off with a bang, because late in the second half, it seemed like Libya would get their first win under him in qualifying, with Alafi scoring the 74th minute, despite conceding a ton of golden chances from Angola for almost the entire match. Even though Libya had some of their own chances chances in the first half too. But after that goal, Angola would pressure the Libya net even more. And eventually this pressure would pay off in the 90+3rd minute thanks to Freddy, who would somehow score from a free kick, getting the ball past the Libyan goalkeeper at the near post to make sure Angola leaves Libya with at least a point. And as for Freddy's celebration, he went up to a Libyan player and celebrated in front of his face, which is just rude. And then he grabbed his balls facing the fans too. Yeah, he might face some punishment for that, I'm not gonna lie, but it was kind of cold, bro, I can't lie. Also, Libya need to somehow convince Monaco player Moatasem Al-Musrati to unretire from the Libyan national team and come back. He could be a good piece for Libya to have in this qualifying campaign. It's matchday 6 time now, and let's start off with the Eswatini versus Mauritius game. And I wasn't really expecting anything to come out of this game, but just judging from the highlights, man, this game was entertaining as hell. What the heck? Then the first 20 minutes, Eswatini were already surprisingly up 2-0 thanks to a brace from Mekontfo, but Mauritius would get themselves back in the game right at the start of the second half, thanks to goals from Rose in the 47th minute and Aristide in the 50th minute. But it was looking like Eswatini could get their first win on the qualifying campaign thanks to Mabuse scoring the 75th minute. But unluckily for Eswatini, Vincent in the 90+1st minute from Mauritius would score from a great free kick in the dying moments of the game to equalize, and both Eswatini and Mauritius would leave this game with a point each after this 3-3 draw. The battle of the bottom was definitely a chaotic and entertaining game, just like how African football typically is. On to the next match we go. We gotta talk about Angola playing Cape Verde at Luanda. Now these are two countries that are underrated in the eyes of football fans in my opinion. Both had pretty good AFCON campaigns last time around, so I was excited to see who was gonna play well in this match. And both teams did alright, to be fair. Initially, Cape Verde were getting the better chances at goal, and it felt like it was only a matter of time before they would score, and they would in the 45th+2nd minute of added time, thanks to Livramento. No, not the one from Newcastle. The striker Hellas Verona Livramento, and he scored from a good one-on-one situation to give Cape Verde the lead. However, early on in the second half, Angola's Dala would score to bring the home side back in the game. But Livramento once again would prove pivotal for Cape Verde as he would score another great one-on-one chance to bring the lead back to his nation and eventually collect all 3 points as Cape Verde won 2-1 away from home. What an amazing March window Cape Verde had, man. Getting 6 out of 6 points. I just know their beautiful fans are gassed right now. If you know, you know. But now it's time to talk about the big game of matchday 6 in Group D, where we had Cameroon versus Libya. Now both Cameroon and Libya are coming off draws that maybe they should have and could have won, especially Cameroon. Because still, how the hell did they draw against Eswatini? I got no idea. But now it was time to avenge themselves, and they did exactly that. Cameroon played very well at home in Yaoundé, and Abubakar managed to get himself a brace due to a penalty goal in the 27th minute, and then another normal goal in the 61st minute, while Brentford Mbeumo was scored in the 53rd minute as well to make sure Cameroon had 3 goals in this game. And although El Maremi got 1 goal back in the 90+1st minute for Libya, it wasn't enough clearly, and Cameroon would collect all 3 points at home as they won 3-1. Great bounce back result from the Cameroonians. Well done to them. But Onana and keeping a clean sheet when it matters, yeah, that type of stuff is a rarity. Anyways, it's now time to look at how Group D is shaping up after this March international window. In first place, we got Cape Verde, my guys, who got 13 points right now, but right behind them is Cameroon with 12 points in second place. In third, we got Libya in third place with 8 points, and Angola is right behind them with 7 points in fourth place. Behind them is Mauritius with 5 points in fifth place, and then Eswatini is in last place with 2 points despite having a pretty good March window to their standards. So yeah, it's an interesting group, but the battle at the top is the thing that's most intriguing to me though. Now let's move on to Group B, where we got Morocco, Tanzania, Zambia, Congo, Niger, and Eritrea. And if you just look at the group standings right now, it just looks kind of weird, with Morocco being on top of the table as expected with 3 wins from 3 games, which equals 9 points. Then Niger is in second place with 6 points, Tanzania are in third with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference, Zambia are in fourth with 3 points, and then Congo are in last place, with them being fifth with 0 points and a negative 11 goal difference, because Eritrea actually withdrew from the World Cup qualification due to fear from the Eritrean FA that players will flee from the country if they allow them to play in these qualifiers. But here's the crazy part, Eritrea is now not the only team that's not playing the qualifiers in this group, but actually Congo now are too. You see, FIFA suspended the Republic of Congo after the Congolese government stepped into football affairs, which breaks FIFA rules, with the country's Minister of Sports trying to set up a special committee to run the football federation, and FIFA and CAF saw this as outside political interference, meaning that Congo is now out of the qualifying, which means this group has become a group of 4. And also that means on matchday 5, with Zambia and Eritrea being cancelled, and so is Tanzania versus Congo, there's only one game being played on this matchday, and that's Niger playing at home versus Morocco. But here's the thing, Niger are playing at home, but they gotta play in a neutral venue for reasons, and the neutral venue was in Morocco, so that means Morocco has 2 home games technically in qualifying against Niger. Dog, I'm sorry, but how in the world is that fair? CAF gonna pick any other venue outside of Morocco? That's crazy, man. And even with Niger playing at home to an away crowd, USA is used to that against Mexico, so don't worry Niger, I know the feeling, they still played pretty good. In fact, despite Morocco getting the most opportunities early on in the match, Niger actually scored first in the 47th minute. They scored a clever free kick that threw the Moroccan players off guard, and then Youssef Omaru finishing it off messily to give Niger the surprising lead against Morocco at home. But Niger fans will be brought back down from dreamland in the 59th minute, with new Morocco star playing his first World Cup qualifier for them, Brahim Diaz, dropping in a wonderful cross to Ismail Sabari, who tapped it in to equalize the game. And then at added time in the 9+1st minute, Morocco broke Niger hearts, with Bilal El Khanous after a great layoff from Diaz to Mazraoui, who crossed it into him, ended up winning the match for Morocco and setting them well on their way to qualification for the World Cup. Heartbreaking for Niger, but it's always difficult to play against Morocco away from home. Well, they were supposed to be the home side, but you know what I mean by now. Moving on to match day 6 now, 2 games of course are cancelled, with Congo and Zambia being cancelled due to Congo being kicked out, and Nigeria versus Eritrea being cancelled due to Eritrea withdrawing from qualifying. So the only game in match day 6 was Morocco versus Tanzania, and respect to Tanzania, because they kept Morocco out of their goal for the entire first half away from home. That's not an easy thing to do, but here's the thing. Morocco are probably the best team in Africa right now, no glaze, so they were always going to get the win at home, and they did just that in the second half, with Nayef Aguirre scoring for Morocco for the first time in 4 years, I believe, in the 51st minute, and then Morocco's new star player Brahim Diaz scoring in the 50th minute due to a penalty to collect all 3 points as the Moroccans won 2-0. Yeah, that's about it. So now, looking at the Group B standings after this March window, we got Morocco way ahead in first place with 15 points, Nigeria is in second with 6 points, Tanzania is in third with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference, and Zambia is technically in last with 3 points, because like I said, Congo and Eritrea are no longer competing. So there's that. Congrats to Morocco, we all know you're going to be at the 2026 World Cup. Moving on to Group F now, we got the likes of Ivory Coast, Gabon, Kenya, Burundi, Gambia, and Seychelles. And now, let's take a look at the standings from where we last left off. The most recent AFCON champions, Ivory Coast, were on top of the table with 10 points and 0 losses. Then Gabon were right behind them in second place with 9 points. Burundi are right behind them in third place with 7 points. Then there's Kenya in fourth place with 5 points. Gambia were surprisingly being more underwhelming than what people thought they would get with them being fifth place with 3 points. And of course, Seychelles were, and still are, let's be serious, dead last with 0 points and a negative 20 goal difference. These guys are using World Cup qualifying to try and gain some more tourism for real. And it's working, because Seychelles looks beautiful, man. I gotta take my wife there sometime, but like in 8 to 10 years. I don't have a wife right now, or even a girlfriend, I'm not gonna lie. But enough yapping about gal. Let's talk about the first match where we got Gabon versus Seychelles. But I mean, is there anything really to talk about? Seychelles were always gonna lose, and that's exactly what happened, with Gabon beating them 3-0 after a dominating display. And then breaks from the LAFC man, Dennis Bouanga, helped them out with that. Maybe it could have been more goals from Gabon, but they got the 3 points as expected, and that's what matters. On to the next match we go, and we got Gambia versus Kenya. Now, I low-key do have kind of a soft spot for Kenya, because they do have a huge population of Indian people over there. I actually knew a couple of Indians personally that were born in Kenya, so it is a real thing. But Gambia are a whole talent level above Kenya that I didn't really expect too much out of them in this game. They got Musa Barrow, who used to play for Bologna. They got Aliou Federa, who plays for FC Como. They got Yakuba Minte, who of course, their biggest talent, who is currently balling out for Brighton, etc. They got so much talent that I really didn't expect Kenya to get anything out of this game, but they did. Gambia's defense is respectfully atrocious. Gambia could have gone the lead in the first half through a penalty, but Barrow missed it from the spot, and this would end up biting them in the back at the end of the 90. Eventually, in the second half though, Gambia would get their much deserved lead thanks to an absolute rock from Musa Barrow in the 55th minute. K golazo from that man. And then Yakuba Minte would mix up a Kenyan defender and score in the 61st minute to give Gambia a 2-0 advantage. But Gambia would end up blowing this 2-0 advantage out of nowhere, with Gambia giving away an avoidable penalty in the 69th minute in which Michael Olunga converted, and then Mohamed Bajeber scoring an absolute golazo in the 75th minute with a shot hitting the top right corner exactly to equalize the game for Kenya. But there was still more time in this match for more drama, because Barrow would get on the end of a scuff cross in the 84th minute to restore the lead for Gambia. But just like when it seemed Gambia secured all 3 points, they failed to do so, because at the very end in the 9+6 minute of the game, William Wilson gets on the end of a throw into the box and scores to equalize the game late, and both teams would share a point in this 3-3 draw. This should have been a win for Gambia, but they capitulated twice in this match, and Kenya truly deserved a point for their fighting spirit. Now onto the last match in Group F in Match Day 5, we got Burundi versus Ivory Coast, and there's no need to talk about this match too much. The OGC Nice forward, Evan Gassand, continues his good season and scores in the 60th minute to gift Ivory Coast that 1-0 win away from home against Burundi to send them more on their way to a potential World Cup. Tough for Burundi, but they didn't really stand a chance, to be honest. Moving on to Match Day 6 now, let's go over to the first game, where we got Kenya playing Gabon in Nairobi, and this was an intriguing matchup to say the least, especially with Kenya playing at home. But even though Kenya's Michael Olunga scored a good tap-in from a great Kenya attack in the 62nd minute, it didn't matter, because the difference maker for Gabon, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, was locked the hell in for this match, and he scored a brace, scoring 1 goal in the 60th minute, and then calmly slotting in a penalty in the 52nd minute to help Gabon win away from home 2-1.
Obama who? Obama what?
Yeah, Gabon had the star player in this match while Kenya didn't, and that's why Gabon won. It's as simple as that. Then in the following match, we had Ivory Coast versus the Gambia, and like I said before, the Gambia is actually a very talented team. They're just struggling to get the results that they need to. So with that, there was absolutely zero chance that these guys were beating the AFCON champions at their ground. And to be fair to them, it was a close affair. And although Gambia had a couple of opportunities, the man who fought back from cancer to score in the AFCON final, Sebastian Aller, scored in the 50th minute and helped secure all 3 points for Ivory Coast in their 1-0 win. Listen, Ivory Coast have not been playing spectacular football in this window, but they got 6 points out of 6 and kept a clean sheet in both games. So it's hard to complain about anything here if you're an Ivory Coast fan. And on to the last match of this group, is you got Burundi taking on Seychelles. And let's just cut to the chase, bruh. Seychelles obviously lost. They're literally just in this for the tourism purposes, let's be for real. And Burundi smoked them, slapping them up 5-0. So yeah, congrats to Burundi on the win, but we all knew this was gonna happen. And now it's time to look at the standings after the March international window for this group. In first place, we got Ivory Coast with 16 points. They're still undefeated as well, by the way. Then we got Gabon in second place with 15 points. Burundi are now in third place with 10 points, with Kenya behind them in fourth place place with 6 points, Gambia are in 5th place with 4 points, and Seychelles are now eliminated from making the World Cup, although there was zero chance that they would, and they're last with 0 points and a negative 28 goal difference. The battle for the automatic spot though is going to be a fun watch for sure though. On to the next group in African qualifying we go, and we got Group G, which consists of Algeria, Mozambique, Guinea, Uganda, Botswana, and Somalia. And from the last time these guys played, this is how the table looks like. You got Algeria in 1st place with 9 points, Mozambique is right behind them in 2nd place with also 9 points, just a lower goal difference. Botswana is in 3rd with 6 points, Guinea is in 4th with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. Uganda is in 5th with also 6 points, they're just lower than Guinea because their country starts with a U, that's literally it. And then Somalia is in last place with 0 points and a negative 6 goal difference. No surprises there. Their players probably just hog the ball 24/7. Anyways, let's start this off by talking about the first game of matchday 5, where we got Mozambique versus Uganda. Now Mozambique have been impressing myself and every football fan so far in these African World Cup qualifiers, because the fact they have 3 wins in 4 games and are in serious contention to qualifying for the World Cup just speaks volumes on how good they're becoming. And this game against Uganda was no different. We're also a half decent side themselves, except their goalkeeper Watenga, because he had a disaster class. His disaster class was so bad that he even got subbed out in the game. A goalkeeper got subbed out. Yeah, that's how bad he was in this match. Literally in the 3rd minute of the game, Peppa scored an elastic goal from the corner kick because the Uganda goalkeeper was just way off his line for no reason whatsoever. Then although Uganda's Shaban found a way to equalize in the 7th minute, it didn't matter because Peppa once again pounced on another goalkeeping mistake in the 16th minute and scored, stripping the lead back to Mozambique. Then after Uganda were down to 10 men due to a red card for Dennis Omedi, Stanley Rethifo would score an added time in the first half for Mozambique, and Mozambique would end up winning this match 3-1 and secured all 3 points rather comfortably. Uganda's goalkeeper was just so bad that he ended up putting a smile on my face just because of how comical it was watching him. Let's now move on to the next match, where we have Botswana taking on Algeria in Francistown. And although the circumstances to get the dub were slightly difficult for Algeria, Vladimir Pekovic's side did the job rather well and got the result they needed also rather comfortably. The first half though started off a bit tricky, but things just started to take shape as Guri headed the ball in from Amara's cross in the 44th minute into the back of the net. Botswana's goalkeeper should have done better there, but Algeria deserved the lead. Algeria's Amoura would then get a brace by scoring in the 52nd minute and also in the 74th minute to make sure Algeria bagged 3 goals in this game. And although Botswana's Kopa Lang scored, it wouldn't be enough, and Algeria would secure all 3 points away from home as they beat Botswana 3-1. It was a well-deserved win for Algeria in my book, and they're looking pretty good for a potential 2026 World Cup berth. Now for the final game of matchday 5 in Group G, we got Guinea versus Somalia. And despite Guinea having more star power in this game with players like Serhouk Jarasi, one of the top goal scorers in Europe, leading their lines, Guinea failed to score a single goal. In fact, Somalia were so close to getting their first win of this qualifying campaign in the 90th minute, but instead of scoring the ball, the Somalian forward just smacked the ball over the crossbar and the game ended 0-0. That's the most Somalian stereotype shit I've ever seen. They're never being the allegations, huh? Now moving on to matchday 6, let's start with Uganda versus Guinea. And Guinea were really bad in their match versus Somalia, like I said, and they were bad once again against Uganda, losing 1-0 to them due to a 36-minute goal from Okello. Guinea, what the hell is going on, bro? Sure, y'all didn't have Naby Keita this window, but this dude's never fit, so that's nothing to complain about. And y'all have Jarasi, and even with him, you guys can't score for shit. Disappointing from them, but a good win for Uganda in these qualifiers. On to the next match we go, and let's talk about Botswana versus Somalia. And listen, I'll just be honest, there was zero chance that Somalia was going to get any sort of result away from home to Botswana, even with Botswana not being one of the better African sides in all honesty. But is it just me, or is Somalia actually slightly getting a bit better? Their goalkeeper has been having a masterclass this window, and honestly, they're looking quite decent overall, but Somalia couldn't get the result like I said. And eventually, Botswana broke through Somalia's defense in the 74th minute, thanks to Mohosiwa, and then got another goal in the 83rd minute, thanks to Johnson to win 2-0. But who knows, if Somalia keeps on impressing me like this, maybe one day they can make it to the AFCON. Okay, who am I kidding? That's never happened. But now let's go over to the big match on matchday 6 in Group G, the battle of the top dogs of the group, Algeria versus Mozambique. Both teams are fighting for that automatic ticket to the 2026 World Cup that you only get if you finish on top of the table. And although Mozambique seemed to have the initial advantage, getting a result away in Algeria was always going to be difficult. And it was, because although Mozambique is a good side, they didn't get the result they wanted at all. It started off in the 8th minute for the Algerians, who got on the scoreboard thanks to Wolfsburg player Omura, who scored a great goal to put Algeria 1-0 up ahead. Then in the 24th minute, the Mozambique keeper failed to rebound the ball elsewhere, and Mandi would get on the rebound and score to make it 2-0 Algeria. Omura again would make it 3-0 6 minutes later in the 30th minute, and Algeria were in dreamland. Then although Jenny Katamo would bring one back from Mozambique in the 40th minute, Hajam would score for Algeria in the 65th minute to restore that 3-goal advantage. And then Omura would get his hat-trick in the 80th minute due to a pretty lucky deflection, and Algeria would run away 5-1 in this game and secure all 3 points. A massive win for the Algerians, who are trying to make their first World Cup since 2014, and who barely missed out last time just due to Cameroon's last-second goal. And now with all that being said, let's take a look at how the Group G table looks like after March. And first, we now have Algeria, who have 15 points. Then in second, we have Mozambique with 12 points. And third, we got Botswana with 9 points. And fourth, we got Uganda with also 9 points, just a lower goal difference. Guinea are now in 5th with 7 points. They've been really disappointing. And Somalia are almost eliminated entirely, with them being in dead last with just 1 measly point. I think this group is now playing out in Algeria's favor, and I don't see them screwing this up if I'm being perfectly honest. Now moving on to Group H, we got Tunisia, Namibia, Liberia, Malawi, Equatorial Guinea, and Sao Tome and Principe. And from the last time we've seen these countries Portuguese play, the table looked like this. Tunisia were on top of the table with 10 points and remained undefeated. Namibia were right behind them in second place with 8 points while also being undefeated, just had one less win than Tunisia as well. Liberia were right behind them in third with 7 points. Malawi were right behind them in fourth place with 6 points. Equatorial Guinea, actually a good African side that destroyed the AFCON host Ivory Coast 4-0 before they won the whole thing, are in 5th place with 3 points, and that's due to them being forced to forfeit their 2 wins as FIFA deemed Emilio Nsue ineligible for a couple games early on in his career, or else who knows, maybe they might have actually been well on their way to qualifying for the World Cup. And Sao Tome and Principe are just here for the vibes, and they were last place with 0 points and a -9 goal difference. But now let's talk about the first game in this group of Matchday 5, where we got Liberia versus Tunisia, and there isn't too much to talk about this game. Tunisia just got an early goal in the 4th minute thanks to Masturi, and after that, it was all Liberia. But Liberia just couldn't break down this Tunisian defense, and Tunisia ended up winning this match 1-0 and got all 3 points. Simple as that. On to the next match we go, and we got Malawi versus Namibia, a team, by the way, who's been growing in African football these past few years. Not only are they doing really well in qualifying recently, but Namibia also had a pretty good recent AFCON too, so just keep an eye out for them. And speaking about Namibia, they did what they had to do and secured all 3 points thanks to a Tijweza goal in the 40th minute, and after that, Malawi just couldn't break down Namibia and they got all 3 points with this 1-0 win. Simple. And now on to the last game of Matchday 5 in Group H. We gotta talk about Equatorial Guinea versus Sao Tome and Principe. And let me just keep this one short and simple. With Emilio Nsue returning to the national team, there was 0 chance in hell that Sao Tome and Principe was ever gonna get a result in this game. And they did it, because Nsue scored in the 14th minute, and Salvador scored in the 17th minute, and Equatorial Guinea won 2-0 and got all 3 points. It's as simple as that. We're now over in Matchday 6 in Group H. And let's start off by talking about Namibia versus Equatorial Guinea first. And in this game, there wasn't too much to separate these two sides. And that makes sense, because this game ended in a 1-1 draw. With Emilio Nsue coming back for Equatorial Guinea, they're a much stronger side than compared to before. But even then, Namibia still managed to take the lead in the 51st minute thanks to Shalulio. But Coco, yeah, his name is Coco, equalized 3 minutes later in the 54th minute, and the game ended in a 1-1 draw. And that's that. Following that match, we got Liberia versus Sao Tome and Principe. And I can't lie, I wanted Liberia to win this one, just because Timothy Weah, a player of my favorite national team, USA, is George Weah's son, who's the former president and a former player of Liberia. And guess what? Liberia won. They scored a 4th minute goal from Andrews, and then a 32nd minute goal from Farkarlu. And although Dola brought one back surprisingly for Sao Tome and Principe, it wasn't enough, and Liberia won this match 2-1. And now let's go over to the biggest match on Matchday 6 in Group H. We got Tunisia versus Malawi. And in the first half, literally nothing happened. But in the second half, Tunisia were knocking on the door and getting good chances against Malawi. Then eventually in the 64th minute, Malawi's Lloyd Aaron gets a double yellow and gets sent off, completely swaying this tie to Tunisia's favor. And Tunisia will make their fans wait to make this count. But they did eventually in the 86th minute, thanks to a goal from Savedin Jaziri, who patiently waited on the back post and headed in the ball to score and put Tunisia up ahead 1-0. Eventually, Tunisia would be given a penalty, and Elias Achuri would score from the spot in the 90+2nd minute to make it 2-0, and Tunisia would end up grabbing all 3 points. So now, going over to the final Group H standings, we've got Tunisia in first place as we all expected with 16 points. They're definitely making the World Cup automatically if we're keeping it real. And Namibia are in second place with 12 points. Liberia are right behind them in third with 10 points. Equatorial Guinea are in fourth with 7 points. They would be much higher if they weren't punished for the whole Nsue thing. Malawi are in fifth with 6 points, and Sao Tome and Principe still have 0 points. Tough for them. Now on to the last group in African World Cup qualifying. Finally, for real, we got Group I, which consists of Ghana, Madagascar, Mali, Comoros, Central African Republic, and Chad. And since the last time we've spoken about this group, let's take a look at the standings. In first place, we actually have Comoros, which is kind of wild, with them having 9 points. Then in second, we had Ghana, who also had 9 points. They just had a lower goal difference. In third place, we have Madagascar with 7 points. Surprisingly, the pot 1 team in this group, Mali, was in fourth place with 5 points. Central African Republic was in fifth with 4 points. And Chad were in dead last with 0 points and a -8 goal difference. Not really living up to that country name though, huh? Anyways, let's talk about the first game in Matchday 5 of this group, where we had the Central African Republic versus Madagascar. And the country that had a whole Pixar movie series named after them were the ones that came out looking real great after this matchday. Because although the Central African Republic scored first in the 9th minute thanks to Gambor, it wouldn't take long for Madagascar to run out the score. A huge reason for that is because of the captain, Ravalosa, the ex-LA Galaxy and the current Young Boys midfielder, who scored in the 70th minute to bring Madagascar back level, and then 4 minutes later in the 21st minute, scored a wide open header in the box to give Madagascar the 2-1 lead. On to the second half we go, and Randrianantanyandanena, guacamole, what a last name that is, scored in the 49th minute from a karate kick to give Madagascar a 2-goal advantage. And then Rafa Nomezata Tola in the 89th minute to make it 4-1 Madagascar and secured them a huge 3 points. And wow, these last names for Madagascar are something else, huh? I definitely butchered these names, I'm sorry, yo. Moving on to the next game on Matchday 5, we got Comoros versus Mali. And Mali, man, these guys looked really impressive on Matchday 5 and looked like a real top quality side. Of course, we all know they got great players like Basuma, but it's about time one of the highest ranked nations to never play in a World Cup starts performing great. And they did that against Comoros, the initial leaders of the group. Because away to Comoros, well, technically in Morocco, but still, Mali played amazingly in those beautiful kits and won 3-0. Thanks to Nene, who scored in the 20th minute, and Dumia, who scored a brace. Once in the 55th minute, and then his second goal in the 63rd minute. Overall, it was a really good display by Mali, and they should be proud of themselves for that performance. And now we're finally talking about a team that I've been wanting to talk about for like the past 30 minutes. It's Ghana, who played Chad at home in soccer. Now listen, Ghana were always going to steamroll over Chad. It was no question. And they did beat them 5-0. Thanks to Semenyo, who scored in the 2nd minute. He's been balling out this season. Iñaki Williams finally gets a 2nd goal for the Black Stars in the 31st minute. Ayew scored a penalty in the 36th minute. Salisa scored in the 56th minute. And then Nwama scored in the 68th minute. But it's not just the 3 points against Chad that matters for Ghana. It's the fact that they're starting to get the fans back on their side. Because after failing to secure AFCON, the fans were definitely turning on this Ghanaian team. And as a neutral, it shocked me to see how far this team was falling. The same side who was so close to making the semifinals of the World Cup in 2010 to now missing an AFCON. They fell off so hard. But now after this win and Ghana fighting for a potential World Cup spot, all could be potentially forgiven for that AFCON qualifying failure. But now it's time we go over match day 6 in Group I, where we're going to begin with Central African Republic versus Mali. And surprisingly, this game ended 0-0. Not too much to talk about, except I'm just shocked that Mali did not get the win. They're supposed to be a pot 1 side, yet they keep dropping points that they shouldn't be. Then over to the next match, we got Comoros versus Chad. And shout out to Comoros because they're putting in that work in these African qualifiers, and it's paying off so far. But Saeed scored in the 24th minute to secure all 3 points in their 1-0 win over Chad. But now it's time to talk about that big game between Madagascar versus Ghana that was played in Morocco. I swear, hell of these games are being played in Morocco, bruh. Why is the game not being played in Madagascar? That would have been lit. But anyways, Ghana would handle the business, which is surprising because they couldn't handle the business when it came to qualify for AFCON. But for the World Cup, they're turning it up. They scored a brace from Thomas Partey, and then a goal from their best player in my opinion, Mohamed Kudus, in the 50th minute. But now let's look at the Group I standings after these 2 match days. And we've got Ghana in first place with 15 points. They're looking good. Comoros is also looking pretty good in 2nd place with 12 points. Right behind them though is Madagascar in 3rd place with 10 points. Mali's in 4th with 9 points. They should be way higher up, man. 5th place is Central African Republic with 5 points. And then 6th place is the now eliminated Chad with 0 points and a negative 14 goal difference. Tough luck for Chad, man. Tough luck. But now with all that being said, as you can see, the African World Cup 2026 qualifying has been crazy in March. However, we're not done because South America's qualifying has been pretty insane too in this past window. But before we talk about that, please remember to subscribe to the channel. I would really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also, if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, thogden Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also, make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So if you want to, feel free to follow my socials, join the Discord server, and also like the video. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. Back to CONMEBOL. Before this March 2025 international window took place, this is how the table looked like. And first, we had the World Cup champions Argentina with 25 points. Then in 2nd, we had Uruguay with 20 points. Ecuador was in 3rd with 19 points. Colombia was in 4th with also 19 points, just had a lower goal difference. Brazil was in 5th with 18 points. Paraguay was in 6th with 17 points. Bolivia was in 7th with 13 points. They were just in that Interconfederation playoff spot, which is just insane. Then Venezuela were right behind them in 8th with 12 points. They've been declining these past couple of windows. Then Chile was in 9th with 9 points. And Peru was in dead last with 5 points, which is fair because they've been one of the worst teams in CONMEBOL. Anyways, let's now talk about match day 13. And let's just get Paraguay versus Chile out of the way first. Now on the stat sheet, Paraguay dominated this match. They had 16 shots compared to Chile's 9 and had 5 on target compared to Chile's 3. Sure, Chile had the majority of the possession with 65%, but there's no point on holding onto the ball for that much if you're not going to do anything with it. Now yes, I know, I'm being rather harsh on Chile, because truth be told, they actually had some pretty decent chances in this game, more than a couple actually that could have gone into the back of the net, but beating this Paraguay side away from home is difficult, and no way a washed side like Chile was ever going to be capable of that. And this happened to be the case, because from a free kick in the 60th minute, Sanabria, who got back up from falling down, headed the ball to the back far post for Omar Alderete to tap it in and bring Paraguay a 1-0 lead that they would hold on to for the entire 90 minutes, collecting 3 points at the end of the day. A huge victory for Paraguay in their hopes of making the World Cup, while for Chile, it's just another loss. And it's so funny that Arturo Vidal after the match held up 2 fingers to show how many Copa Americas Chile had. But at the same time, Paraguay also has 2 Copa America titles. Vidal, what the hell was the point of that, bro? That literally made no sense. Moving on to the next game of the CONMEBOL Qualifiers on match day 13, let's talk about Peru versus Bolivia. And the one thing everybody knows about Bolivia is that when they're playing away from home, they're kind of cheeks. Without them playing at home with their insane elevation, Bolivia low-key gets exposed. And that happened in this game, to the worst side in CONMEBOL according to the standings, Peru. Now yes, Bolivia had more shots than Peru, but Peru had the better quality of chances with 7 shots on target and slightly more possession. Plus the main stat that matters, the scoreboard, Peru got the better of Bolivia. Peru were pressuring Bolivia's side of the goal for the majority of the first half. And eventually, after a couple of lucky bounces in the 37th minute, Peru's number 7, Andy Polo, would finally score for his country to put Peru up 1-0 in the first half. But this half would only continue to get better for Peru, because one of their biggest ever legends, Paulo Guerrero, who's literally 41 years old right now, by the way, he's literally an unk, was scoring in the 45th minute to put Peru up 2-0. I'm surprised Guerrero was still being considered for the national team at his age, but he's scoring goals for Peru, so I can't even hate. Bolivia would eventually get a penalty in the second half due to a handball, and Miguel Terceros would eventually convert it to bring Bolivia back in the game, but Edison Flores would shut down any potential comeback for Bolivia Bolivia and scored for Peru in the 82nd minute to help Peru get their second win of the 2026 qualifying in South America and beat Bolivia 3-1. Bolivia did not deserve the win away from home, and Peru definitely did, so well done to the Peruvians. Maybe they could use this as momentum to get some more good results. Nah, I'm just playing. It's Peru. Who am I kidding? That definitely ain't happening. On to the next match we go, and let's talk about Ecuador versus Venezuela. And I mean, I don't know about y'all, but this match was only ever gonna go one way, and it went the way that I fully expected. I mean, Ecuador are currently in the process of potentially having a golden generation, with them having top players like Moises Caicedo, Kendrick Baez, Gonzalo Plata, Hincapié, Pacho, etc. While Venezuela have completely fallen off after the 2024 Copa America. Initially, I was thinking that they could actually make their first ever World Cup, but recently it's just been looking kinda gloomy for them, I'm not gonna lie. And Ecuador dominated this match. Sure, they had the same number of shots on target, but Ecuador has significantly more shots with 16, and an overwhelming amount of possession with 71%. And they would make all this count in the game too. From the jump in this game, Ecuador would be getting the plethora of chances, and it felt inevitable that they would eventually score. And they would in the 39th minute, thanks to their captain, Ender Valencia. This guy's Mr. Consistent for his country, I swear, bro. Cause he managed to score from a crazy angle off a half volley to put his nation up 1-0. Did he mean to do that? I have no idea, but they all count the same. Then in the 46th minute, Ender Valencia would pounce on a bad Venezuela back pass and will lob the ball over the keeper to bring Ecuador a cushiony 2-0 advantage. And although Jonder Gades would get one back due to some kind of bicycle kick-ish, it didn't even matter, because Ecuador would end up winning 2-1 and will collect all 3 points. It seems like Ecuador is well on their way to the World Cup, while Venezuela is still kind of going through their downfall. Maybe it'll turn around the next game. Foreshadowing. Moving on to the next match, let's talk about Uruguay versus Argentina. And this was certainly a game that I was keeping my eye on, because these two heavyweights going toe-to-toe was always going to be an interesting watch, especially because Uruguay got the better of Argentina last time they played in qualifying away from home. So I was wondering whether we were going to see Uruguay collect the 3 points again, especially with Messi not participating for Argentina in these qualifiers. Yeah, this was going to be spicy, but in all honesty, Uruguay just looked really disappointing to me personally. They were beaten with the chances, with Argentina having 12 shots with 4 of them on target to Uruguay's 2, and despite Uruguay having more possession, they didn't really make any use of it. Honestly, they literally had nothing going forward, and question marks have to be raised on Marcelo Bielsa, because offensively, this team genuinely got fuck all. I don't care if they got Darwin Núñez, he clearly isn't putting in the work, and as a Liverpool fan, seeing the levels between Argentina's Julian Alvarez to Darwin Núñez in this game was just crazy. We might as well just sign Alvarez and let go of Darwin Núñez, bro. I'm being so serious. I'd rather have Alexander Isak though, but that's a different question. But anyways, the team with the better opportunities won, and that was Argentina. And it was all thanks to the ex-Botafogo and ex-Atlanta United man, Thiago Almada, a former wonderkid on FIFA, who scored an absolute cracker in this match to bring Argentina a 1-0 win away from home, and certainly have got his nation qualifying for the World Cup in due time. By due time, I literally mean in a few days time, but we'll talk about that soon enough. But what a goal from Almada, man, and what a performance by Argentina. They're showing lately that they can perform without Messi, and that just makes them even scarier in my books. And wow, these jerseys are absolutely stunning too. Muy hermosa. I hope I said that right. But now let's go to the last game of matchday 13 regarding South American qualifiers, where we had Brazil versus Colombia. Definitely one of the juiciest ties in all of the qualifying international windows. And man, I was hyped about this match, and it definitely delivered. There were challenges flying in, chances on both sides, and just a pretty fun game to watch overall. But truth be told, I was pretty surprised by Brazil, because for the first time in a very long time, it felt like they were just the better side against good opposition. Colombia just made the Copa America final last summer, and sure, they have fallen off a little bit since then, but Brazil's performance against a top side like this without the King Neymar just shows that maybe Brazil are finally getting their shit together. If we look at the stat sheet, Brazil were the better side. They had the more shots with 17, they had more shots on target with 7, they had more possession with 52%, and for once under a Brazilian shirt, Vinicius actually looked like a proper baller. He was going crazy in this game. For example, for Rafinha's penalty in the 6th minute, which he scored, it all happened because Vinicius got fouled in the box after his clever dribbling. And although Brazil went through some setbacks in this game, with Liverpool's Luis Diaz scoring in the 41st minute, which by the way is crazy, how does Lucho always go for Colombia but not for Liverpool? Where does his confidence go with the Reds? But anyways, even with this goal, and Alisson having to get subbed out because of concussion protocol, Brazil still looked like the much better side. And eventually, in added time in the 90 plus 9th minute, the very last minute of the game in fact, Vinicius takes a shot from way downtown and somehow bags it into the opposite side of the goalkeeper to secure Brazil all 3 points late into the game and help his country win 2-1 in basically a must-win game for a potential guaranteed qualification to the 2026 World Cup. I've rightfully criticized Vinicius' performances for Brazil, but in this match, he showed that maybe he can finally handle the pressure that the Brazilian jersey holds. But now it's finally time to talk about matchday 14, and let's just quickly glance over Chile versus Ecuador first. That's because almost nothing happened in this game. Sure, Chile had more of the possession and the shots at home, but both teams only had 2 shots on target, meaning in the entire 90 minutes, there were only 4 shots that potentially threatened the goalkeeper. And although Chile had more of the general shots, it didn't matter because Ecuador's strong defense locked Chile's offense up, and the game ended in a 0-0 draw with both teams sharing a point. I kind of expected Ecuador to get the win, even though they were playing away from home, but it's not the end of the world that they drew this game. On to the next match, let's talk about Bolivia versus Uruguay. Now Uruguay were heading into this match in some poor form. Honestly, they've been in poor form ever since the 2024 Copa America where they got 3rd place, and with Bolivia playing at home, I kind of expected Bolivia to get the win here. And honestly, if Bolivia wanted to cement themselves in a great spot to at least make the Interconfederation playoffs. A win against Uruguay would have helped them out a lot. But sadly, even though Bolivia absolutely dominated this game, I mean, they literally had 32 shots. 32 shots, you heard me correctly, with 7 of them on target compared to Uruguay, who has 0 shots on target from their 11, and also having 66% of the possession. Bolivia were sadly unable to make these good opportunities count on the scoreboard, and the game ended in a 0-0 draw. Uruguay would take a draw against Bolivia at high elevation, but Bolivia, man, they probably feel like that they should have done better. And I mean, they can't do too much better than 32 shots, but they gotta be more clinical, man. This game was there for the taking, and they failed to do that. Tough luck for Bolivia. I'm still rooting for y'all, but it's just not looking too good right now. Now let's talk about a game which had a country that benefited from Bolivia dropping points. It's Venezuela versus Peru. And if you're not Venezuelan or Peruvian and watch this game, man, I just feel bad for y'all. This just screamed of a stinker of a game. And it kinda was. Sure, both teams almost had the same number of shots, but Peru had most of the possession while Venezuela had the more shots on target. Look at Peru, man. 11 shots and only 1 on target. Wow, that's abysmal. And lucky for Venezuela, they won this game thanks to a penalty that Solomon Rondon converted in the 41st minute to help them finally grab all 3 points in qualifying and be happy for once. But yeah, not a whole lot to be excited about from this game, if I'm keeping it a stack. Let's swiftly move on to the next game, where we got Colombia versus Paraguay. And yeah, this game was a good one. Just looking at the stat sheet alone, you can tell that this game was a banger, with Paraguay having 21 shots away from home with 6 of them on target, while Colombia had 10 shots at home with 5 on target, and also 61% possession. But 11 shots on target in this game? Yeah, this game was lit, and this would be reflected in the scoreboard. Literally starting off in the very first minute, Luis Diaz will receive the ball in an open area, mixed the hell out of a Paraguayan defender, and then shot the ball into the roof of the net to establish an early 1-0 lead for the Colombians. And now Luis Diaz has 2 goals in 2 games for Colombia in March, which just begs the question, Lucho, where the hell is this amazing goal scoring for when it comes to playing for Liverpool? Why does this always disappear when he's playing for the Reds? But for Colombia, this dude just seems like he never fails to miss the target. Unbelievable, man. Moving on to the 13th minute, Luis Diaz will play in a great ball to the new Al Nassr man, Jean Duran, who easily gets his shot by the keeper and scored to bring a 2-0 lead to Colombia in just the opening 15 minutes against a very tough Paraguay side right now. Colombia were in dreamland, and it seemed like this game was going to be the one that helped Colombia get back on track and back to winning ways. But I was wrong, because Paraguay was starting to get more chances and get back into the game. And before you knew it, in the 45th plus 4th minute, Alonso would get an open header at the back post from a corner kick and scored to bring the game back within 1 for Paraguay right before halftime. This was a crucial time for Paraguay to score a goal, and the halftime team talk was definitely more motivating after this chance went into the back of the net. And this inspiration will all pay off in the 62nd minute thanks to Julio Enciso, who, by the way, I don't know what's going on with him club-wise, like getting loaned out to Ipswich Town from Brighton, but for Paraguay, this guy's a baller, and he showed that in this game, because during this attack, he got by 2 Colombian defenders with ease, and then absolutely slammed the ball in top bench from outside the box to equalize the game for Paraguay away from home. And this goal from Enciso would be the last one of the match, as both teams would share a point in this 2-2 draw. An absolutely huge result for Paraguay. While for Colombia, on the other hand, ever since they lost to Argentina in the Copa America final, they look like a shadow of their former selves. They better still qualify for the World Cup though. I'm trying to see them Colombia shorties in the stands, if you know what I mean. But now let's talk about the best game in South American qualifying that all of us were definitely waiting for. It's Argentina versus Brazil. And this game was starting to get heated before the match even started. That's because Rafinha, the face of Brazil and the 2025 Ballon d'Or right now, sat down with the legend Romario before the match and started talking smack, saying they'll beat Argentina no doubt, and then proceeded to say that he'll fuck them too. Pause! But wow, that's a lot of dirty talk before the game. They better back all this up in the match, right? Right? Nope, because they did anything but that. Just looking at the stat sheet alone, you could tell that Argentina dominated Brazil in Buenos Aires, with them having 12 shots to Brazil's 3, with some of them being on target compared to Brazil's 1, while also having 56% possession of the ball, which was obviously more than Brazil's. And Argentina will make their great opportunities and possession of the ball count in this match. Starting off early in the 4th minute, Julian Alvarez would get a tad bit lucky with the ball bouncing off a couple of Brazilian defenders, and then will put the ball into the back of the net to give Argentina an early 1-0 lead. Then 8 minutes later in the 12th minute, Argentina would double their lead thanks to Enzo Fernandez, who was at the right place at the right time after Molina's cross into the box got deflected to him, and he tapped the ball in to make it a 2-0 Argentina lead. However, in the 26th minute, Cristian Romero let Matias Cunha take the ball off him, and he scored to bring the game back within 1 for Brazil. But this mistake wouldn't weigh too heavy on Argentina's minds for too long, because in the 37th minute, Liverpool's very own Alexis McAllister would make a great run into the box after an Enzo Fernandez long ball, and he would tap the ball in cleverly to restore the 2-goal advantage for Argentina. That's my Liverpool player, man. W. McAllister. Then over to the second half, Diego Simeone's son, Giuliano Simeone, would score his first goal for his country, which was an absolute banger at a tight angle to make it 4-1 to Argentina. And the World Cup champions, who already had their place secured at the World Cup after the Bolivia game, would achieve all 3 points and beat their arch rivals Brazil in embarrassing fashion. And man, just so much more heated stuff happened in the game too. Like Rodrigo telling Paredes that he's very bad, and then Paredes telling him that he's got 1 World Cup and 2 Copa Americas, while Rodrigo has nothing. Then during a little bit of a scuffle, Vinicius tells an Argentina player that he's got 2 Champions League trophies, which I don't get why he's trying to flex that in an international football match, especially the World World Cup champions, but whatever. Then Otamendi gets in Rafinha's face and tells him to shut up. The Argentina fans would then start to chant that Rafinha is the son of a bitch. Damn. After the game too, while Rafinha was walking off, goalkeeper Emi Martinez would run into him on purpose, and a little bit of a scuffle happened because of that too. And then during the match as well, Emi Martinez started juggling the ball to taunt the Brazilians, and his manager Scaloni got a little upset at that too, etc. Just so many heated incidents happened in this game, and this made this match just way more entertaining. But yeah, Brazil is clearly nothing without Neymar, and people who say that isn't true just don't know ball. It's as simple as that. They need him back ASAP if they want to do anything at the 2026 World Cup. Now with all of that out of the way, let's look at the final standings of the CONMEBOL qualifying after the March international window. In first place we got Argentina, who have now qualified to the World Cup with 31 points. Then in second place we got Ecuador, who have 23 points. Then in third place we still have Uruguay, who have been pretty underwhelming with 21 points. Brazil is right after them in fourth place with also 21 points, just a lower goal difference. Paraguay is also right after Brazil in fifth place with 21 points as well, just a lower goal difference. And Colombia falls down all the way to sixth place with 20 points. Then over to the Interconfederation playoff spot, it's now Venezuela in that position with 15 points. Bolivia falls down to 8th place with 14 points. There's still a chance for them. Peru is in 9th place with 10 points. And then Chile is now in dead last with also 10 points, just a lower goal difference. But now that's enough about CONMEBOL World Cup qualifying. Let's now move on to a region that's finally starting their World Cup qualifying games, and that's Europe, aka the UEFA region. Now talking about UEFA World Cup qualifying right now is a little bit tricky because not every group was playing in World Cup qualifying games this window due to the UEFA Nations League still being underway in March and the future June international window. So let's go over the groups that didn't play so far really quickly. Starting off with Group A, we have Germany, Slovakia, Northern Ireland, and Luxembourg. Germany should easily qualify from that, but this group has not started. Then in Group B, we have Switzerland, Sweden, Slovenia, Kosovo. This one's all to play for at the top of the table, but this group also hasn't started playing their qualifiers. Then in Group C, we've got Denmark, Greece, Scotland, and Belarus. I'm intrigued to see how Greece performs. They've been doing pretty good lately, but yeah, this group hasn't started either. Then there's Group D, which has France, Ukraine, Iceland, and Azerbaijan. Yeah, France has this one in the bag. Over to Group B, we've got Spain, Turkey, Georgia, and Bulgaria. It's a pretty difficult group just off the names, but I think Spain's got this one. And then there's Group F, which has Portugal, Hungary, Republic of Ireland, and Armenia that also hasn't started their qualifying games. Now on to the first group that actually has started their 2026 World Cup qualifiers. We've got Group G, where Poland is currently on top of the group with all 6 points. Finland is in second with 4 points. Lithuania is in third with 1 point. Netherlands is in fourth with 0 points, but that's because they've been preoccupied with the Nations League, so they haven't played a game yet. And of course, Malta is in last with 0 points and a -3 goal difference. Now let's just quickly go over the games that have occurred in this group. Talking about Poland versus Lithuania, Poland won that game 1-0 thanks to an 81st minute goal from Robert Lewandowski. But even though Poland only scored 1 goal, they definitely deserved to win the match. They had way more of the possession of the game and had 7 shots on target from Poland's 24, which was significantly more than Lithuania. Then over to the other match between Malta versus Finland. This also ended in a 1-0 victory, but this time it was for the away side Finland, who scored in the 30th minute thanks to a footballer named Ant-Man. Yeah, you heard me correctly, Ant-Man. No, not the Marvel superhero, but the Finnish player. Going over to match day 2 for these teams, Poland had to play Malta, and let's just be honest, Malta aren't a very good side. So of course, Poland would end up winning this one 2-0 thanks to a brace from Swiderski, the ex-Charlotte FC attacker actually. That's a little fun fact for y'all there. And then in the other game between Lithuania versus Finland, it was actually kind of entertaining, with Lithuania having more shots on target, but Finland having the more shots with 13 and the more possession of the ball. And regardless of Finland going up 2-0 thanks to a 3rd minute goal from Kankkarinen and a 17th minute penalty from Joel Pagenpolo, Lithuania would actually come back in this game. First thanks to Armandas Kušis in the 39th minute, and then Gavidas Genitis in the 69th minute to equalize the game back up and make sure both teams left this match with a point. But yeah, that's kind of it for Group G. But now let's move on to Group H, where we have Bosnia and Herzegovina in first place with 6 points currently. Romania are behind them with 3 points in second place. Cyprus are right behind them in third place with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference. Austria are in fourth with 0 points, but that's just because they haven't played a game yet. And the glorious San Marino is sadly in last place with 0 points. Imagine if San Marino actually made the World Cup, man. That would be scenes. But sadly, it's not gonna happen. Speaking of San Marino though, let's talk about their matchday 1 game first against Cyprus. And initially in the first half, I thought there was maybe a chance that San Marino could pull off the upset even though they were away from home, with them keeping Cyprus out of their side of the goal for the entire first 45 minutes. But sadly in the second half, things turned sour for San Marino. That's because Cyprus's Ionas Pita scored in the 55th minute, and then near the end of the game in the 86th minute, Andronikos Kakoulis scored in the 86th minute to make it a 2-0 win for Cyprus. And although the streets wanted San Marino to win, they didn't deserve it. I mean, Cyprus dominated the match on shots, shots on target, and even had an overwhelming amount of the possession. So yeah, there's that. But on to the next game on matchday 1, let's talk about Romania versus Bosnia and Herzegovina in Bucharest. Now, I fully expected Romania to win this match. They had a decent Euro 2024 showing, and they're literally playing at home. So to me, this was a must-win game for the Romanians, and I fully expected them to secure all 3 points. But despite Romania dominating the match with 15 shots, 3 of them on target, and having 66% possession, they failed to make any of this domination count. While Bosnia, on the other hand, had scored their only shot on target in the 14th minute through Gigovic, and they held on to the lead for the entire 90, meaning Bosnia got the 1-0 win away from home against Romania Romania and secured a massive 3 points. Damn, Romania. Damn. Anyways, moving over to match day 2, let's talk about Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Cyprus. And let's be honest, Bosnia are the much better team. And this was reflected on the scoreboard, with Demirovic scoring in the 22nd minute and Hadrinovic scoring in the 56th minute. And although Cyprus scored once too, it didn't matter, with Bosnia and Herzegovina securing all 3 points in this massive March window for them. While on the other hand, between San Marino and Romania, San Marino scored a goal. That's right, Zanoni scored for San Marino in the 67th minute in World Cup qualifying, and San Marino were in dreamland. Well, kind of, not really, because Romania scored 5 goals in total in this match and they ended up winning 5-1. But hey, San Marino scored. We take those. Moving on to Group I now, we've got Norway in first place with 6 points. Maybe it's time we see Norway play in an international tournament with Holland and Odegaard, hopefully. Then in second place, we got Estonia with 3 points. Let's go Estonia. Then in third place, we got Israel with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference. Then Italy's in fourth place with 0 points, but that's just because they haven't played a game yet. And Moldova is in last with 0 points as expected. Talking about the first game, let's go over to Moldova versus Norway. And there isn't really much to go over, to be honest. Not a chance in hell Norway didn't dominate this match. And they did, with them winning 5-0. And look, even Holland scored in this match for his country too. Now with that out of the way, let's talk about Israel versus Estonia. Now Estonia would actually get the lead in this game thanks to Pascozzi, but due to an own goal from one of their players, Hein, in the 23rd minute, and then conceding somewhat late to Israel's Dasa in the 75th minute, Estonia ended up losing 2-1 to Israel, helping Israel secure all 3 points. Come on Estonia, the whole world is rooting for you in this game, man. Damn, the GOAT Ragnar Klavan would be disappointed. On to match day 2 we go, and let's talk about Moldova versus Estonia first. Now this game actually became somewhat entertaining. Estonia would actually have a 2-goal lead within the first 30 minutes of the game, but then Moldova would actually get one back in the 67th minute thanks to Nicolescu. But Estonia would score one more 3 minutes later in the 70th minute thanks to Kate, before conceding an added time to Moldova again. Overall though, Estonia would win away from home 3-2, and this was a massive win for them. Now let's talk about Israel versus Norway, and Norway would do well in this game. They dominated the match, having 23 shots to Israel's 10, having 12 shots on target to Israel's 6, and had 56% possession of the ball. And they made all this possession count, with Moller Wolfe scoring in the 39th minute for Norway, before Abu Fani equalizing in the 55th minute. But then in the 59th minute, Sorloth, who's been having a great season for Atletico this year, scored 3 minutes later to put Norway back up. And then Alger was scored in the 65th minute, and then the inevitable Erling Haaland was scored in the 83rd minute to help Norway score 4 goals in this game. And although Israel would bring one back, Norway would still end up winning this match 4-2 away from home. Let's go Norway! Let's go! I'm proud of y'all for this result. And Israel? Anyways, let's swiftly move over to Group J, where we got North Macedonia actually currently on top of the group with 4 points. Wales is somehow in second place with 4 points, just because of 1 lower goal difference. Kazakhstan is in third place with 3 points. Belgium is in fourth, but that's just because they haven't played a game yet. And Liechtenstein are obviously in last place. Starting off with the first game of match day 1 in this group, we got Liechtenstein versus North Macedonia. And let's just cut to the chase, man. North Macedonia won this game with ease, winning 3-0. And now over to the next game between Wales versus Kazakhstan. I mean, come on, we all knew that Wales was going to win. Even with Gareth Bale retiring some time back, they're still definitely way better than Kazakhstan, and Wales did end up winning this match 3-1. Kazakhstan were kind of close to qualifying for an international tournament with the 2024 Euros, and I just don't think they're ever going to get that close again, respectfully. On to match day 2 though, regarding Liechtenstein versus Kazakhstan. Even though I was just criticizing Kazakhstan, they're still a way better side than Liechtenstein, and beat them 2-0 with ease away from home. While North Macedonia versus Wales was certainly the more interesting matchup in this group, and despite Wales dominating the match with the more shots, the way more shots on target, and the way more possession, North Macedonia would actually score first, in what looked like the late winner with Bojan Miovski scoring in the 90+ first minute. But luckily, the man who battled through cancer, David Brooks, now saves his country in the 90+ 6th minute, with him scoring the late equalizer to make sure Wales escaped North Macedonia with at least a point in these qualifiers. If Wales lost here, it would have been a massive drop of points, but at least they got 1 out of this game. Let's now move on to UEFA Group K, where we've got England obviously topping the group with 6 points. Albania is in second with 3 points. Shout out to Lipa though, we love her, or at least I do. Then in third place, we got Latvia with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference. Serbia are in fourth, but that's just because they haven't played a game yet. And Andorra are in dead last obviously with 0 points. And starting off with the first game between Andorra and Latvia, I mean listen, Andorra is pretty bad, and I fully expected Latvia to get the win here. And they did, thanks to Sitz who scored in the 58th minute. But I kind of expected Latvia to score more goals here, even though they were away from home. But listen, 3 points is 3 points. And now let's talk about the juiciest game in this group in the March window. We got England versus Albania. Now listen, Albania is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. So even with England playing at Wembley, it wasn't going to be easy for them to get the 3 points. Luckily for them, they have Miles Lewis-Skelly, who's enjoying himself a wonderful debut season. And he enjoyed himself a great England debut too, because in the first 20 minutes of it, he scored a great goal to put England ahead. Bro scored on his debut for England, man. That's something to really be proud of. I'm surprised he didn't get a red card though. Okay, no, I'm playing. I don't know why I made an Arsenal jab in an international video. My fault. Then of course in the 77th minute, the inevitable Harry Kane would also score for England, and the English would win this game 2-0 as expected. Moving on to match day 2, let's start with Albania versus Andorra. Like I said, Andorra is not good. So of course Albania will win this game, and they did convincingly, slapping them up 3-0. So congrats to all the Albanians out there for this result. On to the next match between England versus Latvia. I mean, with England playing at home, we all knew they were going to get the victory here. The question was by how many goals? And the answer was 3, with Reece James finally scoring a goal for England after like 5 years with his amazing free kick. I can't lie. Bro didn't celebrate because he was afraid of injuring himself again with the knee slide. Then Kane, of course, scored in the 68th minute, and Eze would add another one in the 76th minute to help England win gigantically 3-0, as we all expected. Boring England, man. Give us some excitement, huh? But anyways, moving on to UEFA Group L now. We got the Czech Republic in first place with 6 points. Then in second place, we got Montenegro with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. In third, we actually got Croatia, but that's because they haven't played a game yet. Faroe Islands are in fourth with 0 points, and Gibraltar obviously in dead last with 0 points and a -6 goal difference already. Let's just swiftly go on to the first game where we got Montenegro versus Gibraltar. And even though Gibraltar is absolutely booty cheeks, you wanna know something crazy? These guys scored first in the 13th minute thanks to Ben. Yeah, his name is Ben. Damn, imagine if Gibraltar actually won a qualifier away from home. That would have been wild, but they didn't, because Montenegro would score 3 goals and win 3-1. Thanks for ruining the fun, Montenegro. On to the next match, we got the Czech Republic versus Faroe Islands. And listen, I fully expected Czechia to get the W here, and they did, thanks to a 25th minute goal from Patrick Schick, who's enjoying himself a great season at Bayer Leverkusen right now. And although Faroe Islands made things scary with Vatamar equalizing late in the game in the 83rd minute, Schick is somebody who has loved scoring late goals this season for Leverkusen. So he did once again this time for Czech Republic, as he scored in the 85th minute to help his nation win 2-1 and collect all 3 points. Then over to match day 2, we got Gibraltar versus Czech Republic. And Gibraltar is just not good, man. So of course, Czech Republic steamrolled them 4-0 even though they were playing away from home. Then the next match between Montenegro and Faroe Islands, Montenegro dominated the match, with them having 20 shots at Faroe Islands as 4, having 5 shots on target at Faroe Islands as 1, and also having 67% of the possession. But despite this, it seemed like this game was going to end in a 0-0 stalemate. However, Edvin Kuc came up clutch in the 90+6 minute and scored a clutch goal for Montenegro to secure all 3 points and win this game late 1-0. And that's the story of how Montenegro has 6 points in this group so far. Now that's enough about UEFA World Cup qualifying. Let's now move on to the exciting and underrated Oceania World Cup qualifying, aka the OFC region. But before we talk about that, I would just like to remind y'all once again to subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also, if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both at Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall, just to get to know me more. And also, make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So yeah, make sure to follow the socials, join the Discord server, and also like the video. That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Back to topic now. Talking about Oceania's World Cup qualifying is actually pretty important, because with the World Cup being expanded to 48 teams, the OFC region will have 1 guaranteed spot at the World Cup, and that 1 spot will be decided in the March international window. So one of these guys has already made the World Cup now, hence why we have to cover this region. So let me remind y'all real quick on how the Oceania World Cup qualifying is structured. There was a first round in which the 4 worst national teams in the region played in a knockout tournament format in which Samoa won, which got them in a round 2 spot. Where in this second round of OFC qualifying, there's 2 groups of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the 3rd round. So nobody will automatically qualify to the 2026 World Cup from the second round, just to make that clear. Then in the 3rd round, the 4 teams that advanced from the previous round will play in a 3-match knockout round in March 2025, and the winner of this would automatically qualify for the 2026 World Cup, while the runner-up, aka the finalists, would make it to the Interconfederation playoff. So now with the structure talk out of the way, let's talk about the ending of the second round of qualifying and where that leaves us in the 3rd round that took place in March. In Group A, New Caledonia wins the group with 7 points and advances to the 3rd round that took place this March, along with Fiji, who were in 2nd place with 5 points. And the teams that have been knocked out already were the Solomon Islands, who finished 3rd with 3 points, and Papua New Guinea, who finished with 1 point. While over in Group B, if it wasn't obvious enough, New Zealand easily topped the group with a total of 9 points, winning 3 games from 3 and having a +18 goal difference, while Tahiti finished in 2nd place and also made the 3rd round by getting 6 points. And then the teams knocked out already were Vanuatu with 3 points and Samoa, the team that qualified from the 1st round, finishing dead last with 0 points. And now for the 3rd round, our semifinal matches took shape, where we had New Caledonia playing Tahiti, an interesting time for sure, and then New Zealand versus Fiji. And let's start this section off by talking about New Caledonia versus Tahiti. And although this matchup could be seen as even initially, the game did not play out this way. And in fact, New Caledonia were definitely the better team. From the jump in this match, New Caledonia were the team getting the better chances. And even though initially they weren't going in, it was only going to be a matter of time before they did. And in the second half, New Caledonia started scoring, initially because of the 36-year-old Georges Hope Finepej, who scored from an amazing chip in the 50th minute to put his country up 1-0. Then in the 75th minute, Hope Finepej did the same thing again and decided to chip the keeper, but this time near the halfway line, and he somehow managed to score again to pretty much put this game to bed for New Caledonia against Tahiti. Louis Waye would make sure of this in the 90+1st minute thanks to his great goal to help New Caledonia win 3-0 and progress to the final of the OFC qualifying, where they would be just 1 game away from going to the 2026 World Cup. But before we talk about the final, we gotta talk about the other semi-final between New Zealand and Fiji. And if there's one thing you know about the OFC region in international football, it's this: there's not a chance in hell that New Zealand is gonna lose qualification to Fiji out of all teams, with all due respect. And they didn't, because instead, Chris Wood banged in a hat-trick within 60 minutes, Sarpreet Singh, my South Asian brethren, scored 2, and so did Bindon, Payne, and Barbarouses in the 73rd minute for New Zealand to absolutely cream pie Fiji 7-0. Yeah, this game was no contest, let's be honest. And here we are, the final of Oceania World Cup qualifying, where the winner will be going to the 2026 World Cup in North America, while the loser will advance to the Interconfederation playoff, where more likely than not, they'll be rinsed. So basically, you either win this game or you're not going to the World Cup in North America. It's as simple as that. And I know what y'all might be thinking. Nabhuto, it's obviously going to be New Zealand going to the World Cup. Who the hell is New Caledonia? Well, you'd actually be surprised, because New Caledonia is probably New Zealand's biggest threat, and they actually played a pretty good game against them in this final. Starting off in the 12th minute, New Zealand would have a good chance to score, but the goalkeeper had a pretty simple stop in the end. Then in the 20th minute from a corner kick, New Caledonia somehow kept the ball from going in due to a defender hitting the ball off the line twice. What a chaotic set of events. Nottingham striker Chris Wood would also have a decent opportunity in the 32nd minute, but fluffed his shot completely, making it an easy start for the goalkeeper. New Caledonia would then start to get some chances for themselves, but they weren't that clinical, if we're being honest. But New Caledonia did manage to keep New Zealand out of their net for the entire first half. That's an accomplishment within itself, but we all know how the story goes, because in the second half, New Zealand ran rampant. First in the 61st minute from a corner kick, thanks to Boxall, who headed the ball in. Then 5 minutes later, Barbarouses caught the New Caledonia keeper off his line when lacking and scored to make it a 2-0 lead. And then in the 80th minute, Elijah Just scores a good opportunity to make it 3-0 to New Zealand, and New Zealand are now confirmed to be going to the 2026 World Cup. So in this March international window, we now have Japan and New Zealand making the World Cup in North America. I'll see y'all in that summer. Let's start off with the AFC World Cup Qualifiers first. And just a reminder on how this qualifying section works, for every group in the third round of Asia's World Cup qualifying, the first two places in the group get an automatic ticket to the World Cup, while third and fourth place go to the next round of qualifying, and fifth and sixth place will be eliminated. Had to make sure y'all remember that. Anyway, starting off with Group A at the Asian World Cup Qualifiers, we got Qatar, Iran, United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, North Korea, and Kyrgyzstan playing for a ticket at the 2026 World Cup. And after the March international window, the table looked like this. Iran were already qualified and in first place with 20 points, Uzbekistan were behind them in second place with 17 points, then the UAE were in third with 13 points, Qatar were in fourth with 10 points. It's been a rough campaign for the Qataris. Kyrgyzstan were creeping up in fifth place with 6 points, and sadly the team that I was slowly becoming a fan of in this group, North Korea, finished in dead last with 2 points and were already eliminated from qualifying. And now with that out of the way, let's move on to the first game of match day 9, where we have the United Arab Emirates taking on Uzbekistan at home in Abu Dhabi. And listen, there isn't a need to talk about this game too much, since it ended 0-0, even though the UAE were dominating all the offensive stats. But the reason why this match was important was the Uzbeks just needed one more point to qualify directly to the World Cup, and with a 0-0 draw thanks to their keeper Yusupov pulling out some great saves against the UAE in the second half, they got it. And congratulations to Uzbekistan, who have now qualified for their first ever World Cup after choking in previous World Cup qualifying campaigns. I wanted to see Uzbekistan make their debut in North America just because this national team simply deserves it. They've been one of the best national teams on the rise on the Asian continent, so well done to Uzbekistan and to all the fans who support them. Can't wait to see y'all here. Now moving on to the next match, we got Qatar taking on Iran in Doha. But before we talk about the match, we do have to note something important that happened between March and June, and that's Qatar's old coach, Luis Garcia, was sacked despite only becoming the Qatari coach in December, and the Qatari FA went all out and splashed a ton of money to acquire Julian Lopetegui, the ex-Spain, ex-Real Madrid, ex-West Ham and Wolves coach, to now coach the Qatar national team. What a huge appointment for Qatar's federation, and initially it seemed like it was the right one. That's because in the match against Iran, who played a majority of this game with 10 men, Qatar would actually win 1-0 thanks to a pretty scrappy goal from Pedro Miguel, who got a header on his own rebound to deliver Qatar to 3 points, also giving Iran their first and only defeat of Asia's third round of World Cup qualifying, which means that Julian Lopetegui in his first game accomplished a seemingly impossible task, defeating Iran, something Uzbekistan couldn't even do. Now yes, was Iran's team the best in these past couple of games? No, because they didn't call up Sardar Azmoun, Gayedi, etc. But still, a win is impressive nevertheless. But before we dive into Qatar's second game of the window, we should go over North Korea versus Kyrgyzstan first. Now North Korea might already be eliminated, but if Kyrgyzstan won this game away from home, the game was actually played in Saudi Arabia, not in Pyongyang, so calling it a home game for North Korea is kind of funny. But anyways, if Kyrgyzstan did win this game, they would keep their World Cup qualifying hopes alive. But it didn't start off the best for Kyrgyzstan, with Pak Gwang-hun scoring off a corner kick in the 44th minute to put North Korea up right before halftime. And then in the 52nd minute, Ri Jo-guk dribbles past a Kyrgyzstan defender and slams the ball into the back of the net to put North Korea up 2-0. From here on, it seemed like North Korea would guide themselves to a victory, but the Kyrgyz fought back well. First thanks to Ali Kulov in the 57th minute, who scored after some terrible North Korean defending, and then in the 90+5th minute, an unlucky own goal by Kim Song-hae cost North Korea in what would have been their first and only victory of the third round, as the game ended in a 2-2 draw. But this match was also not good for Kyrgyzstan, because this draw also effectively knocked them out of World Cup 2026 contention as well. This is pretty unlucky for both teams. I was really impressed by Kyrgyzstan towards the later stages of the third round of qualifying, because they started to perform way better, especially at home in Bishkek. And man, North Korea just got so unlucky. There were so many games where they deserved to win, but they just couldn't get it over the line. If they got to play their home games in Pyongyang, this definitely would have been a different story. Trust me, the North Korean home advantage would have gone crazy. But enough about that. Let's move on to match day 10, where we're going to start off with Uzbekistan Uzbekistan versus Qatar. Now it is important to note that Qatar rested a lot of their players due to not wanting one of their main players to get a yellow card and miss a game in the 4th round qualifying due to accumulation. While Uzbekistan wanted to show off to their people after qualifying for their first ever World Cup. So they went all out. And the stats in the scoreboard reflected that. They absolutely dominated the game, having 18 shots at Qatar's 1, 8 shots on target to Qatar's 0, and 61% possession. Wow, Qatar got destroyed. More specifically in the match 2, Turgan Boev will get by 2 Qatari defenders, making one in the process in the 28th minute, and then scoring an absolute screamer with his left foot to put the Uzbeks up ahead 1-0. Then after getting a multitude of great opportunities throughout the rest of the match, they would finally double their lead in the 86th minute thanks to Shomurodov, who brought down the ball brilliantly from a perfect touch and finished the ball off amazingly to make it 2-0. And then finally in the 90+2nd minute, Sergeyev would score a header off a corner kick to make it 3-0, and the Uzbeks successfully ran the Qataris out of town. What a performance from Uzbekistan after qualifying to the World Cup, and what a dreadful performance by Qatar, man. And that's why I'm so confused. Was Lopetegui the right appointment, or was the game versus Iran just a lucky one? I guess we'll find out in the 4th round of AFC qualifying, huh? Let's now move on to the next match, where we had Kyrgyzstan taking on the United Arab Emirates at home in Bishkek. And this game was just a dead rubber one, just because both teams already knew their fate. Kyrgyzstan was not making the World Cup, while the UAE were going to the next round. But still, just to glance over it, the UAE's best player in my eyes, Harib Abdallah, was through on a 1-on-1 in the 30th minute and shot the ball right on top of the goalkeeper to go in and make it 1-0 to the UAE. Getting a lead in Bishkek is hard, so well done to the UAE, I guess. And shout out to Harib Abdallah. I have no idea why he was benched against Uzbekistan, but this guy is a baller. Now the UAE wouldn't be able to hold on for the 3 points, with Kyrgyzstan's Kai Merk scoring a 90+4 late leveler with his half volley to make sure the Kyrs get a point from this game. But all in all, this game didn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. But now from one dead rubber game to another in Group A's 3rd round of qualifying, let's talk about Iran playing North Korea in Tehran. Now as you already know, Iran are already qualified for the World Cup, where North Korea were already eliminated. So there isn't a huge need to go into this match in great detail. But I do want to highlight something specific about this game. And I'm not just talking about that Mogan Lu miss, because wow, that was worse than anything Darwin Nunez has done. But I'm talking about the fact that only after North Korea got a red card, with Kai Tom receiving one after a dangerous tackle in the 68th minute, it's when Iran were able to put the ball into the back of the net. That's when Mohebi scored in the 74th minute, Taremi scored in the 77th minute, and Hossein Zadeh scored in the 90+3rd minute to make it 3-0 for Iran. But seeing Iran struggle to score against a North Korea team before they went down to 10 men at home is slightly concerning. Let's hope they fix what's going on before the 2026 World Cup, huh? But anyways, after all of this, Group A in the 3rd round of Asian World Cup qualifying has finally wrapped up. So now let's take a look at the final standings. In first place in this group, we have Iran, who qualified to the World Cup with 23 points. Then in second, we have Uzbekistan, who got 21 points and are going to make their World Cup debuts next summer. Then in third, we have the UAE with 15 points. They'll be going to the 4th round alongside back-to-back Asian Cup champions Qatar, who finished in 4th with 13 points. Then unluckily for Kyrgyzstan, they got eliminated with 8 points, and the North Koreans finished in dead last with only 3 points. Unfortunate for them. But with that out of the way, it's now finally time to move on to Asian World Cup qualifying Group B, where we've got the likes of South Korea, Iraq, Oman, Jordan, Palestine, and Kuwait. And after the March international window, the table looked like this. In first place, we had the Asian giants South Korea with 16 points and yet to receive a defeat. Jordan were in second with 13 points. They were looking to try and make their World Cup debuts in 2026. Iraq were right after them in third place with 12 points. Oman were in fourth with 10 points. Palestine still had a decent chance of qualifying, even though they were in fifth place with 6 points. And Kuwait were in last in this group with 5 points. And now let's move on to the first game of match day 9 in AFC World Cup qualifying Group B, where we had Oman versus Jordan. Now both teams in this match were desperate to try and get the 3 points. If Jordan won, they had a chance of making it to the World Cup directly, depending on what happens in the Iraq game. While if Oman won, they would pretty much stamp their place in the 4th round of qualifying. So both teams were ready to do whatever it takes to get a win here. And some could say that Oman were the favorites just because they were playing at home in Muscat. And although Oman had more of the shots and more of the possession, they honestly didn't do much in this game, as we can see with only 2 shots on target to Jordan's 4. While Jordan, they had pinpoint accuracy in this game when it came to the shots, because they converted 75% of them. Starting off at added time in the first half, one of Jordan's attackers got fouled in the box and was awarded a penalty, in which Olwan converted calmly to give Jordan a lead right before halftime. From then on in the second half, it was kind of a bloodbath, with Al Naima delivering a great cross to Olwan again in the 51st minute, who scored a double the lead for the Jordanians, and then the 64th minute, Olwan gets a wide open net to score into, which he does, unlike that dude from Iran, and he secured a hat-trick as Jordan won against Oman away from home 3-0. This was an incredible and huge result for Jordan that had implications related to their aspirations of making the 2026 World Cup. But before I spoil that, we would have to cover the Iraq versus South Korea game first in Basra. Now if Iraq wanted to stay alive for a direct qualification spot, they needed to get at least a point at home against the South Koreans, who were definitely the best team in this group. And with Iraq playing at home in Basra, this seemed doable. And with them hiring new and experienced coach Graham Arnold, maybe this injection of new blood in the side can help them get over the line. However, the first game under Arnold did not go to plan for the Iraqis, with them getting beat comfortably on the stat sheet, with South Korea having 13 shots to Iraq's 5, 7 shots on target to Iraq's 2, and having an overwhelming majority of the possession with 76%. And this domination was reflected on the scoreboard too. A large part of that has to do with the red card given to Ali Al-Hamadi in the 26th minute due to his high boot challenge on the South Korean player. And because of that, the Iraqi national team went down in 10 men. And after this, it was basically all South Korea. Iraq would prevent them from scoring in the first half, but South Korea would get their goals in the second half. First thanks place at Kim Jin-gyu in the 63rd minute, who finished it calmly past the goalkeeper to put his nation up 1-0, and then the usual bench warmer striker, Oh Hyung-gyu, would finish the ball in from across in the 82nd minute to grab all 3 points for the South Koreans in a 2-0 win. And guess what? With this loss for Iraq means not only did South Korea qualify directly to the World Cup, but also Jordan would qualify directly to their first ever World Cup as well, which means they'll be making their debuts next summer. And sadly for Iraq, they'll have to go through the 4th round of qualifying if they want to be in the United States next summer. But now I think it's time we talk about Kuwait versus Palestine. And don't be fooled just because these two sides are at the bottom of the table. Basically, whoever wins this game is still alive for that 4th place position on the table. And with Kuwait playing at home, it seemed like they would be the favorites in this match. But just like in the other games in match day 9, the away side would be victorious, and Palestine will pull off a madness in Kuwait City. First in the 32nd minute, where Sayyam would somehow finish the ball brilliantly from a cross that went behind them to put Palestine up 1-0, and then over to the second half in the 88th minute, a Palestinian forward would be fouled in the box, and Wissam Abu Ali would convert it straight down the middle to collect all 3 points for Palestine in this 2-0 win, thus eliminating Kuwait in the process. Unlucky Kuwait, but my downfall praying has worked. I won't forget the way these guys beat by India to the 3rd round of qualifying. Even though India is booty cheeks, I still have an agenda to uphold. But enough about my terrible national team. It's time we take a look to match day 10, where first we'll start off with South Korea versus Kuwait. I mean, this game was a bloodbath. Kuwait were disheartened by the fact that they were eliminated, and South Korea had already made the World Cup. So this game was dead rubber, and South Korea won in triumphant fashion, with Al Hajeri scoring an own goal in the 30th minute, Lee Kang-in, who just won the Champions League with PSG, scoring in the 51st minute, Oh Hyung-gyu gets a second goal in 2 games in the 54th minute, and Lee Jae-sung scoring in the 72nd minute to make sure South Korea destroyed Kuwait in Seoul 4-0. A tough loss for Kuwait. That's tough. Moving on to the next match day 10 clash, we got Jordan versus Iraq in Oman. Now this game was set up to be a fight for a direct World Cup spot, but without already being decided in the previous game, this match was also a dead rubber one, meaning there was nothing for each team to fight for. And with Jordan basically partying for 3 days in a row, they didn't look the best in this game, and I'll give them a pass. They just made their first ever World Cup. Come on. So Iraq had the perfect chance to win away from home, and they did just that thanks to a set piece goal from Sajjad in the 73rd minute to secure a 1-0 win for Iraq. Maybe this win will help build confidence for Graham Arnold's med ahead of the 4th round of qualifying. But now for the last game of Group B, the match that broke my heart. Let's go over Palestine versus Oman, held in Amman, Jordan, because they needed a neutral ground for Palestine's home stadium, obviously. And man, this game broke my heart, bruh. I cry every time I think about this match. This wasn't in the script, man. The football writers were not cooking with this one. Still hurts to talk about this match too. Okay, so look, if Palestine wanted to make it to the next round of qualifying, they needed to beat Oman, while all Oman needed was a point. And listen, this game was not the most entertaining, I can't lie. Look at the stats. There were a total of 23 shots in the game, but only 3 happened to be on target. So as you can imagine, it wasn't that good of a game to watch. But you see in the 49th minute, the Palestinian midfielder Karoub does something special, and he scores off a corner kick at the near post to give Palestine the 1-0 lead they desperately wanted. This goal could have been the one that made history and took them to the 4th round of qualifying. And with Palestine staying strong and bunkering, still preventing Oman to score, it seemed like Palestine could make history. But in added time, in the 90+7th minute, this Omani attacker straight up just dove or tripped on himself, and the referee called a penalty. What a bullshit call, man. Seriously, that was not a penalty. That might have been one of the worst penalty calls I've ever seen in my life, I swear. And of course, Oman's Al-Sabi would convert the penalty to equalize the game, and the match would end 1-1, which meant that Oman was going to the 4th round, while Palestine only barely missed out. Heartbreaking stuff, man. Seriously. I really wanted Palestine to go crazy and make their people proud during these difficult times, but due to referee cheese, it wasn't meant to be. Oman, I'm sorry y'all. I was rocking with you guys, but after this, I think I'm gonna have to start being a hater. No troll. Definitely want to visit the country in the future though. It does look dope. But now with all this Group B stuff out of the way, let's take a look at how the final Group B table looks like. In first place, we have South Korea, who finished with 22 points and still remain undefeated. Well done to them. Then in second, we have Jordan, who are qualifying to the World Cup for the first time ever. Congratulations. And third, we have Iraq, who barely missed out with 15 points. Oman is in fourth with 11 points, also making it to the 4th round alongside Iraq. Palestine only barely missed out in the next round in 5th place with 10 points, but they'll be back for 2030, I'm sure. And Kuwait finishes in dead last with 5 points. That's what you get for knocking out India. Take that. But now with that out of the way, let's now finally go over to my personal favorite group in the 3rd round of Asian World Cup qualifying. We got Group C, where we got the likes of Japan, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, China, and Indonesia. And after the March international window, the table looked like this. Japan were in first place and already qualified to the World Cup before this June window with 20 points. Australia were close to qualifying directly, with that being in second with 13 points. Saudi Arabia were behind them with a chance with 10 points. Indonesia, surprisingly to some, were hoping to secure a 4th round spot with 9 points. Bahrain were still alive in 5th place with 6 points. And China were also still alive, being in last place due to goal difference with also 6 points. So now let's jump in right away and talk about the Australia versus Japan match first held in Perth. Now this game was not set to be one of the more entertaining encounters between these two sides, just because for Australia, they were facing some setbacks with a lot of players pulling out of this window due to injury, while for Japan, they had already qualified before June even started, which meant that they were using a B/C team for these qualifiers. I mean, just look at this lineup, man. 90% of these guys are not making it to the World Cup 2026 roster. So for me, this game was for Australia's to lose, because they needed the 3 points, while Japan were just chilling. And even though Japan had more of the possession and more overall shots, it didn't matter because they only managed to put 1 on target, while Australia put half of their shots on on target. And luckily for the Australians, one of them went in. In the 90th minute, Riley McGree crosses the ball into a dangerous area, where Aziz Behik scores an incredible late winning goal to not only make sure Australia beat Japan 1-0, but also to make sure that Australia were going to qualify directly to the World Cup. Congratulations to the Socceroos. It wasn't pretty, but they got the job done, and that's what matters. And fun fact, due to this defeat for Japan, South Korea are the only team qualified to the 2026 World Cup from Asia undefeated. Shout out to South Korea. But let's be real. We all know Japan's A team is a whole level ahead of any other Asian country. So don't worry, Japan fans, y'all will be good. Well, I don't actually think any Japanese fan is actually worried about this result. They probably didn't even know the match was happening. But anyways, moving on to the next game, let's talk about Indonesia versus China in Jakarta. Now this game was important just because whoever won this game had a great chance of making the 4th round of qualifying. So best believe both Indonesia and China were trying their very hardest to win this one. Sad for China though, they didn't create much, only getting 1 shot on target from 5, despite having a majority of the possession. Meanwhile, Indonesia were creating way more chances, having 13 shots and 3 on target. And thanks to that, the Indonesians were the ones that walked away with all 3 points. You see, Indonesia were dominating the first half of the chances, and eventually they would win a penalty from a foul in the box, in which Ole Romney, the new recruit from the Indonesian national team, would score from the spot in first half at a time to give Indonesia a 1-0 lead. Something they would hold on to the entire match, collecting all 3 points. And I want to give a shout to Ole Romney, because ever since he started representing Indonesia, he's been going crazy. And especially in this game, he was the one getting the majority of the chances for Indonesia, so well done to him. And thanks to him and the rest of the Indonesian team, they got a huge win in their aspirations of the 4th round. But now let's move on to Bahrain taking on Saudi Arabia at home in Rifa. And listen, ever since Bahrain got that lucky win against Australia away from home, these guys are just not impressing me whatsoever. And in this game would prove why. At home in a must-win game to stay alive, they got beat by Saudi Arabia 2-0. Thanks to Al Juwair, who scored in the 60th minute, and Al Aboud, who scored in the 78th minute. And this loss is on the back of Bahrain having 17 shots with only 2 on target. Are you serious? Where's the Bahraini offense? But yeah, it was a bad result for Bahrain, and a huge 3 points for Saudi Arabia. But now it's time to talk about match day 10, where we're gonna start off with Japan taking on Indonesia and sweep out Japan. And man, I want to give Indonesia a lot of credit in general for the way they handled qualifying as a pot 4 side. But bro, against Japan away from home, these guys got their booties clapped. They got their cheeks handed to them. They were moving like Bonnie Blue. Indonesia, what happened, bro? This was a Japan B team too, and peep this. Japan had 22 shots to Indonesia's 0, and they had 10 shots on target to Indonesia's 0, and also had 71% possession. Yes, of course, Indonesia is gonna bunker against Japan. That's only natural. But at least if I'm playing a hit on a counterattack, at least give me 1 shot. Patrick Kluivert's men did none of that. They just sat back for the sake of sitting back, and they got handed a massive L for this, with Daiji Kamada scoring first in the 15th minute, then Takafuse Kubo, who got the start in this game, scoring in the 19th minute. Daiji Kamada would then add another one in added time in the first half. Ryoyo Morishita was scoring in the 55th minute, Shuto Machino was scoring in the 58th minute, and Mao Hosoya were rounded up in the 80th minute for Japan's 6th goal of the night as they destroyed Indonesia 6-0. Wow, that is embarrassing. This is what I worry about when it comes to Indonesia. They're good enough to beat the worst sides in Asia or even the mid ones, but when it comes to facing elite countries, they fold massively. And in the World Cup, I mean, you're going to be facing some top opposition. So I hope Kluivert's men learn from this, because they cannot take an L this bad in the 4th round, or else they're not making it. But now let's move on to China versus Bahrain, held in Chongqing. Yeah, baby, Chongqing. Bro, I really want to visit that city, no troll. There was a running joke in one of my friend groups about going to Chongqing, and the joke eventually became serious. Like, I genuinely really want to visit. One day. But to the game now, China were definitely the better side. Bahrain might have had more possession, but China had the more shots and the more shots on target. And with that, of course, China were bound to collect all 3 points. Now, China were piling on the pressure for most of the game, and eventually in the 90th minute, they were awarded a penalty for a handball. And guess who stepped up for China to take this? The 18-year-old who's wearing the number 10 for China this window, Wang Yudong, the winger. He stepped up and converted the penalty to help the Chinese beat the Bahrainis 1-0. And I just want to highlight this guy Wang Yudong really quickly, because wow, man, wow. I'm going to be bullish and say this kid is going to be the next Chinese superstar in football. The way he was toying with Bahraini defenders in this game was amazing to watch. He's the superstar that China's been praying for. And at just 18 years old, yeah, I can see this kid playing in Europe. Hey, European scouts, watch this kid. He's the real deal. And you know what? I'm gonna keep on glazing China. Sorry, Trump, but the Chinese fans in all qualifying have been amazing, and they deserve respect for that. And that jersey is still so sexy. If anyone can tell me where to find long sleeve China jerseys delivered to the US, I'll really appreciate it. But enough of this China glaze. Let's go to the last match of 3rd round Asian qualifying with Saudi Arabia versus Australia. And look, this game was a dead rubber match. Let's be serious. But there still are some important things to note about this game. So although Saudi Arabia took the lead thanks to Al Aboud, who just tapped the ball in, Australia would end up winning this match thanks to a great finish from Metcalf in the 42nd minute and a great header from Mitchell Duke in the 48th minute to make it 2-1 for the Australians. But Saudi Arabia had the chance to get something out of this game, with Salem Al-Dawsari getting fouled in the box after having a pretty good overall match. However, in what seems like a pattern now, Al-Dawsari had his penalty saved, and I swear this is like his 3rd penalty miss in just the 3rd round of qualifying. Saudi Arabia, Hervé Renard, if you're watching, listen, I respect Al-Dawsari. He's a baller for Saudi Arabia, but this man cannot be on penalty duty for the 4th round of Asian World Cup qualifying. Find somebody else, because 3 penalty misses from I think 4 in just the 3rd round is a horrendous penalty output. But enough about that. Let's take a look at how Group C looks like after the 3rd round concluded. In first place, we still have Japan, who acquired the most points in the 3rd round with 23 points. points. Then in second, we have the Socceroos, who qualified for their 6th straight World Cup, I believe, with 19 points. Then in third, we have Saudi Arabia with 13 points. And fourth, we have Indonesia, congrats to them, with 12 points. China barely missed out in 5th place with 9 points. And Bahrain finished in dead last with 6 points. But we're not done with the Asian region just yet, because let's go over which countries have qualified to the World Cup directly and which teams are in the 4th round now. So the countries who qualified directly to the World Cup are South Korea, Japan, Jordan, Iran, Australia, and Uzbekistan. Congratulations to them. And the teams who made the 4th round are Saudi Arabia and Qatar, who are in pot 1 and are hosting the games. Thank goodness for them, because if not, they might have not had a chance of making the World Cup, in my opinion. Then for pot 2, we have the UAE and Iraq, 2 really tough sides who deserve to be here. And then in pot 3, we have Indonesia, who deserve to be here, and Oman, who in my opinion, it should have been Palestine. Now, who do I think will go through to the World Cup? Let me know in the comments whether I should make a prediction video on the Asian World Cup qualifying round 4, after the groups are finalized, obviously. I know the people of those countries are scared right now, but don't worry, I'm beating the Jinxbuto allegations, trust. But now with Asia's 3rd round qualifying wrapped up, I think it's finally time we move on to the next region, which is the South American World Cup qualifiers. But before we talk about that, please remember to subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also, if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both at Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also, make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon, so if you want to, feel free to follow me on my socials and like the video and subscribe. Thank you. Back to CONMEBOL. Before this June 2025 international window took place, this is how the table looked like. In first place, we had the World Cup of back-to-back Copa America champions, Argentina, with 31 points. They already qualified to the World Cup before this window, by the way. Then in second, we had Ecuador with 23 points, and third right after that was Uruguay with 21 points. Brazil was right behind them too with also 21 points, just a lower goal difference. Same thing with Paraguay, who was in 5th place. Colombia was right behind them in 6th place with 20 points. Venezuela was in the Interconfederation playoff spot with 15 points. Bolivia was right behind them in 8th with 14 points. Peru was in 9th with 10 points, and Chile were in dead last with also 9 points, but just a lower goal difference. Anyways, now let's talk about match day 15, and let's just get Colombia versus Peru out of the way first. And man, this game was a stinky one. Honestly, just really disappointing from a Colombia standpoint. Like, look at these stats, man. Colombia had an overwhelming amount of possession with 71% and had 15 shots. But guess what? These guys had 0 shots on target. Even Peru managed to get 1 out of their 4 shots on target. That is crazy. And I guess a lot of the blame has to go to Jean Laurent. Listen, that Saudi bag must be nice for his bank account, but ever since that move, he hasn't looked as good as he once was. Let's be serious. His touches were awful. His shot taking ability looked like it vanished for a little while. Like, what's going on, man? Maybe he needs to get back to Europe and compete at the highest level again, because man, that was disappointing. Not just him though, but the entire Colombia team. Everything was disappointing. They're really continuing their downward spiral ever since that Copa America final loss to Argentina. Like, how can y'all not beat Peru at home? Peru are terrible. They're cheeks. Respectfully, of course. Sorry to any Peruvians watching this video. I'm just keeping it 100, you feel me? But yeah, disappointing from Colombia, really. Let's talk about Ecuador versus Brazil in Guayaquil. And both of these teams were desperate to try and qualify to the World Cup directly as soon as possible. And if either side won this game, they would have done just that. And with Brazil just hiring Carlo Ancelotti to become their coach, someone said they were expecting a rise in the Brazil performances compared to late. But the performance against Ecuador wasn't too much to be excited about, since both teams ended up drawing 0-0. And I mean, I guess both sides would take a point. It is one step closer for both sides to make the World Cup. Ecuador were definitely the better team on the night, and they probably wish they got the win, but there isn't too much to complain about, really. So let's just swiftly move on to the next match I want to talk about. And let's go over to Paraguay versus Uruguay. And the Paraguayans, man, they're really gonna do it, huh? They're most likely gonna make their first World Cup since 2010. And they deserve it, because the performances they've been putting out as of late under manager Gustavo Alfaro have been elite. Shout out to Julio Enciso, because this guy might have not had the best of seasons getting loaned out to Ipswich Town from Brighton, but for the Paraguay national team, this guy's balling out and is continuing to show why he's the best player on this team. Or at least in my opinion, he is. And in the game against Uruguay, Paraguay showed how much better they were, getting 12 shots to Uruguay's 5 of them on target to Uruguay's 1, and although they did lose out on possession, it didn't matter, because Uruguay did absolutely nothing with the ball, while Paraguay did when they had their chances. First in the 13th minute, thanks to Matías Galarza, who scored a header despite a rushing goalkeeper from an Enciso cross to give an early lead to his nation to Paraguay. Paraguay would continue to stack up the chances in both the first and the second half, and they would double their lead finally in the 81st minute after Enciso winning a penalty after stealing the ball from Morajo and getting fouled, to then converting the penalty coolly to make it a 2-0 win for Paraguay. Great stuff from Paraguay and great stuff from Enciso. And honestly, just a great win to top it off. And Uruguay, man, what happened to these guys? They've fallen off a cliff, just like Colombia. Does Bielsa deserve a sacking? Let me know in the comments. Anyways, on to the next match we go, and let's talk about Chile playing at home against the World Cup champions Argentina. And nah, man, talking about Chile right now is just simply sad. It's just sad. Around 10 years ago, these guys had the double over Argentina in Copa America finals, and 10 years later, they're a big mess, on the border of not qualifying to their 3rd straight World Cup. I mean, what did Chile expect? They're not developing any decent talents, and they're still relying on the likes of Alexis Sanchez, Arturo Vidal, etc. Like, bruh, after Argentina got the 3 points, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Argentina did manage to win 1-0 thanks to a goal from Julian Alvarez in the 16th minute. I forgot to mention that. I was just going straight into grilling Chile. My fault. But yeah, like I said, after Argentina won, Rodrigo de Paul legit told Arturo Vidal to go back to streaming. Bro, that is a violation. Personally, I wouldn't have that. But yeah, not too much more needs to be said. Did I expect more goals from Argentina in this match? Yeah, but they did the job and got the 3 points when they've already qualified to the World Cup, so I can't really complain too much. And now onto the last game of matchday 15 in South America, we got Venezuela at home versus Bolivia. And this was the match that was circled on my calendar for this matchday, because both Venezuela and Bolivia are fighting for one spot in these qualifiers, the Interconfederation playoff spot. And this game felt like whoever won this match was going to that Interconfederation playoff round, which is why I was personally the most hyped for this match. But then 5 minutes into the game, one of the worst goals I've ever seen in my life happened from Cuellar and also the goalkeeper, with him letting the ball slip under his feet and Venezuela go up 1-0 early. From here on, it was always going to be tough for Bolivia to come back, especially away from home. And sadly in the 30th minute for them, Rondon gets a little lucky after winning the ball in the air from the Bolivian defender, and he smashes the ball into the back of the net to double the lead for the Venezuelans. And although Bolivia were trying their hardest to get a goal back in the second half, it wasn't meant to be, and Venezuela would end up winning this very important game 2-0. Well done in Venezuela. They did what they needed to do and got the 3 points. Fair enough. But now it's time to move on to matchday 16. And let's just start this off with Peru versus Ecuador. I was a little shocked by this one, especially with Peru having the better stats on the day compared to Ecuador. A large part of that probably has to do with Alan Franco getting a red card on Ecuador, but still, you wouldn't really expect Peru to get stats like these against Ecuador. But it didn't matter because the game ended 0-0. Disappointing that Ecuador didn't win this one, but they're not going to care, because with the point, they just qualified to their second straight World Cup. So congratulations to the Ecuador national team and their fans. Well deserved. Ecuador truly has a golden generation coming up, man. Moisés Caicedo, Hincapié, Estupiñán, Gonzalo Plata, Kendry Pais, etc. Ecuador got some ballers coming through, so it'll be nice to see them at the World Cup. And Peru, congrats on getting a point, I guess. On to the next match, let's go over Bolivia versus Chile, which was played at El Alto, which means these guys were basically playing on the moon, bro. That's how high up they were. And of course, whenever Bolivia plays at home with the altitude advantage, they're more than likely gonna win, especially against Chile, because man, those guys suck. And Bolivia were definitely the better team in this match. They had the more shots and the more shots on target, and although they had to play most of the game with 10 men, thanks to a 19th minute red card from Lucas Chavez, even though Chile also later got a red card, Bolivia would still end up scoring 2 goals. One from Miguel Terceros in the 5th minute, and one from Enzo Montero in the 90th minute to win this crucial game 2-0, which keeps Bolivia's hopes at that Interconfederation spot alive. If Bolivia somehow dropped points, Venezuela probably would have secured that Interconfederation playoff spot, but with Bolivia winning, it's not guaranteed no more. And for Chile, what's guaranteed for them is they're the first CONMEBOL nation to fail to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. Wow, I am shocked. Nah, just kidding.
What? I don't believe it! Kidding.
It's just as I expected.
Chile are booty cheeks, man. Their downfall is terrible. I thought when Ricardo Gareca took over, he was going to help Chile turn around, but that was a task too tall for him, because Chile miserably failed, and he stepped away from the job after failing to qualify. Chile is in the mud. There are a couple of positives for them in the future, like they got some bright players in Dario Osorio from Michelin, and Lucas Cepeda, he's pretty good as well, but other than that, Chile's pretty cooked, man. Sorry, y'all. Now, I don't want to humiliate Chile too much, so let's quickly talk about the next game, which was Uruguay versus Venezuela in Montevideo. And this game was bound to be a stinky one. Uruguay are one of the worst teams based on recent form of CONMEBOL right now. They haven't won a game since match day 11, while Venezuela is pretty bad away from home, just like Bolivia. So for me, this game was just a battle of the mid, but believe it or not, one of these mid sides ended up winning this game, and it was a side that had the better stats. Uruguay, who had 12 shots at Venezuela's 10, 5 shots on target at Venezuela's 1, had more of the possession, and it was first thanks to Rodrigo Aguirre in the 43rd minute, who scored a header from a corner kick right before halftime to put the Uruguayans up 1-0. And then early on in the second half in the 47th minute, De Arrascaeta scores a screamer to double the lead for the Uruguayans. And although both teams will create some chances for themselves throughout the rest of the 90, nobody else scored, and the game would end in a 2-0 victory for Uruguay. This was a mandatory win for Uruguay just to get back into the winning feeling. While for Venezuela, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't really expect them to win this game, no matter how bad Uruguay was. But enough about mid. Let's talk about Brazil versus Paraguay and Sao Paulo next. And I was very interested in this game, just because Paraguay are in form, but also the fact that this was going to be Carlo Ancelotti's first game as Brazil manager at home. So I was excited to see how this was going to turn out. And actually, a Brazil side that's been underperforming for a majority of qualifiers were definitely the better side. Looking at the stat sheet alone, these guys had 11 shots to Paraguay's 5, 4 on target compared to Paraguay's 1, and almost had 75% possession of the ball. That's insane, especially against a good Paraguay side. Not only that, for both the first and second half, Brazil were the ones creating a majority of the opportunities, and they were creating some really good ones too. It easily could have been 3-0 or 4-0 with some of the chances they got, but only one goal was scored in this game, and it was thanks to the man wearing the number 10 this time around, with Neymar and Rodrigo out injured, Vinicius Jr., who scored a tap-in from Acuna cross to secure the 3 points for Brazil. And it's about time Vinicius comes through big for his country again. We all know Vinicius for Brazil isn't the same for Vinicius for Real Madrid, so it's nice to see him have another big game moment for his country. And with this win, I now have to congratulate Brazil, who have now qualified directly to another World Cup. So shout out to them. I really want to see Brazil do well in 2026. I need Neymar to win the World Cup, man. I'm one of the biggest Neymar glazers out there, admittedly. So to see him with the World Cup trophy, wow, that would be magical. But enough Neymar glaze. It's time to talk about the last match at CONMEBOL World Cup Qualifying Match Day 16, where we had Argentina versus Colombia in Buenos Aires. Now off the bat, you would expect Argentina to easily win this game, especially at home. And also the fact that they're the back-to-back Copa America winners, alongside being the winners of the recent World Cup. This game was Argentina's according to the bookies. But in what seemed like it took forever, Colombia actually turned up in a big game. And no cap, they were probably the better side in Buenos Aires for the majority of the match. They had the more shots. They had the more shots on target, and sure, they didn't have more possession, but still, they looked good. Richard Rios, shout out to him. He was having one of his best games for Colombia that I've seen in a while, and shout out to my boy Lucho Luis Diaz. See, watching performances like these from Lucho makes me conflicted on whether we, as in Liverpool, should sell him this summer, because he randomly drops world-class performances like this, and sometimes he just performs awfully. You know, I think I know why that is. He loves to perform with his sun's out. Notice how in the beginning and the ending of seasons at Liverpool he balls out. That's because the sun's out. But during the rainy/cloudy days, he doesn't perform like that, so it makes sense. But anyways, what a goal by Luis Diaz in the 24th minute. Getting by those Argentinian defenders and then sliding the ball that coolly into the back of the net was tough from him. However, Colombia did fail to secure all 3 points despite a good performance from them. And also with the man advantage too, because Enzo Fernandez got sent off in the 7th minute. And that's because Thiago Almada, the ex-Atlanta United player who's been balling out for Argentina recently, scored in the 81st minute to equalize the game and make sure Argentina left this match with a point. Thiago Almada is going crazy for Argentina, man. He's a lock for the 2026 World Cup squad for sure. He's been winning points for Argentina single-handedly recently, I swear. But now with matchday 15 and 16 out of the way, let's take a gander on how the table is looking like with only 2 more games to go. In first place, we still got Argentina with 35 points. They're well ahead of everybody. Then in second, we got Ecuador with 25 points, who have now qualified directly to the World Cup. So Brazil in third place with also 25 points, just a lower goal difference. Then right behind these guys is Uruguay in fourth place still, despite being underwhelming with 24 points. Paraguay's right after them with the same amount of points, just a lower goal difference. And Colombia is in 6th now with 22 points. They gotta lock in, man, I swear. I need to see those baddies in these seats. But anyways, in 7th place, which is the Interconfederation spot, we got Venezuela with 18 points. Right behind them in 8th place is Bolivia with 17 points. They're still alive for that spot. Venezuela better watch out. Peru is in 9th with 12 points. It's looking unlikely for them. And the only confirmed eliminated team in South America, Chile, is in dead last with 10 points. Only 2 wins and a negative 15 goal difference. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But that's enough about CONMEBOL World Cup qualifying. Let's now move on to a region that only recently started their World Cup qualifying campaign, and that's Europe, aka the UEFA region. Now, talking about UEFA World Cup qualifying is slightly tricky, because not every group has been playing these World Cup qualifying games due to the UEFA Nations League still being underway in the June international window. And by the way, those games were peak, almost as peak as Goat Piece. So if you want a summary of what happened and just want to relive the knockout stages of the Nations League, check out this recent video I made about them if you haven't already. It's a banger. But anyways, to go over the UEFA World Cup qualifying groups that haven't started quickly, we got Group A first, which consists of Germany, Slovakia, Northern Ireland, and Luxembourg. Germany should easily qualify from that, but this group has not started like I said. Then in Group B, we have Switzerland, Sweden, Slovenia, Kosovo. This was all to play for at the top of the table, but this group also hasn't started these qualifiers. Then in Group C, we've got Denmark, Greece, Scotland, and Belarus. I'm intrigued to see how Greece performs. They've been doing pretty good lately, but yeah, this group has not started either. Then there's Group D, which has France, Ukraine, Iceland, and Azerbaijan. Yeah, France has this one in the bag. Over to Group B, we've got Spain, Turkey, Georgia, and Bulgaria. It's a pretty difficult group just off the names, but I think Spain's got this one. And then there's Group F, which has Portugal, Hungary, Republic of Ireland, and Armenia that also hasn't started their qualifying games. Now on to the first group that's actually started their qualifying games in UEFA. We've got UEFA Group G, where we have Poland, who are on top of the group before the June window with all 6 points. Finland were in second with 4 points. Lithuania was in third with 1 point, and Netherlands had 0 points, but that's because they were initially preoccupied with the Nations League, so they didn't play a game yet. And Malta was in last with 0 points and a negative 3 goal difference. So now with that out of the way, let's just dive into matchday 3, where we first have Malta versus Lithuania. And this game was a stinker. It ended 0-0. How Lithuania didn't beat Malta despite being away from home is crazy to me. But regardless, moving past that, let's talk about Finland at home versus Netherlands next in Helsinki. And with the utmost respect for Finland, shout out to Timo Pukki the legend, they just had no chance, man. Let's be serious. It's the Dutch. They should be easy taking care of everybody in this group with ease. And they did. Beating Finland 2-0, they saw a goal from Memphis Depay in the 6th minute, and then Denzel Dumfries in the 23rd minute. They even dominated completely on the stat sheet too. So yeah, Finland stood no chance. And let's just get matchday 4 out of the way too. Netherlands absolutely steamrolled Malta 8-0. Malta, yeah, I'm sorry y'all had to go through this. This was just unfair. Shout out to Van Dijk for scoring this absolute screamer in the 20th minute though. What a goal from my captain. And also I want to give a shout out to Memphis Depay, who with his 3 goals this window has now equaled the all-time Dutch scoring list for the Netherlands national team. Tied with Van Persie now with 50 goals. He's gonna break it soon, we all know it. But now I think it's time to go over to Finland versus Poland. And this was a game that I thought it could be 50-50, even with Finland playing at home. I mean, Poland got Robert Lewandowski. Of course they would be the favorites. And on the stat sheet too, they dominated, with Poland having 24 shots to Finland's 13, 9 shots on target at Finland's 4, and having more possession too. But guess what? Poland only scored 1 goal. That was to Jaakko Kivior in the 69th minute. But before that goal, Finland scored 2. They saw a penalty from Joel Pohjanpalo in the 31st minute, and then Benjamin Kalman in the 64th minute. So unexpectedly to some, Finland got a huge 3 points on the board against the Polish, beating them 2-1. And this caused some drama on Poland's end, because Lewandowski, who did miss this window, came out and said that he won't play for Poland again as long as the Polish head coach, Paul Bears, was still the manager. And look how much power Lewandowski has, because like a day or two later, the Poland manager resigned. Damn, that's kind of aura, I can't lie. But anyways, with these games out of the way now, the table looks like this. Finland are now on top of the group with 7 points, but they did play the most games with 4. The Netherlands are in second with 6 points. They've won 2 out of 2 games so far. Poland are in third with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference and 1 more game played. Lithuania are in fourth with 2 points, and Malta were in last with 1 point and a negative 11 goal difference. Yeah, Lithuania and Malta in this qualifying group are just here for the vibes. Anyways, I now think it's time to move on to Group Group H of UEFA Qualifying, where we initially had Bosnia and Herzegovina in first place with 6 points, Romania were right behind them with 3 points in second place, Cyprus were behind them in third with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference, Austria were in fourth with 0 points, but that was just because they didn't play a game yet, and the legendary and glorious San Marino were sadly in last place with 0 points. Just imagine for a second that San Marino made the World Cup. That would be legendary. But let's be real, that's not happening. Speaking about San Marino though, let's talk about the first game of match day 3, where they went away to Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Bosnia and Herzegovina are still unconvincing to me, because despite dominating San Marino, having 21 shots with 6 of them on target and also having 68% possession, Bosnia only managed to score 1 goal in the 66th minute thanks to the ever so reliable Edin Dzeko. The fact that Bosnia are still relying on this man is crazy. But listen, you gotta be San Marino. And they did so. So regardless of how unconvincing it was, they did their job. But improvement is definitely needed. And then let's move on to Austria versus Romania. Austria's first game of World Cup qualifying. And I mean, look, Romania are a decent side, but Austria being coached by Ralf Rangnick was not going to get beat by Romania, especially in Vienna. Let's be serious. And Austria were all over Romania. They were so dominant. I mean, 14 shots with 9 of them on target. That is insane accuracy. And shout out to Austria because thanks to 2 goals from Gregoric and later in the match Sabitzer, one of Austria's best players, they would win 2-1. A good start for the Austrians. Over to match day 4, Romania would easily take care of business against Cyprus, as we all expected. And of course, Austria were always going to beat San Marino, despite playing away from home, and they did so convincingly 4-0. Austria needs to be at the World Cup. They are a super entertaining side. And even if you're not keeping up with them lately, remember them at the Euros? They were hella entertaining. I need to see these guys back in an international competition for real. But now, looking at the table after 4 match days, despite how unconvincing Bosnia and Herzegovina are, they're in first place with 9 out of 9 points available. Austria were behind them with 6 points with just 2 games played. Romania are also in 6 points, but they played 2 more games. The Cyprus are there with 3 points. Not bad, but they're not going to make the World Cup. Come on now. And sadly, the nation we all love, San Marino is in last place with 0 points and a negative 11 goal difference. World Cup 2054, when San Marino makes it, we will be there no matter what.
We will be there. We will be there. We will be there.
Moving on to one of the more exciting UEFA qualifying groups, we got Group I, where initially we had Norway in first place with 6 points, then in second we had Estonia with 3 points, then in third we had Israel with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference, then in fourth was Italy with 0 points, but that's just because they hadn't played a game yet, and as expected, Moldova was in last place with 0 points. Now let's just get Estonia versus Israel game out of the way first. I mean, Israel won 3-1, and it wasn't really a challenge for them. They had 16 shots and put 7 of them on target, so it was only natural that they were going to score goals, which they did. But the game I'm most excited to cover in the entire UEFA qualifying region is the match between Norway and Italy, because wow, did this game send shockwaves throughout the entire football world. Now listen, we all know it's either going to be Norway or Italy who's most likely going to top this group and qualify to the World Cup. So the games between these two sides are going to be a dogfight and must wins for each team. And with Norway playing in Oslo first, they might be labeled as the favorites, but they were playing against Italy, man, the 4-time World Cup champions and the Euro champions in 2021. Does Norway really have the facilities to beat this Italian side? Well, I guess they do, because not only did they beat them out on the pitch and were definitely the better side with 8 shots at Italy's 6, 4 shots on target at Italy's 1, but they beat them in the most important metric in a football game, the scoreboard. And it all started for them in the 14th minute, with the wonder kid Antonio Nusa absolutely saucing Coppola, I believe, and then sent in an amazing through ball to Sorloth, who's had a good season with Atletico Madrid, and he scored to obtain an early 1-0 lead for the Norwegians. What a goal for Norway, man, and what a start to the match. But it only got better from here. The wonder kid I just mentioned, Nusa, absolutely mixed up Di Lorenzo in the 34th minute, causing 2 Italian players to trip over each other. Are you serious? And then slams the ball into the back of the net to make it 2-0 to Norway in the first half. Wow, Antonio Nusa, you are an upcoming superstar. And then in the 42nd minute, the Odegaard-Haaland connection finally delivered with the Arsenal captain delivering a superb ball to the Man City striker, who fished it calmly to make it 3-0 Norway, and they would collect all 3 points in this must-win game for both sides. Man, I am so desperate to see Norway play in an international tournament. They really deserve it. And finally, for the first time, it seems like they can pull it off, thanks to Italy just being dog shit. Oh, by the way, Spalletti was also sacked after the match. That is tough. And shout out to Oslo. Met a bad bitch in Oslo, spent $100,000 on bottles. Yeah. If you know that song, you're a real one. But yeah, super happy for Norway, man. They deserve it, to be honest, and their fans definitely deserve to see their country at the World Cup. But now on to match day 4, it wasn't anything too crazy. We first had Estonia versus Norway, in which Norway won 1-0 away from home, thanks to a goal from Holland in the 62nd minute. And look, it wasn't the best Norway performance, but all that matters is the 3 points, which they got. And then the next game, I guess you could say Italy bounced back against Moldova, with them beating the Moldovans 2-0. But it's Moldova. They should be beating a side as bad as them. But you wanna know what's crazy? Italy might have had 28 shots, but they allowed Moldova to have 18 shots against them. The Italians allowed 18 shots at their goal against Moldova. Bro, Italy, y'all are a mess. I cannot wait for that maqwell video essay on Italy. Maybe I should make my own video talking about Italy too. Not a deep video essay that Max is making, not like that, he's got it, but maybe I should dive into them a little bit. Let me know in the comments whether y'all would be interested in that. But now for the group standings after 4 match days, we got Norway on top of the group with 12 points and a plus 11 goal difference. These are looking real good for them. Then there's Israel in second with 6 points. Oh heck nah, Italy, y'all better start locking in. Then in third we got Italy with 3 points and a negative 1 goal difference. Oof, that's not good. In fourth we got Estonia with 3 points as well, just a lower goal difference. And then Moldova is still in last as expected with 0 points and a negative 8 goal difference. Moving on, I think it's about time we talk about UEFA Group J, where initially had North Macedonia on top of the group with 4 points. Wales were in second with also 4 points, just a lower goal difference. The Kazakhstan were in third with 3 points. Belgium were in 4th with 0 points, but that's just because they haven't played a game yet, and Liechtenstein were obviously in last place with 0 points. Starting off, let's just get the Wales versus Liechtenstein game out of the way in Cardiff. We all knew Wales was going to win this one with ease, which they did 3-0, so good stuff from them. But let's talk about the game that caught me by surprise in this group, North Macedonia versus Belgium. And oh boy, because look, despite being away from home, Belgium were dominant on the stat sheet. They had 17 shots from North Macedonia 7, had double the amount of shots on target compared to them, and they also had an overwhelming amount of possession with 68%. But despite this, Belgium were only able to score 1 goal, and it was thanks to the top talent left back Maxime de Kuiper, who scored in the 28th minute to gain that lead. But sadly for Belgium, North Macedonia actually a pretty good side recently, and Alioski made sure they were going to escape with something from this game at home and scored in the 86th minute to equalize the game 1-1 and make sure both teams shared a point. Disappointing from Belgium's standpoint, but North Macedonia are surprising me in a good way. Now on to match day 4. Let's go over Kazakhstan versus North Macedonia first. And playing away in Kazakhstan is hard. It's a super long flight to get there. They also proved at home they're a decent side in the Euro 2024 qualifiers, so it is tough to play there. But like I said, North Macedonia are surprising me in a good way, because they went to Kazakhstan and won 1-0 thanks to Trajkovski's goal in the 33rd minute. Well done North Macedonia, and what a window for them. But now let's talk about my favorite game in this group, Belgium versus Wales in Brussels. My oh my, this was a good one. This is because although Belgium had more shots at home, they were outshot on target with Wales getting 8, and even lost out on possession to them. But peep this, Wales had 12 shots with 8 on target. That is crazy good accuracy, man. Wales definitely deserved to get something out of this game, but the match did not start off the best for the Welsh, with the defender getting called for a harsh handball in the box in the 15th minute, in which Lukaku converted coolly to put the Belgians up 1-0. Then 4 minutes later, Yuri Tillemans would be wide open in the box and smash the ball into the roof of the net to make it 2-0 to the Belgians. And 9 minutes after that, Jeremy Doku got in on the action and glided by 2 Welsh defenders before taking a shot that went into the back of the net to make it 3-0 to Belgium before the 30th minute. But Wales were going to let the smashing slide that easily, because in added time, Wales won a penalty, and ex-Liverpool player Harry Wilson smashed the pen into the net to bring a goal back right before halftime. Proceeding on to the second half, Benjamin Thomas would make a wide open run into the box and score to bring the game back within 1. And the man who scored in the Europa League final, Brendan Johnson, would then head the ball into the back of the net in the 70th minute to help Wales go from 3-0 down to 3-3 away from home. This was an Istanbul moment for Wales. They just made an insane comeback. But sadly for the Welsh, the inevitable and new Napoli man Kevin De Bruyne would have something to say, and he would go unnoticed at the back post and score a well-hit volley in the 88th minute to restore the lead for the Belgians, which they would keep as they went on to win 4-3. Thank goodness that Belgium got this win, or else they might have been as bad of a position as Italy right now. But talking about Belgium, they do got some problems, man, especially defensively. They conceded 4 goals total in their first 2 games of qualifying. They need to sort their shit out fast, or else they could risk a direct qualification spot to the World Cup. But now with the games out of the way, let's take a look at the table, where North Macedonia are currently on top with 8 points, shout out to them. Wales right behind them in second place with 7 points. Belgium are in third with 4 points, but they have played 2 games less. Kazakhstan are in fourth with 3 points, and Liechtenstein are of course in last place with 0 points. Moving on to Group K, we had England on top of the group with 6 points. Albania was in second with 3 points. Then in third we had Latvia with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference. Serbia were in fourth, but that's just because they haven't played a game yet, and Andorra were obviously in last with 0 points. Now I'm just gonna keep it 100. This group is boring and dead, so I'm just gonna glide by this. I'm sorry, but this group is just not as entertaining. I'm doing y'all a favor. The highly anticipated Albania versus Serbia match was set to be a dogfight, but it just ended in a 0-0 stalemate in Tirana. Then Andorra versus England in Barcelona. England only managed to score 1 singular goal, and that was thanks to Harry Kane in the 50th minute. It is important to note that Curtis Jones started the right back position for Tuchel instead of the new Real Madrid signing Trent Alexander-Arnold. Then over to match day 4, we had Serbia dunking on Andorra 3-0. Alexander Mitrovic scored a hat-trick, of course he did, and Latvia drew to Albania 1-1. So there's that. And yeah, England did not play on match day 4, but they did lose to Senegal 3-1 at home in a friendly. The first time they've lost on an African side. I just wanted to throw that in there. Sorry English fans, I just felt like I had to. But yeah, here's how the group table looks like now. England are obviously on top of the group with 9 points from 3 games. Albania are in second with 5 points, but they have played 2 more games. Then third place Serbia, who has 4 points. Latvia are in fourth with 4 points, and Andorra are obviously in last with 0 points. Now moving on to the last group of UEFA World Cup qualifying, we got Group L, where we initially had the Czech Republic in first place with 6 points. Then in second we got Montenegro with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. In third we actually had Croatia, but that's just because they hadn't played a game yet. Faroe Islands were in fourth with 0 points, and Gibraltar were in dead last with 0 points. Let's just quickly glance over this group too, because nothing surprising happened. On match day 3, Czech Republic took care of Montenegro 2-0 as expected, and Gibraltar got smoked at home by Croatia 7-0 as expected again. Then on match day 4, Faroe Islands beat Gibraltar 2-1. Faroe Islands are low-key on the rise, so I did expect them to win this game. And then what could be labeled as somewhat of a surprise is that the Czech Republic got absolutely destroyed by Croatia 5-1. I mean, it wasn't just a scoreline too. The stats display a complete destruction by the Croatians, with them having 18 shots, 11 on target to Czechia's 5, and having 62% possession. So yeah, Croatia handled business very well, and it's obvious that they're going to qualify to the World Cup from this group. So on to how the table looks like now. Czech Republic are still in first with 9 points, but Croatia are going to leapfrog them, let's be for real. Then Croatia's in second with 6 points, acquiring every possible point available to them. Montenegro is in third with also 6 points. Faroe Islands is in fourth with 3 points, and Gibraltar is in last as expected with 0 points with a negative 14 goal difference. But now, that's enough about UEFA World Cup qualifying. Let's now move on to a region that hasn't had World Cup qualifying in a year. It's CONCACAF World Cup qualifying time, baby. The region where my country, USA, plays it. Although Although we are completely dog water, but that's a completely different topic for a different day. However, before we talk about the CONCACAF region, I would like to remind y'all once again to subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both at Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So yeah, follow me on my socials and join the Discord community. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Back to topic, talking about CONCACAF's World Cup qualifying. This is how it worked for the second round. There were 6 groups with 5 teams each, and the winners and the runners-up from each group will advance to the third round. So no team will qualify to the World Cup directly from the second round. Because in the third round, there will be 3 groups of 4 teams, where the 3 group winners will qualify for the World Cup, while the 2 best ranked runners-up will make it to the Interconfederation playoff. Alright, makes sense? I hope it does. Because we're diving straight away into CONCACAF World Cup qualifying Group A, where we had Honduras, Cuba, Antigua and Barbuda, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands. Now the last time the CONCACAF qualifiers happened, here's how the table looked like. We had Honduras obviously in first place with 6 points, Cuba were in second with 3 points, Cayman Islands were in third with also 3 points, just a lower goal difference, Antigua and Barbuda were in fourth with 1 point, and remember, this part is important, Bermuda were in dead last at this point in time with just 1 point. Now to the first game of the June international window regarding Group A, we had Bermuda taking on the Cayman Islands at home, and Bermuda smoked the Cayman Islands 5-0. They won very convincingly, so big up to them. Then onto the game between Antigua and Barbuda versus Cuba. Cuba would end up getting a huge 3 points on their quest to make the next round, thanks to Bravo who scored an added time in the first half in their 1-0 win. The day after, we had the Cayman Islands taking on Honduras at home, and listen, Honduras no doubt should be top in this group, and honestly should be winning every game very convincingly. But against the Cayman Islands away from home, they only won 1-0 thanks to an own goal from Robinson in the 86th minute. Yeah man, Honduras are not that good. I'm sorry y'all. They low-key have not been the same since they conceded that last minute winner to Jordan P. Fox Sibachu in the very first CONCACAF Nations League semifinal to USA. But anyways, back to the World Cup qualifying. Honduras again was taking on Antigua and Barbuda, and only managed to beat them 2-0 at home. Honduras are a very good side at home. They beat Mexico twice at home in a row recently, so Antigua and Barbuda really stood no chance. But now let's talk about the most important game in Group A, Cuba versus Bermuda. This match right here was basically for a spot in the third round, because whoever wins this game was going through. And with Cuba playing at home, it seemed like they were going to be the ones taking this one. However, in the 6th minute of the game, Parfit would get on the end of a cross and score to make it 1-0 to Bermuda away from home, and did not start off well for the Cubans. After a few scraps, the game was kind of messy, and Cuba would get their way back into the game in the 50th minute, thanks to Aguirre who leveled the tie. But unlucky for Cuba in the 74th minute, Lambe would make a brilliant unnoticed run between the Cuban back line and mix up a defender before scoring and bring the lead back to Bermuda. And guess what? Bermuda would end up winning this must-win game 2-1. And wanna know what else this means? It means Bermuda finished in second place from last place with 7 points and made it to the third round, alongside Honduras who topped their group with 12 points, while Cuba sadly got eliminated with 6 points, alongside the likes of Cayman Islands and Antigua and Barbuda who also got eliminated. Unlucky lads, maybe 20-30 y'all got it. But now with that drama out of the way, let's talk about Group B, where we had Costa Rica on top of the group with 6 points initially, then Trinidad and Tobago were in second with 4 points, then St. Kitts and Nevis, fun fact, that's where Cole Palmer's roots are from, were in third place with 3 points, then Grenada were in fourth with 1 point. If your girl goes to nursing school in Grenada, consider yourself cooked, and then Bahamas were in last place with 0 points. Cool vacation spot though, I'm sure. And I mean, there isn't too much to talk about this group. Everything went as expected. Grenada smoked the Bahamas 6-0 initially, then Trinidad and Tobago would slap out St. Kitts and Nevis 6-2. Costa Rica would humiliate Bahamas this time, beating them 8-0 away from home. Grenada would win away against St. Kitts and Nevis 3-2. That's kind of impressive, so shout out to Grenada. And Costa Rica would beat Trinidad and Tobago in the capital San Jose 2-1, which allowed them to top the group comfortably with 12 points. This loss for Trinidad made them a little bit nervous as they finished second place with 7 points. But luckily their goal difference clutched up as Grenada finished in third with also 7 points. But like I said, the goal difference saved Trinidad. Then St. Kitts and Nevis finished in fourth with 3 points. And Bahamas were here for the vibes, finishing in last with a negative 21 goal difference. Ouch. Moving on to Group C now, we initially had Curacao in first place with 6 points. Then in second we had Haiti with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. And third we had St. Lucia with 1 point. In fourth we had Aruba with also 1 point, just a lower goal difference. And we had Barbados in fifth with 0 points. Now I'm just going to keep it straight up. The group order pretty much stayed the same. Barbados ended up drawing Aruba at home 1-1. So hey, at least they put a point on the board. Shout out to Barbados. Then Curacao beat St. Lucia 4-0. Aruba got smoked in their home city by Haiti 5-0. But they did bounce back as they beat Barbados 2-1. And Curacao ended up smoking Haiti away from home, which is kind of crazy, 5-1. Good stuff from Curacao, honestly. That is a pretty impressive win. So now the final Group C standings look like this. Curacao advances to the next round with 12 points in first place. Haiti does also in second place with 9 points. St. Lucia finishes in third. Aruba finishes in fourth. And Barbados finishes in last. But hey, at least they got a point. We dig what we can get. On to Group D, where we actually had Nicaragua on top of the group in shocking fashion with 6 points, only because they had a higher goal difference than Panama, the national team that owns the USA, who was in second. Guyana was in third with 3 points, and both Montserrat and Belize are irrelevant in this group. Let's be for real. Irrelevant. Now speaking about those two irrelevant sides, with all due respect, they played each other, and Montserrat won 1-0 thanks to a goal in the second minute. Following that, we had Nicaragua continuing their good form as they beat Guyana 1-0, and Panama will follow that up with a 2-0 win away from home against Belize. On to the last match day in this group, Guyana will beat Montserrat 3-0, and in the game to see who topped the group, Panama won convincingly at home against Nicaragua 3-0. So with that, Panama ended up claiming the top spot with 12 points, and Nicaragua took second with 9 points, but both teams made it to the third round. The Guyana missed out slightly by finishing in third, and yeah, the other two nations are just there in it. Now moving forward to Group E, we had Guatemala actually in first place with 6 points. That higher goal difference to Jamaica, who were in second with also 6 points. The Dominican Republic, who low-key were on the come up after making their first Gold Cup, were in third with 3 points. And Dominica and British Virgin Islands were just irrelevant. So in the June window, Dominica beat British Virgin Islands 3-0, but who cares? Guatemala would then smack up Dominican Republic 4-2 at home, a good result. And Jamaica would only somehow beat British Virgin Islands by 1 singular goal away from home. That's low-key embarrassing. Then on to the last match day, we had Dominican Republic slapping up the other Dominican country, Dominica, 5-0. And Jamaica would redeem themselves after a poor performance earlier on and beat Guatemala at home 3-0. And this result means that Jamaica have topped the group with 12 points. Guatemala finished in second with 9 points. Dominican Republic finished in third with 6 points. Dominica finished in fourth with 3 points. And the British Virgin Islands were in last. The Virgin finished in last? What do you mean by that? Now on to the last group of CONCACAF's second round of qualifying. We got Group F, which has Suriname surprisingly on top of the group with 6 points. Puerto Rico were actually in second with 4 points. El Salvador were then down in third with also 4 points, just a lower goal difference. St. Vincent and the Grenadines were in fourth, and Anguilla were in fifth. So after the first game, we had St. Vincent and the Grenadines dunking on Anguilla 6-0. Then following that, I really wanted to see Puerto Rico carry this good form and make it to the World Cup, but they lost away to Suriname 1-0. Unlucky lads. Well, El Salvador beat Anguilla away from home 3-0. Then although El Salvador drew to Suriname 1-1 after that, and Puerto Rico beat St. Vincent 2-1, it wasn't enough for Puerto Rico, who barely missed out in third place with 7 points. That is so tough, while Suriname and El Salvador make it to the third round. Unlucky for Puerto Rico, maybe in 2030. But now we finally got the second round out of the way. So let's preview the third round now of CONCACAF World Cup qualifying and check out the groups. Because in this round, the winners of the group will qualify to the World Cup. First in Group A, we've got Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Suriname. And wow, this group is going to be entertaining. Panama are definitely the favorites to top it though, as they're on some really good form recently, but the other teams do have some upset potential, so I'm keeping an eye on this group for sure. Then in Group B, we got Jamaica, Curacao, Trinidad and Tobago, and Bermuda. Surprisingly, I think Jamaica's probably got this one in the bag, not gonna lie. And then in Group C, we got Costa Rica, Honduras, Haiti, and Nicaragua. I think Costa Rica is gonna top this group with these, but I'm interested to see what happens. Now let's start off with the CAF World Cup Qualifiers first, aka the qualifiers in Africa. And just a reminder on how this qualifying section works, in order to make the World Cup, you have to top the group that you're currently in. And if you're one of the best 4 second place countries, you get thrown into a group with all the other second place teams. And the team that comes out on top in that group will be sent to the Interconfederation playoffs. So in summary, try to get first in your group or you're cooked. Now starting off with Group A of these qualifiers, we've got Egypt, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. And after the last international qualifying window in Africa back in March 2025, the table looked like this. In first place, we had Egypt with 16 points. They've been running away with this group for a while now. Then in second place, we had Burkina Faso with 11 points, which made sense. They're probably the second best team in the group. Then in third, we had Sierra Leone with 8 points. Ethiopia was in fourth with 6 points. Guinea-Bissau was fifth with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. And Djibouti were obviously last with 1 point and a negative 16 goal difference. With that now out of the way, let's now move on to the first game of Matchday 7 in this group for the CAF Qualifiers, where we had Guinea-Bissau taking on Sierra Leone at home. Now both teams needed to get points if they wanted to keep pressuring Burkina Faso for that potential playoff spot, and both teams did just that, with the game ending in a 1-1 draw, meaning 1 shared point for both sides. However, I do want to give a shout out to Kai Kamara, not only for scoring that ridiculous header from outside the box to score for Sierra Leone, but the fact that he's still doing it for his nation at the age of 41 years old. Big up to the MLS GOAT. Now next up in Group A, we had Djibouti versus Burkina Faso, and I mean this game was always going to be Burkina Faso's to win, and they did just that, with them winning 6-0. An overall dominant display by Burkina Faso, and shout out to Tapsoba, the Bayer Leverkusen defender, for scoring a brace in this match despite being a center back. And then moving on from that, we had Egypt versus Ethiopia. And even though this game was in Cairo, this match was still pretty difficult for the Egyptians, with Ethiopia being tough to break down for a good portion of the match. However, they still fell on Trezeguet at the edge of the box, even though he low-key dove. Egypt were able to win a penalty in which Mo Salah was easily able to convert. Then later on in the first half, with Ethiopia giving up another penalty due to a handball, Mo Salah chose to give Omar Marmoush the chance to score from the spot, something he hasn't done this entire qualifying campaign for Egypt. And Marmoush scored to ensure a 2-0 win for the Egyptians in their route to qualifying to only their second World Cup in the 21st century. On to Matchday 8 we go, and we're going to start off with Guinea-Bissau versus Djibouti. And this ended up being an easy 2-0 win for Guinea-Bissau to keep their hopes up of attaining a playoff spot alive. The problem for them though is Sierra Leone are also keeping their hopes of obtaining that playoff spot alive too, because in their match against Ethiopia, they confidently won 2-0 in Liberia to make sure the pressure is still alive on Burkina Faso. Speaking of Burkina Faso now, they had the opportunity to play Egypt at home, which meant that if they won this game, they could stop Egypt from cruising their way to the 2026 World Cup. However, despite preventing Egypt from scoring, they were also unable to score scored thanks to Egypt's strong and resilient defense, and the game ended up being a 0-0 stalemate. However, what is important to note is that during this match, after a rough challenge on Omar Marmoush, he was left injured and unable to continue, and was seen leaving the game on crutches. So although Egypt survived with a point, they did take a hit on their trip away to Burkina Faso. But now with the CAF Group A matchday 7 and 8 games out of the way, let's take a look at how the table looks like. Egypt are still in first place with 20 points and 0 losses. They're still running away with this group, and they're guaranteed a top 2 finish, although they're almost guaranteed the automatic ticket to the World Cup. Then in second, there's Burkina Faso with 15 points, 5 points behind first place, and only 3 points ahead of third place, so they gotta still keep winning the following 2 games if they want to keep their spot. Sierra Leone is up next in third with those 12 points. Guinea-Bissau is right behind them in fourth with 10 points. Ethiopia are now eliminated with 6 points, and Djibouti have been eliminated for a while now, with them only having 1 point and a negative 24 goal difference. Yeah, Djibouti are some booty, huh? Huh? Anyways, moving on from that, I think it's time we talk about Africa World Cup qualifying Group B, where we've got Senegal, DR Congo, Togo, Sudan, Mauritania, and South Sudan. And this group during the September international window was absolutely insane. But to remind you on how this table looked like before September, we had DR Congo in first place with 13 points. They were looking pretty good on their quest to the World Cup. Then in second, we had Senegal with 12 points. They looked like they were not going to secure an automatic ticket. Then Sudan were right behind them in third place, just lower by 1 goal difference. And then following that, we had Togo well behind the rest of them with 4 points, South Sudan in fifth with 3 points, and Mauritania being in dead last with 2 points. So heading into September, the top 3 in this group are all looking for that top spot. So you knew this window was about to be entertaining, which it was. Starting off with the first game in Group B for matchday 7, we had South Sudan playing DR Congo in the capital of South Sudan, Juba. And even though South Sudan were pretty much out of World Cup 2026 contention, they could have pooped all over DR Congo's party, who had to get a win away in a hostile environment to ensure they're still allowed to qualify. And well, DR Congo did just that. They had a very dominant display and won 4-1, thanks to a brace from Bakambu, who once dipped European football to collect it back in China, and now he's back at Real Betis doing pretty well there, and Yohan Wissa even getting a goal too after his recent move to Newcastle finally being resolved. His celebration was funny as hell too, no lie. But overall, DR Congo did the business and collected all 3 points in this match. On to the next match we go, and we have Mauritania taking on Togo. Now to be honest, both of these sides are not going to make it to the World Cup, so this was a match of pride, and Mauritania ended up winning that, with them beating Togo at home 2-0. So well done to them, I guess. But now it's time to talk about the most important game on matchday 7 inside of Group B, where he had Senegal taking on Sudan at home. Now Sudan had been one of the most surprising packages in African World Cup qualifying this cycle, because at a point they were on top of the group and potentially on their way to securing a spot at the World Cup. They did slightly fall off, but they had a chance to get some more points on the board against a rival in their group, Senegal. The thing is though, they were taking on Senegal, one of the best sides in Africa right now, and Senegal made sure to kill off basically any hope for Sudan in this game. First in the 14th minute from a Senegalese free kick, Koulibaly was left wide open in the box to score a header from, where he did just that, to put Senegal up ahead 1-0. Shout out to one of my Discord mods, Haji, who was there since he's from Senegal. Bro recorded that goal for the channel too, so big up to my boy and congrats to him and the Senegalese people. But this wasn't the only goal though, because Koulibaly got involved once again thanks to his amazing long ball to Pape Matar Sarr, who is slowly becoming one of Senegal's most important players, as he juked the Sudanese defender amazingly and scored from a 1-on-1 to make it 2-0 to Senegal and help secure the African Giants all 3 points in this game. I feel bad for Sudan, but this is just the way the cookie crumbles, huh? Now moving on to match day 8, we can start off with Togo versus Sudan. Now the hopes of Sudanese football fans were killed after the game versus Senegal, but if they wanted any chance of survival, they had to beat Togo away from home. Instead, they conceded to Togo's Fofana in the 6th minute of the match and ended up losing 1-0, basically eliminating them from World Cup 2026 contention. That's tough. Then over to the other dead rubber game between Mauritania and South Sudan. I mean, it ended in a 0-0 draw, but like, who cares, respectfully. The game that matters though that we have left to talk about in Group B is DR Congo taking on Senegal inside the capital, Kinshasa. And this game was always going to be a dramatic, chaotic, and entertaining one, because whoever won this game basically guaranteed themselves a spot at the 2026 World Cup, or that's how it felt like. And that's how the atmosphere of the game felt like too, before and during the game. And with DR Congo currently above Senegal at the table, this felt like a good chance for DR Congo to take advantage and potentially run away with the group, especially with them calling up some great players that they have, like Bakambu, Wissa, Aaron Wan-Bissaka even got his first DR Congo call-up, etc. I knew this game was going to be absolute cinema before the match, that I even went to buy some fire chocolate chip cookies here in New York to watch this game with. And man, the cookies nor the game did not disappoint, because starting off in the 26th minute, Bakambu's clever turn sent Koulibaly into a daze, and he banged it into the net past Edouard Mendy to give a 1-0 lead at home for DR Congo. After that, in the 33rd minute, Yohan Wissa would get on the end of a cross, and he would also find a way to score to put DR Congo up ahead 2-0 in basically the first half hour of the game. DR Congo was in dreamland, and they seemed well on their way to the 2026 World Cup in the States instead of the African giant Senegal. Not so fast though, because Senegal's Iliman Ndiaye decided to take the game by the scruff of his neck, because he started balling out for Senegal, and this massively helped them out throughout the game. Even as a Liverpool fan, I must admit, Ndiaye is an absolute baller. So much so that in the 39th minute of the game, he dictated the play for Senegal's goal with a shot that hit off the post post and getting the rebound and scoring to bring 1 goal back before halftime. But DR Congo was still up. Surely they won't bottle it as they usually do and will collect all 3 important points. Right? Nope, wrong. Because in the 53rd minute, the man who finessed a move to Bayern Munich after being booty cheeks for Chelsea, Nicholas Jackson, scores an incredible outside the boot finish while falling down and leveled the tie for the Senegalese. But the job was not finished.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Because in order for Senegal to bunny hop over DR Congo at the table, they needed to get the win. And that's exactly what they did in the 87th minute, where Papi Matar Sarr once again would clutch up for his nation, scoring a well-taken shot from across to help Senegal go 3-2 up from 2-0 down, and helped his country claim the all-important 3 points with 2 games left in the African World Cup qualifying for an automatic ticket to the 2026 World Cup. This comeback from Senegal in this game was absolutely generational, and even though the old superstars of the past like Sadio Mane were low-key washed, Senegal is still too talented to not be good. After all, they did beat England in a friendly away from home pretty recently too. These guys are on fire. But now with the games out of the way in Group B, let's take a look at the group standings with 8 games out of the way. In first place, we now have Senegal with 18 points. They've now claimed the top spot, with DR Congo falling 1 place below in second place with 16 points. I feel bad for them, but this ball is in the history of DR Congo. And now too, Jan Wissa is out injured and might miss the October international window, so they might be cooked. Back to the table now. Sudan is probably out of any sort of qualifying contention in third place with 12 points, and the last 3 sides are already eliminated with Togo in 4th place, Mauritania in 5th place, and South Sudan in last with 6th place. But what did I say? This group did not fail to deliver. What a window in Group B. But now it's time to talk about Group C, where we got Nigeria, South Africa, Benin, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and Lesotho. And from where this group left off, things were looking crazy. With South Africa being in first place with 13 points, they've been looking real good for the automatic qualifying spot for the World Cup. The Rwanda was in second place with 8 points. Benin was in third with also 8 points, just a lower goal difference. Nigeria were somehow in 4th place, even though they weren't that far away from the rest of the pack with 7 points. Then Lesotho was in 5th with 6 points. And Zimbabwe, although they're a decent side, were in last place with 4 points. This group table is just crazy, man. Nigeria gotta lock in though, for real. Talking about the games now though, let's begin with the first game of matchday 7 in Group C, where we have Benin taking on Zimbabwe at home, which was in Ivory Coast for whatever reason. Now Benin are actually in contention to at least secure a spot in the World Cup playoff round, so they needed to get a win against Zimbabwe, even though Zimbabwe were just playing for pride at this point. And Benin did just that, with the Augsburg attacker Steve Mooney scoring a brilliant header in the 77th minute to help Benin collect all 3 points in their game against Zimbabwe. Well done to him, because this was an important game for Benin to win. Moving on from that, we gotta talk about Lesotho versus South Africa next, an international derby if you will, or at least geographically it is, because Lesotho is technically inside of South Africa. So like yeah, this game is pretty interesting from a geographical perspective. But on the pitch perspective, this wasn't really that interesting at all, because South Africa completely dominated as expected and ended up winning 3-0. There's nothing more to it if I'm keeping it 100. But as South Africa kept on collecting more points, Nigeria had to make sure that they themselves are also putting points on the board, just to make sure that they stay alive. And that's what they did in the game against Rwanda at home. Although in the first 45 minutes, Nigeria were unable to break the deadlock, Aroko Dare gets the ball right in front of the goal and just taps it in to give a 1-0 win for the Nigerians in a must-win game. Nigeria had to win the match, and they did just that. However, look at this challenge on Victor Osimhen, bruh. Rwanda was trying to kill the Galatasaray striker, because what the hell was that?
What the hell is even that?
Moving on to match 8 now, let's talk about Zimbabwe versus Rwanda. And with both teams basically out of the running, they were essentially fighting for pride. And Rwanda ended up on top of this match, winning 1-0 thanks to a 40th minute Mugisha goal. Then moving on to Benin versus Lesotho, I mean we all know how good Benin has been as of late. And we all also know how bad Lesotho has been. So it came as no surprise at home, well in Ivory Coast, that Benin ended up winning 4-0 to collect 6 points out of 6 in the September international window. They're doing everything they can to keep their World Cup dreams alive. I respect it. But now I think it's time we talk about the big clash of Group C in this window, where we have South Africa taking on Nigeria at home. If South Africa wanted to make their second ever World Cup, they had to at least get a point to keep themselves in a good spot. While for Nigeria, they desperately need to collect 3 points in this game so South Africa could lose their big lead at the top while Nigeria get to keep their hopes alive. However, the game didn't go either way, because it actually ended up as a 1-1 draw. South Africa were playing some brilliant football in the first 30 minutes, and one of their chances ended up at the cost of Nigeria's captain, Chustekong, whose own goal in the 25th minute gave South Africa a much-deserved 1-0 lead. However, in the 44th minute, Calvin Bassey would come all the way up from the center back position and handball the ball in from across to level up the tie right before halftime. Yeah, he scored with his arm, I'm pretty sure. There's no VAR though, so it counted and Nigeria got back level. But Nigeria were unable to use his momentum and grab a second goal, and the game ended up as a 1-1 draw. And despite having an international team consisting of the likes of Victor Osimhen, Wilfred Ndidi, Calvin Bassey, Ademola Lookman, Axel Wobi, Victor Boniface, Samuel Chukwueze, Ola Aina, Taiwo Owani, these guys might genuinely fail to qualify for back-to-back World Cups. That is insanely disappointing. What I do want to mention though is that the South Africa coach Hugo Broos news said about Nigeria though, saying when you see Nigeria's national team, there is no quote-unquote Nigerian on the team, and all of them play abroad in big teams, and this is not a disadvantage. But like, just because you're playing for a big club in Europe doesn't make you not Nigerian? What the hell is bro yapping about?
Are you serious right now, bro?
But now looking at the overall Group C table after the 2 games in the September international window, we still got South Africa in first place with 17 points and in the automatic ticket to the World Cup spot. Benin is actually in second place with them collecting 6 out of 6 points with 14 points. Nigeria is after them in third place with 11 points. Rwanda is also on 11 points but is in 4th due to goal difference. And the likes of Lesotho and Zimbabwe have been officially eliminated. But before we move on to the next group, there is an important issue going on with South Africa right now. In March, South Africa let Teboho Mokena play against Lesotho where he was supposed to be suspended. And due to that, there are talks whether FIFA will take off 3 points from South Africa's point tally. So if that happens, Nigeria might actually have a chance at qualifying, or even Benin. Who knows? But now I think it's time for Group D, which is a very exciting group if I do say so myself, where we got the likes of Cameroon, Cape Verde, Angola, Libya, Mauritius, and Eswatini. And after the last qualifying window, the table looked like this. In first place, we got Cape Verde, my guys, who were on 13 points, but right behind them was Cameroon with 12 points in second place. Then in third, we had Libya in third place with 8 points, and Angola was right behind them with 7 points. Behind them was Mauritius with 5 points in fifth place, and then Eswatini was in last with 2 points. Now to start off this very exciting group, let's talk about Angola versus Libya first on match day 7 of these qualifiers. Now I had high hopes for Angola heading into these World Cup qualifiers. After all, they had a relatively impressive AFCON last time out, so I thought they would carry that form throughout the qualifiers. But I was wrong, oh so very wrong, because this time, despite having a plethora of chances in the first half, they lost to Libya at home thanks to El Maremi scoring the 48th minute of the match. And a shout out to Libya, because this 1-0 win away from home helps them stay alive for World Cup 2026 contention. And although they might not get it this time around, big shout out to the ex-Senegal and now Libya coach Aliou Cisse, because under him, Libya are looking like a very exciting team on the come up, so keep an eye out on them for sure. Moving on from that, let's go to Mauritius versus Cape Verde. And if Cape Verde wanted to get to the World Cup, they had to beat Mauritius away from home, which they did, with them beating Mauritius 2-0. So well done to Cape Verde for getting the job done. And following that in the game between Cameroon and Eswatini, Cameroon also completed their job to fight for that first place spot as they beat Eswatini 3-0. So well done to them for collecting the 3 points that they required. But now moving on to match day 8 is when things get a little more spicy, because in the game between Libya and Eswatini, Libya are continuing that late push for that second place spot with them beating Eswatini 2-0. And then in the game between Angola and Mauritius, Angola ended up beating Mauritius 3-1. And then this moment in this match also happened where an Angolan player drove past the entire Mauritian defense and then skied a shot. Bro's got 9-9 dribbling and 0 shooting. I can't believe this. But the spiciest match out of all of them was in the game between Cabo Verde and Cameroon in Cabo Verde. This game was the climax of the group, because whoever won this game was essentially guaranteed an automatic ticket to the 2026 World Cup. And at the time, Cabo Verde was only ahead of Cameroon by a small margin on the table, and Cameroon were the much better team on paper. So they had a ton of pressure heading to this game to try and win this one. And I mean, they were trying. They were getting some opportunities in the first half, but none of them were very good, while Cabo Verde were also getting some good chances themselves. Eventually in the 49th minute, Cabo Verde would get a counterattack and Livramento would pace abuse the entire Cameroonian defense. And when he was on a one-on-one with Andre Onana, instead of Onana coming up, he stayed at bay and left the goal wide open to score from, in which Livramento did to secure a huge 1-0 lead for Cabo Verde. And for the remainder of the 90, Cabo Verde held firm and managed to hold on to this 1-0 win against Cameroon, basically saving them a spot at the 2026 World Cup, barring a miracle. And let's just say, Andre Onana was very pissed at this defeat. I feel for him, but the game's the game. Cabo Verde deserves to go to the World Cup, and I'm glad that they seem to be heading there. If you've been watching this series for a while, you would know that I've become somewhat of a Cape Verde fan, more so for off-the-pitch activities. If you know, you know. Some of these gal are just beautiful, bruh. If you're from Cape Verde, hit me up, man. The Instagram is down below. Whoa, only woman though. Only woman. Men, don't get the wrong idea. Anyways, with the games out of the way, let's take a look at how the Group D table looks like now. In first place, we got Cape Verde, who are now 4 points ahead of second place Cameroon, with Libya really close behind Cameroon in third place, with them only being 1 point behind, so there's still hope for them, while Angola is in fourth with 10 points, and the likes of Mauritius and also Eswatini are eliminated now. Let's go Cabo Verde though. Moving on from that, let's go to Group B now, where we got the likes of Morocco, Tanzania, Zambia, Congo, Niger, and Eritrea. And this is how the standings look like from the last time we talked about this group. Morocco were way ahead in first place with 15 points, Niger was in second with 6 points, Tanzania was in third with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference, and Zambia was in fourth with 3 points, and Congo was after that at fifth, with them losing points in 2 matches due to initially being banned from competing in FIFA due to government interference, and Eritrea were in last, with them no longer competing in World Cup qualifying, with Eritrea's federation withdrawing due to the fear of their players seeking political asylum elsewhere. Now speaking about the games, I mean we can just run through this group, because everybody's irrelevant in this 2026 cycle except for Morocco, respectfully of course. So Congo ended up drawing to Tanzania 1-1 in their game, and then when Morocco had to play Niger, they absolutely demolished them 5-0 with 4 different goal scorers getting on the score sheet in this game, so 1-0 to Morocco. Then over to match day 8, Tanzania ended up losing 1-0 to Niger at home, and that was kind of shocking, while Morocco ended up beating Zambia away from home 2-0, which was expected. Zambia have been very disappointing in the cycle, while Morocco have just been slaughtering the teams in their group. So now with the games out of the way, let's take a look at the table. Morocco is on top with 21 points, and now they've become the first African team to guarantee qualification to the 2026 World Cup, so congratulations to all my Moroccans out there. Tanzania is in second with 10 points, but probably are going to make it to the World Cup through the playoffs, respectfully. Nigeria is in third with 9 points, Zambia is in fourth with 6 points, and then Congo is in fifth with 1 point, with Eritrea being last since they withdrew. Congrats to Morocco though once again. Low-key random, but I've never tried Moroccan food before, but I really want to, for real. But now I think it's time we move over to Group F, where we got the likes of Ivory Coast, Gabon, Kenya, Burundi, Gambia, and Seychelles. And this is how the group standings look like after the last time they played in March. In first place, we had Ivory Coast with 16 points, who were still undefeated as well. Then in second, Gabon was right behind them with 15 points. Burundi were in third with 10 points. Kenya was behind them with 6 points. Gambia, who have been disappointing for the majority of these qualifiers despite their attacking talent, were in fifth with 4 points. And Seychelles were eliminated from the World Cup contention, with them being last with 0 points and a negative 28 goal difference. And now it's time to talk about the games. Where the first one on match day 7, we had Seychelles versus Gabon, where Gabon absolutely murdered Seychelles 4-0 away from home. They used Seychelles like everybody does, as a vacation spot, because the football was too easy for Gabon. But then in the next match between Kenya versus Gambia in the capital of Nairobi, Kenya did end up scoring a goal, but Gambia's attacking talent was too good, and they ended up with a 3-1 win. Remember, Gambia got Binte, he's an absolute beast. And in the game between Ivory Coast and Burundi, the most recent AFCON champions kept up their winning ways thanks to Bayo scoring the 3rd minute to secure a 1-0 win for his nation. Over to match day 8 is where things supposedly got a little more interesting. And let's talk about Kenya versus Seychelles first, where Kenya absolutely battered Seychelles 5-0 as to be expected. Then with Gambia taking on Burundi, of course Gambia's offensive talent did the business and they won 2-0, so well done to them. But now for the big game between Gabon and Ivory Coast in Franceville, one of the biggest cities in Gabon, this is a game where whoever won would have a very good chance of making it to the World Cup automatically. However, with Gabon's superstar up top, Aubameyang, missing the window due to injury, Gabon were missing one of their crucial players in this critical time, and it ended up costing them, because the game ended in a 0-0 draw, which meant that Ivory Coast got the more positive result away from home on match day 8. And with that, Ivory Coast remained on top of the group with 20 points, still being undefeated, and not even having a single goal scored against them in this qualifying campaign. That's crazy. They might not be playing the best football, but whatever they're doing is working well. The Gabon are right behind them with 19 points. They were so close to that automatic qualification spot, but are probably going to barely miss out. And the rest of these guys are just eliminated, no cap. Tough luck. Now moving on to African qualifying Group G, we had the likes of Algeria, Mozambique, Guinea, Uganda, Botswana, and Somalia. And from the last time we spoke about these guys, the table looked like this. Algeria was in first place, obviously with 15 points. Then Mozambique were in second with 12 points. And third we had Botswana with 9 points. And fourth we had Uganda with also 9 points, just a lower goal difference. Guinea were in fifth with 7 points. They've been really disappointing. And Somalia were pretty much eliminated at this point in time, with them just having 1 measly point. But now moving on to the first game of this group in the September international window regarding match day 7, let's talk about Algeria versus Botswana first. Now regarding Algeria's performance, it was okay, but they got the job done thanks to their talent going forward and ended up winning 3-1. So Algeria did the business. Then regarding the Somalia versus Guinea game, I mean Somalia just bullhogs the entire time. So of course Guinea was always going to win despite being away from home, and they did 3-0. And then the following game with Uganda versus Mozambique, I mean look, Mozambique were in second place and we're a decent side. But Uganda, man, these guys are on the come up because they absolutely obliterate Mozambique at home 4-0. I thought Uganda was going to win this game, but to do it in this fashion is absolutely unreal. So big up to them. Then for match day 8, it kind of went as expected for the most part. Mozambique beat Botswana 2-0, Uganda ended up beating Somalia 2-0, and then the Guinea versus Algeria game ended up as a 0-0 draw. Yes, some might argue that Algeria should have won this game, and under Petkovic, they need to be winning every game very convincingly. But look, Algeria are in a very good position right now under a new coach. So calma, y'all will be at the World Cup, trust. Speaking about who will be at the World Cup, let's take a look at how the table looks like now. So in first place, Algeria still remains at the top with 19 points. They're almost guaranteed a spot for the World Cup in the States. Uganda is in second with 15 points. I'm telling you, Uganda is on the come up. And Mozambique drops to third with also 15 points, just a lower goal difference. Guinea has had a pretty disappointing World Cup qualifying campaign when they have some really good players, because they're in fourth right now with 11 points. Botswana is in fifth with 9 points, and Somalia is in dead last with 1 point still. Somalia, just learn to pass the ball, bruh. Moving on to Group H, we got the likes of Tunisia, Namibia, Liberia, Malawi, Equatorial Guinea, and Sao Tome and Principe. From the last time we've seen these countries play, the table looked like this. Tunisia were in first place as we all expected them to be with 16 points. Namibia were in second place with 12 points. Liberia were right behind them in third with 10 points. Equatorial Guinea were in fourth with 7 points, but they definitely would have been much higher if it wasn't for the whole Emilio Nsue eligibility thing. Malawi were in fifth with 6 points, and Sao Tome and Principe were in dead last with 0 points. Now talking about the first game in match day 7 of Group H, let's swiftly go over Sao Tome and Principe versus Equatorial Guinea. Now this game was absolute cinema because Sao Tome and Principe had a 2-0 lead in the first half, but then in the second half they completely squandered it when they were supposed to be the home side, even though the game was playing in Morocco. and they ended up losing 3-2. But since both teams aren't going to make the World Cup, it's not really important to dissect this game in detail. So moving on from that, let's talk about Tunisia versus Liberia. And of course, with Tunisia playing at home and being the much better side, they ended up winning this game with ease 3-0. Nothing more from this one. And then finally, in the last game of Group H on match day 7, we had Namibia taking Malawi and Botswana for some reason. Not gonna lie, Namibia is probably the second best team in this group, so I fully expected them to get the win here. But they ended up losing 2-1 to Malawi, bruh. What the hell, bro? Namibia, are you serious?
What the segment?
Let's just move on to match day 8, where we're gonna swiftly go over Malawi versus Liberia first, which ended up as a 2-2 draw. And lucky for Namibia in their game against South Tome and Principe, they ended up bouncing back and beating them 3-0 thanks to a hat-trick from Sholili, who plays for the Mamelodi Sundowns in South Africa. But now in the Equatorial Guinea versus Tunisia game, this game was a snooze fest as most Tunisia games are. But one thing you can say about Tunisia is they always get the job done, regardless of their low-level talent pool compared to some other North African teams. I mean, their number 10 is literally Hannibal, bruh. This guy, are you for real? Anyways, thanks to a 90+4th minute winner from Ben Romdane, Tunisia ended up winning 1-0, and they also became the second African country to guarantee themselves qualification to the World Cup, making 6 out of the last 8 World Cups. So huge congratulations to them, they deserve it. But now taking a look at the Group H standings after the September international window, we've got Tunisia in first place with 22 points and guaranteed qualification to the World Cup. Namibia is in second despite that embarrassing loss of Malawi with 15 points. Liberia is in third with 11 points. Malawi is in fourth with 10 points. Equatorial Guinea also got 10 points but are in fifth place due to a lower goal difference. And Sao Tome and Principe are in last with 0 points still. But now it's time to talk about the last qualifying group in Africa, Group I, where we got the likes of Ghana, Madagascar, Mali, Comoros, Central African Republic, and Chad. And here's how the group looks like since the last time we've spoken about them. In first place we had Ghana with 15 points. They looked quite good in the last window after failing to qualify for the 2025 AFCON. Comoros was also looking good in second place with 12 points. Right behind them was Madagascar in third place with 10 points. Mali was in fourth place surprisingly with 9 points. Fifth place was Central African Republic with 5 points. And then sixth was the already eliminated Chad with 0 points and a negative 14 goal difference. That's not so Chad-like from Chad. You see what I did there? Okay, sorry. Speaking of Chad though, let's talk about the first game of match day 7 where we had Chad playing at home against Ghana. And Ghana, bruh, these guys were awful in their game against Chad because despite scoring the 17th minute thanks to Jordan Ayew, they ended up conceding to Chad out of all teams in the 89th minute and drew 1-1. What the hell was that, Ghana? So disappointing from them, no lie. But they are pretty high up on the table in Group I, so it's not panic time or anything, but it just was a disappointing performance is all. For the next game between Madagascar and Central African Republic in Casablanca for whatever reason, Madagascar ended up winning 2-0, so big up to them. And Mali ended up destroying Comoros 3-0 in Morocco as well, so kudos to them, I guess. Moving on to match day 8, let's start with Central African Republic versus Comoros, where Comoros ended up winning 2-0 away from home, and then Madagascar ended up beating Chad 3-1 and trying to potentially secure a playoff spot, collecting 6 out of 6 points in this window. But then in the game between Ghana versus Mali, if Mali truly wanted to remain alive with their pretty good national team on paper, they had to get a result in Accra somehow. However, they conceded in the 49th minute due to a kind of controversial goal from Jiku, and Ghana ended up collecting 3 points against Mali. So Ghana could beat Mali but not Chad. What the hell, bruh? But now with the games out of the way, let's take a look at the Group I standings. So in first place we still have Ghana with 19 points. Then in second we got Madagascar after their very impressive window with 16 points. They got to be worried though because Comoros is right behind them with 15 points. Mali is in fourth too with 12 points. And the other 2 teams are eliminated from World Cup contention. But now with all of that being said, that was everything that happened in African World Cup Qualifier for 2026 in the September international window. But this was only the first section in this video because now it's time to talk about the European region, aka UEFA. But before we talk about that, please remember to subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also if you guys can, follow my Twitter, my Instagram, both at Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So if you want to, feel free to follow my socials, subscribe to the channel, and like the video. Thank you. Back to UEFA's qualifying section though. Every single group is now underway with the qualifiers. Thank goodness, because for a while now it was only some groups, but now it's all of them being played. Which means there's more to talk about. Yay! Bro, I am so dead inside. Anyways, let's talk about UEFA Qualified Group A first, where we got the likes of Germany, Slovakia, Northern Ireland, and Luxembourg all playing their first 2026 qualifying games. And this group was an absolute shocker. But first, we gotta talk about Luxembourg versus Northern Ireland, and shout out to my boy Connor Bradley. He didn't score anything, but he's just Northern Irish. And the fact that his national team beat Luxembourg 3-1 away from home. That's a crucial 3 points that they'll take all day. But now it's time to talk about the shocker in the match between Slovakia and Germany. Yeah, Germany might have had the more shots total and the more possession, but not only did they have 1 less shot on target target compared to Slovakia, but their performance in general against Slovakia was absolutely horrid, and this ended up costing Germany. We should have known this was going to happen with the way Slovakia was performing in the first half. They were getting all the better chances. Anyways, first in the 42nd minute, the new Atletico Madrid defender, Hanko, ran up the pitch and got on the end of a cross and scored to put Slovakia ahead right before halftime. But Germany still had a whole half to come back, so they were going to do that, right? Nope, because in the 55th minute, Strelec absolutely danced by Rudiger easily, sending him falling backwards, and then scored a banger to make it 2-0 to Slovakia. And despite Germany's chances of trying to come back, Nagelsmann's men weren't able to do so, and they ended up losing their first game of the 2026 World Cup qualifiers to Slovakia 2-0. And you want to know what makes this even worse? This was Germany's first ever away loss in UEFA World Cup qualifying ever. You know how crazy that is? Germany are lacking in something, man. If they even make it to the World Cup at this rate. And if they do, I can see them having 3 World Cup group stage exits in a row for real. But moving on to match day 2 in this group, and starting off with Luxembourg versus Slovakia, this game was awful and Slovakia didn't play anywhere near as good as they did in the game against Germany. But luckily for them, Rigo scored in the 90th minute after getting on the end of a rebound and secure all 3 points for Slovakia in their 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign. So even though they didn't perform the best, they got 6 points out of 6 in this window, so you just gotta respect it. Then regarding Germany versus Northern Ireland, Germany were always gonna win at home in Cologne, with them getting a great result beating Northern Ireland 3-1, with Florian Wirtz even scoring an outrageous free kick in the 72nd minute too. That's my Liverpool star boy, man. People are hating on him on social media, but if you watch him using your eye test, you can see that he's gonna start exploding with the goal contributions real soon. Trust me. Anyways, looking at the Group A table after these 2 games in the September international window, we've got Slovakia in first place surprisingly with 6 points. Then in second we actually had Northern Ireland with 3 points because they had scored 1 more goal than third place Germany, who also have 3 points. Then Luxembourg are of course last with 0 points. Germany cannot afford to drop any more points in the 2026 World Cup qualifier, or they might genuinely not get that automatic ticket to the World Cup. But now it's time to talk about the pretty even group of Group B, where we got the likes of Switzerland, Sweden, Slovenia, and Kosovo. And this was also this group's first couple of games of the 2026 World Cup qualifiers. So with that being said, let's start with Switzerland versus Kosovo and Basel first. And I mean, what did y'all expect to happen? Of course the Swiss were going to win this one, and they did. The Swiss had a very dominant display, and they reflected that on the scoreboard too, with them winning 4-0 over Kosovo, with Mbola scoring a brace. He's low-key so tough for Switzerland, bruh. He's an international game warrior for them. He does nothing for club though, but for Switzerland he does everything. But now let's talk about Slovenia versus Sweden. And this game went unexpectedly in my opinion, because even though they were away from home, I still fully expected Sweden to get the W here. They even got the lead twice in this game. Once they saw Elanga in the 18th minute, and then in the 73rd minute they saw Ayari. But both times Sweden fumbled this lead, with Lovric scoring the 46th minute for Slovenia to tie it up right when the second half started, and then Vipotnik scoring a last minute 90th minute goal for Slovenia to make sure they leave this game at home against Sweden with a point after this 2-2 draw. Really disappointing from Sweden. I expect better from them. But moving on to match day 2, let's just get Switzerland versus Slovenia over with, because my goodness, Switzerland were brilliant, huh? These guys absolutely dog-walked Slovenia 3-0, with of course Breel and Bola scoring again for Switzerland. And now in the last 5 games, the Swiss have scored 3 goals or more. These guys have got the offensive juices flowing. All of a sudden that 4-0 smackdown of my national team USA doesn't look so bad anymore. But you know what country things are looking bad for right now? Sweden, because in their game against Kosovo, oh my word, they were awful. There was absolutely nothing going for Sweden in this match, and even with the introduction of Alexander Isak, his strike against Newcastle for Liverpool hurt his match fitness, and he wasn't able to contribute much in this window. And Sweden needed this guy, because without him, they had an awful start to the 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign. Because in the game against Kosovo, they lost. They lost 2-0 due to goals from Rex Bakash in the 26th minute, and of course Mariki got a goal of his own in the 42nd minute. But man, is this disappointing from Sweden. 2 games so far and 0 wins. Oof. While Kosovo, I mean, they got a very crucial win. You gotta respect that. Looking back at the table now, in first place we got Switzerland of course with 6 points. In second place we surprisingly got Kosovo with 3 points. Sweden is in third place with 1 point. That's wild. And Slovenia is in last with also 1 point with just a lower goal difference. Sweden need to lock in, yo, or else they will not be at the World Cup. I'm trying to see my boy Isak there for real. Let's now move on to UEFA Group C, where we got the likes of Denmark, Greece, Scotland, and Belarus. And to start this off, let's quickly get over the fact that in the game between Denmark versus Scotland, it ended up as a 0-0 draw. A very good point for Scotland away from home, but disappointing for Denmark not to get the 3 points here. Now in the Greece versus Belarus game, we had an absolute destruction going on, with Greece winning 5-1 in this match. And this Greek kid, Konstantinos Karetas, this kid is special. I cannot believe Belgium fumbled this kid, man. He's a gem. But Greece looked pretty good, man. Pavlidis is there, so is Solis, and Greece is just an overall pretty solid side now. But on match day 2 against Denmark at home, they did end up getting clapped 3-0. Even Rasmus Højlund scored a goal, bro. That's actually kind of wild. So Greece, all in all, still got their ways to go. And that game might have cost them a World Cup spot. But they're improving, so you gotta give credit to where credit's due. And in the Belarus versus Scotland game, Scotland of course won 2-0 away from home. Belarus are not a good national team. What were y'all expecting to happen? So now looking at the Group C table, we've got Denmark in first place right now with 4 points. Scotland is in second with also 4 points, just 1 lower goal difference. Greece is still fighting in third place with 3 points. And Belarus is of course last with 0 points. These guys are irrelevant in this group if we're keeping it 100. Irrelevant! Moving on to Group D now, we have the likes of France, Ukraine, Iceland, and Azerbaijan in this group. France got this one in the bag, let's be honest. But let's just start this group review off with Iceland versus Azerbaijan. And this game was one-sided because Azerbaijan got absolutely clapped by Iceland away from home 5-0. The Icelandic players had a field day in this game. They were definitely enjoying themselves out on the pitch. You know who wasn't enjoying themselves though? Fernando Santos, the ex-coach. Because after the game, he was getting pressured by the media to get sacked, and that's exactly what happened after the game with him going winless in 11 games as the manager of the country. The kid-sized journalist on US Soccer's payroll would never pressure the manager like that, by the way, just FYI. But yeah, terrible performance by Azerbaijan, but a good performance from Iceland. Ukraine also had a terrible performance in their game against France, with them losing 2-0 due to goals from Michael Olise and then killing Mbappe late into the match. But nobody expected Ukraine to beat France, so it is what it is. However, what is really underwhelming is Ukraine's game away to Azerbaijan. I know you're away, but you can't even beat this poor Azerbaijani side, and you can only come away with the 1-1 draw with the team that you have and the players that you have, like Sudikov for example. Seriously? Wow, really disappointing from Ukraine. And then for France versus Iceland, I mean, for Olise to give up that silly ball in the back for Iceland to score and take the lead was very idiotic. But France were more than good enough to come back in this game in Paris, and they did just that, with Mbappe scoring a pen right before halftime and Barcola adding a goal of his own in the 62nd minute to secure a 2-1 win. Now for the Group D standings after September, we've obviously got France in first place with 6 points, Iceland is in second with 3 points, Ukraine is in third after a disappointing window with just 1 point, and Azerbaijan is in last with also 1 point but just a lower goal difference. Oof. But now it's time to talk about UEFA World Cup qualifying Group E, where you've got the likes of Spain, Turkey, Georgia, and Bulgaria. A very exciting group for sure. But speaking swiftly about the first match between Bulgaria versus Spain, I mean, this isn't the Bulgaria size of the past. This Bulgarian national team in 2025 is absolutely butt cheeks. So of course, Spain was always going to win this one, which they did away from home 3-0. But now moving on to Georgia versus Turkey, these are a huge points drop for the Georgians with them playing at home in Tbilisi against their main rivals in the group, Turkey. Because although Georgia did score 2 goals in this game, with one of them being from Kvaratskhelia, they only did so after conceding 3 goals to Turkey, which meant that Turkey got a crucial win away from home against Georgia 3-2. And if Georgia want any chance of making it to the World Cup, they probably have to beat Turkey away from home, which seems unlikely. But hey, at least in the next game for Georgia against Bulgaria, they bounced back and won 3-0, so there's that. But now going over to the Turkey versus Spain game, this game was hyped up to the max on social media. It was going to be a Lamine Yamal versus Arda Güler showdown, with the manager even telling the Turkish fans to wear red before the game. But they wore red for their own funeral, because Turkey got absolutely destroyed and obliterated 6-0, with them even allowing Mikel Merino to drop a hat-trick on them. Like, bruh, Turkey, what is going on? These guys are the most inconsistent national team in the world. Never bet your money on them for anything, ever. But now for the group standings, we obviously got Spain in first place with 6 points and a +9 goal difference. Georgia, despite losing at home, are in third place with 3 points due to goal difference, with Turkey being in third with also 3 points, just a -5 goal difference. And Bulgaria is of course in last with 0 points. Turkey got to lock in though, because that 6-0 loss was embarrassing. It's now time to talk about UEFA Group F, where we got the likes of Portugal, Hungary, Armenia, and the Republic of Ireland. And let's just start off with Armenia versus Portugal, where Portugal absolutely destroyed Armenia 5-0 away from home, with Cristiano Ronaldo even scoring a banger in this game. Wow, what a goal. João Felix too had himself one hell of a game. I guess he found his confidence back with Al Nassr, huh? But then over to the Republic of Ireland versus Hungary game in Dublin. I mean, listen, Ireland were not good whatsoever. They deserved to lose this game if I'm being honest, because in the first 15 minutes of the game, Hungary were up 2-0, but somehow in some way, mainly thanks to the brilliance of Evan Ferguson, his remontada with Roma is going to be fire, trust me. Ireland managed to get back a draw 2-2 thanks to Ida scoring in injury time in the second half to grab a point. Unlucky for Hungary, maybe next time. Moving on to match day 2 though, Ireland went away to Armenia and somehow lost 2-1. Brother, how? How could you lose to Armenia when you're trying to qualify for the World Cup? I'm very disappointed with Ireland, man, I'm not gonna lie to you. While in the other game between Hungary versus Portugal, it was definitely entertaining, with Hungary scoring first, then Portugal scoring, then Cristiano Ronaldo scoring, Sui, then Hungary scoring in what seemed like a last minute equalizer, and then João Cancelo scoring in the 82nd minute and celebrating in front of the Hungarian fans, in which Ronaldo apologized for during the celebrations. What a guy, man. And shout out to Portugal overall too, because the way they honored Diego Jota before the international window was beautiful. And Ruben Neves too. He took the number 21 for Diego Jota and even tattooed a picture of them together on his leg. That's what a best friend does. W Ruben Neves, man. But now taking a look at the group standings, we got Portugal in first place, of course, with 6 points. Armenia is in second with 3 points somehow. Hungary's in third with 1 point. They'll bounce back though, I'm sure of it. And Ireland is a dead last with 1 point as well. And low key, I can't see them making the World Cup. I'm sorry, lads. But now moving on to Group G, and this is the start of the groups that have already started their World Cup qualifying campaigns. And the last time we talked about Group G, we had Finland on top of the group with 7 points. Netherlands were in second with 6 points. Poland were in third with also 6 points, just a lower goal difference. Lithuania were in fourth with 2 points, and Malta was in last place with 1 point and a -11 goal difference. Malta is just here for the vibes, honestly. Now moving on to the first game of this window, let's talk about Lithuania versus Malta, where both teams just end up drawing 1-1. There's nothing more to that. So let's talk about Netherlands versus Poland next instead. Now with the Netherlands playing at home, I fully expected an Oranje victory here, especially after Denzel Dumfries scored in the 20th minute to take the lead for the Dutch. However, as the game passed by, the Netherlands failed to double their lead, and this ended up biting them in the butt with Matty Cash scoring an absolute banger in the 80th minute to level the tie for the Polish away from home and helping them escape from Rotterdam with a point on the board. Great point for Poland, but a terrible point for the Dutch. Speaking about the Dutch though, let's continue speaking about them in the next match against Lithuania away from home. In this game, end though, something historic happened, and that's thanks to Memphis Depay's brace. He has now become the all-time top goal scorer in the Netherlands national team history. That's right, it's not the likes of Ruud van Nistelrooy, Patrick Kluivert, Johan Cruyff, Robin van Persie, Ian Robben, etc. It's Memphis Depay, so congrats to him, I guess. Anyways, thanks to his brace and Timber's goal in the 33rd minute, Netherlands were able to win 3-2. That's right, they conceded 2 goals to Lithuania, which is pretty disappointing. Raul Koeman low-key needs to get sacked because these performances lately have not been great, but he got the win though, so I guess you can't really complain too much. And then the last game to talk about in this group between Poland versus Finland, I mean, with Lewandowski coming back to the squad, Finland stood no chance, and they really didn't, with Poland getting a commanding 3-1 win over Finland. I guess you could say the Finnish are finished. See what I did there? Well, just roll the clip, man. Now, looking at the group table after these match days, you've got the Netherlands now in first place with 10 points as expected. Poland are right behind them in second place with also 10 points, just a lower goal difference. Finland are in third with the same 7 points they had to start this window with. Lithuania are in fourth with 3 points, and Malta are in last with 2 points. As I mentioned before, Malta are just here for the vibes. But now I think it's time to talk about Group H, where we had Bosnia and Herzegovina in first place with 9 out of 9 points available at the time. Austria were right behind them with 6 points with just 2 games played. Romania were in third with also 6 points. Cyprus were in fourth with 3 points. And then sadly, the nation we all adore and love, San Marino, was in last place with 0 points and a negative 11 goal difference. World Cup 2054 when San Marino qualifies, we will be there no matter what.
We will be there. We will be there. We will be there.
But now, starting off this window, let's talk about Austria versus Cyprus first. And although Austria should have barred these guys because they're the much better team on paper, they only won 1-0 thanks to a 54th minute penalty from Sabitzer. But listen, a win is a win. Austria will take that all day. While in the other match between San Marino versus Bosnia and Herzegovina, I mean, let's just cut to the chase. Bosnia won 6-0. Of course they did. Moving on to the following match day, we have Cyprus taking on Romania. And Romania, these guys are completely cooked. They went up 2-0 in the first 20 minutes, but then they blew that lead to Cyprus, allowing them to come back drawing 2-2. And Cyprus even had a chance to win it all at the end of the game too. Romania is just finished, bruh. They're definitely not making the World Cup. And then in the Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Austria game, the start of the second half was very entertaining, with Sabitzer scoring the 49th minute, Dzeko scoring the 50th minute, and then Leimer grabbing the winner away from home in the 65th minute. But the best part about the game was seeing Ralf Rangnick use a bicycle to get around on the pitch due to his leg injury that's preventing him from walking and standing normally. That is funny as hell, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen something like this before. But speaking about the game again, it was a good performance from Austria to get a win away from home against their main rivals in the group, Bosnia, and they're looking good to qualify for the World Cup. But now with the games out of the way, let's take a look at the standings. So in first place, we still have Bosnia and Herzegovina with 12 points due to their goal difference being higher than Austria, who also have 12 points. But Austria got a game in hand, so yeah. Then in third, we have Romania with 7 points. They're cooked, like I said, and Cyprus is in fourth with 4 points. And San Marino is of course in last with 0 points. But now I think it's time we move on to the very exciting group of Group I, where we got the likes of Norway, who were on top of the group the last time we talked about these guys with 12 points and a plus 11 goal difference. Things have been looking real good for the Norwegians. Then in second place, there was Israel with 6 points. Oh, heck no. Then in third place, we had Italy with 3 points and a negative 1 goal difference. In fourth place, we had Estonia with 3 points as well, just a lower goal difference. And then Moldova was in last place as expected with 0 points and a negative 8 goal difference, as expected. Starting off with the first game we're going to talk about, let's go over to Moldova versus Israel first, where Israel absolutely smoked Moldova 4-0. I really wanted Moldova to win this one, but we all knew that wasn't going to happen. And then swiftly going over to Italy versus Estonia, Italy failed to score in the first half, so the new manager Gennaro Gattuso made hella substitutions during halftime. Italy got back into firing mode and ended up winning 5-0, so kudos to them. Moving on to the next match day, let's talk about Norway versus Moldova first. And Norway absolutely battered these guys in Oslo, with them winning 11-1 against Moldova, with them also having a super high XG in the match too. That's insane. Not only that, 2 different players scored a hat-trick against Moldova, with one of them being Holland of course, who scored 5 goals in this game. Not only that, every time Holland or Norway scored against Moldova, they kept apologizing to the goalkeeper, saying that they kept having to score due to goal difference. I understand it. They gotta do what they gotta do to qualify for the World Cup. It's just business. But shout out to Norway for running up the score, and prayers up for Odegaard. Not because he got injured or anything, but the fact that he has to go back from playing with Holland to Gyökeres. That is nasty, nasty work. But now I think it's time to go over that Israel versus Italy game taking place in Hungary. And man, this game was entertaining as hell. But tactically speaking, this was an awful showing. Both of these guys' defenses were on fraud watch during this game. First, we had Italy conceding to Israel in the 16th minute due to Locatelli scoring an awful own goal, which is just bad enough. But then I started begging for Italy to come back in this game. I became the biggest Italian fan ever. And thank goodness to my beautiful, sexy Italian savior, Moise Kean, because this guy's undoubtedly the best Italian player right now. He's putting Italy on his back, I swear to you. Because in the 40th minute, he scored a golazo to equalize the game for the Italians. And even though they conceded once again to Israel, 2 minutes later, Moise Kean made sure to level the tie back up. And luckily, Politano scored in the 59th minute, and Raspadori added 1 more in the 81st minute. From here on, it should have been Italy cruising their way to all 3 points. But nope, they had to make it difficult, with them conceding to their own defender Bastoni in the 87th minute, with him scoring scoring an own goal, and then Parrots in the 89th minute to make it 4-4 and make it seem like Israel grabbed a crucial 1 point. But thank goodness for Sandro Tonali. I don't think I've rooted for a Newcastle player this hard in my life, because in the 90+ first minute, his pass, which ended up being a shot on target and eventually a goal, went in and Italy managed to pick up all 3 points in a 5-4 win. Super entertaining, but super awful tactically. And shout out to the Italians for talking shit to Israel's national team after the final whistle blew. Israel deserved it for sure. But now going over to the group standings, we got Norway in first place with 15 points and a plus 21 goal difference. They're looking very good to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. The Italy is in second with 9 points. Keep it up, Italy, and watch how they definitely finish higher than Israel, who are in third place with also 9 points, just 1 lower goal difference. Then Estonia is in fourth with 3 points, and Moldova is in last with 0 points still. Ouch. And now it's time to move on to UEFA Group J, where we had North Macedonia being on top of the table with 8 points. Wales was right behind them in second place with 8 points. Belgium were in third with 4 points, but they played 2 less games at the time. Kazakhstan were in fourth place with 3 points, and Liechtenstein were of course in last place with 0 points, as expected. Starting off from the first game between Kazakhstan and Wales, although it was low scoring, Wales got their well-deserved 1-0 victory and collected all 3 points. Then in the next game between Liechtenstein and Belgium, the Belgians were always going to win this one, which they did in a massive 6-0 win. Wait, did somebody say massive? And then moving on to North Macedonia versus Liechtenstein on the following match day, it was a 5-0 win for North Macedonia. Of course it was. And then in the game between Belgium versus Kazakhstan and Anderlecht, Belgium won this game very handsomely 6-0. Every game in this group in the September international window was very unentertaining, since one side completely dominated on the pitch and on the scoreline. Anyways, after this window, North Macedonia remained on top of the table with 11 points. Belgium were right behind them with 10 points, but they still got a game in hand. Wales were in third with also 10 points with just a lower goal difference. Kazakhstan were in fourth with 3 points, and Liechtenstein have now been eliminated with 0 points. Yikes. But now it's time to go over to UEFA Group K, where we had England obviously on top of the group with 9 points from 3 games. Albania were in second with 5 points. Then in third we had Serbia, who had 4 points. Latvia were in fourth with also 4 points, and Andorra were in last with 0 points. Obviously. Over to the first match we got to talk about. Let's go over Latvia versus Serbia, where thanks to Vlahovic's 12th minute goal, Serbia ended up winning 1-0. And then for England versus Andorra, although it was a very dull, boring, and unconvincing game, England obviously won this one 2-0. They should have won by way more to up their goal difference, but England are obviously going to qualify for the World Cup, so it doesn't really matter. Moving on to the following match day, we had Albania playing Latvia in Tirana, and Albania won 1-0 thanks to a penalty from Aslani in the 25th minute. Side note, if any Albanian baddies want to hit me up, slide in my DMs on Instagram, bro. Especially if you look like Dua Lipa, then just marry me, honestly. Anyways, going over to Serbia versus England, the English absolutely battered these guys in Belgrade 5-0. That was always going to happen. That isn't a surprising result whatsoever. Anyways, talking about how the group looks like now, England are in first place with 15 points, Albania are in second with 8 points, Serbia are right behind them with 7 points in third place, Latvia are in fourth with 4 points, and Andorra was in last with 0 points and a negative 10 goal difference. As expected, low-key. Now it's time to talk about the last group of UEFA World Cup 2026 qualifying. Group L, where we had Czech Republic actually being in first place with 9 points, Croatia was in second with 6 points, but obviously they played less games at the time, Montenegro was in third with also 6 points, Faroe Islands was in fourth with 3 points, and Gibraltar was in last with 0 points and a negative 14 goal difference, as expected. And honestly, this group wasn't that exciting in the September international window. Every game that happened only had one side scoring in each game. So in the game between Faroe Islands and Croatia won 1-0. Then in the game between Montenegro and Czech Republic, the Czechs won 2-0 away from home. Then on the following match day between Gibraltar and Faroe Islands, the Faroe Islands won 1-0 away from home. And then at home for Croatia against Montenegro and Zagreb, Croatia ended up winning 4-0. So yeah, none of the games in this group were very exciting. Besides that, Croatia has handled business as they should have. So now with the group standings, we now have Croatia in first place, as we all eventually expected, with a plus 16 goal difference. The Czech Republic are right behind them though, with also 12 points, just a lower goal difference. The Faroe Islands are in third with 6 points. Montenegro also have 6 points, but are in fourth place due to a lower goal difference. And Gibraltar are in now eliminated from World Cup contention, with them having 0 points and a negative 15 goal difference. That's tough. But now I think we've had enough of UEFA World Cup qualifying. I think it's time we talk about South American World Cup qualifying in the region known as CONMEBOL, where a lot of wild stuff happened. However, before we talk about that, I would like to remind y'all once again to please subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also, you guys can follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both at Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also, make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So yeah, follow me on my socials, join the Discord community, subscribe to the channel, and like the video. Thank you. Now back to CONMEBOL. Before this September 2025 international window took place, this is how the table looked like. In first place, we had Argentina with 35 points. They were so far ahead of everybody that they already qualified for the World Cup in March. Then in second, we had Ecuador with 25 points, who also qualified directly to the World Cup in the last June window, I'm pretty sure. Then in third, we had Brazil with also 25 points, just a lower goal difference. The right behind them was Uruguay in fourth with 24 points. Paraguay was behind them in fifth place with the same amount of points, just a lower goal difference. Colombia was in sixth with 22 points. They gotta start locking in, so I can see those baddies in the seats. Anyways, in 7th place, which is the Interconfederation playoff spot, we have Venezuela with 18 points. Right behind them in 8th place was Bolivia with 17 points. They're fighting with Venezuela for that playoff spot. Peru was in 9th place with 12 points. They were basically eliminated. And the only 100% confirmed elimination before September was Chile, with them being in dead last with 10 points. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Anyways, let's start by talking about the first game on matchday 17, where we had Paraguay versus Ecuador. Now, the game was a dead rubber one. It just ended in a 0-0 stalemate. Ecuador not conceding a goal. This is nothing new. I mean, these guys have an insane defensive record, as we all know, conceding only 5 goals in the 18 matches that they played, never conceding more than 1 goal in the match, having a clean sheet in 13 out of the 18 matches, and even playing out a 0-0 draw in 8 out of the 18 games in these qualifiers. So we've all known for a while now that Ecuador is very impressive defensively. But I actually want to highlight Paraguay more in this game, because after Paraguay secured this draw at home against Ecuador, they qualified for the World Cup for the first time since 2010, where they made the quarterfinals in South Africa. That penalty shootout against Japan still breaks my heart as somebody who is 100% Japanese, trust me. But regardless, when Paraguay qualified to the World Cup for the first time in 16 years, the fans erupted and everybody was celebrating on the streets of Paraguay. Not only that, the Paraguayan president, Santiago Peña, declared a public holiday in the country to mark the national team's return to the World Cup. That is so sick. So overall, congratulations to all the Paraguayans out there. Y'all deserve it. What I will say though is they desperately need Julio Enciso back healthy from his knee problems. Without him, I can't see them making it that far in the World Cup, respectfully. Then for the other games in this group, all of them were literally 3-0 results. The losing teams could have forfeited all these games and the result would have been the exact same. That's crazy. Anyways, Uruguay, although they have been underwhelming as of late, got a 3-0 win over Peru, a side that beat them at home a few months back. With this win, Uruguay did confirm themselves a spot in the 2026 World Cup, so congratulations to them. Then for Brazil versus Chile, Brazil were able to defeat this awful Chilean side 3-0 in Rio de Janeiro, and Estevao did get his first goal for the senior national team, and this helped Brazil qualify to the World Cup automatically too, so there's that. Then Colombia were able to defeat Bolivia at home 3-0, with James Rodriguez scoring the opening goal. And with this win, Colombia are also qualified to the World Cup after missing out in 2022. James Rodriguez, the 2014 Golden Boy, will be playing at another World Cup. You love to see it. And then in the match between Argentina and Venezuela in Buenos Aires, the last time Messi might be playing a competitive match in his home country, things were a bit emotional as he was seen tearing up, but he ended up scoring a brace in this game as Argentina went on to win 3-0 as I mentioned before. And Messi decided to say after the game that he might not make it to the World Cup. Bro, be serious. Messi, you're definitely playing at the World Cup. Let's lock in, twin. But basically after this match day, all that was left to discuss was who was going to get that Interconfederation playoff spot, Venezuela or Bolivia. And that's when the very entertaining matchday 18 comes into the picture. But let's talk about the more irrelevant games first. Chile versus Uruguay ended up as a 0-0 draw. Paraguay got a win away from home against Peru. They saw Galarza's 78th minute goal, and Ecuador beat Argentina at home 1-0. But both teams have been qualified for a while now, so this game wasn't really that important. But Otamendi's red card could potentially cost him at the World Cup, with him might not being able to play in Argentina's opening game if he were to be selected to the roster to my knowledge. But now it's time to talk about the remaining 2 games where a ton of drama happened. And let's go over Venezuela versus Colombia first. Now in a must-win game for Venezuela, things start off great in the 3rd minute, with Segovia scoring a belter to put Venezuela up early. However, 7 minutes later in the 10th minute, Yeremina would equalize the game for Colombia. But not to worry, because 2 minutes later in the 12th minute, the one and only Joseph Martinez, who plays for my local club San Jose Earthquakes, will score from a rebound and put Venezuela back up in the lead 2-1. But from this moment on, it got bad, because the new Sporting CP and Colombia striker, Luis Suarez, that's right, not the legend from Uruguay who loves to bite people, this Luis Suarez of Colombia, ended up scoring 4 goals in a row against Venezuela away from home. That's right, he's got 1 more goal than a hat-trick, the first time somebody's done that since the OG Luis Suarez, and this pretty much put Venezuela out of their misery. And although Venezuela scored 1 goal back, Colombia got 1 more, and Venezuela ended up losing 6-3 at home. But there was still hope for Venezuela to secure that Interconfederation playoff spot, because all they needed was Bolivia not to beat Brazil at home. But here's the thing, Bolivia were playing in their superpower high-altitude home stadium in El Alto, a place where it's very hard to beat Bolivia. And when Miguel Tercero scored his penalty in added time in the first half, there was absolutely no hope for Brazil to come back. That's right, with Bolivia beating Brazil 1-0 at home, they finished in 7th place in CONMEBOL World Cup qualifying, meaning their dream of reaching their first World Cup since 1994 is still alive. And this was also the first time Brazil lost to Bolivia since 2009, and this is the second time in their history that they lost to Bolivia without scoring a single goal. Brazil need to start calling Neymar back into the squad, bro. I don't know why they're not calling Idolo back in, but he'll literally carry Brazil to the World Cup. Trust me. But anyways, literally everything went wrong for Venezuela not to qualify for their first World Cup ever. It's rough out here for them. So with that being said, here's how the final CONMEBOL World Cup qualifying table looks like after 18 match days. In first place, we still obviously have the recent World Cup champions Argentina with 38 points, Ecuador is in second with 29 points, then Colombia's in third, Uruguay's in fourth, Brazil's in fifth, and Paraguay's in sixth, with all of them having 28 points. They're only separated by goal difference or goals forwarded. Fun fact, if this was the old qualifying 32 team World Cup format, Brazil would be going to the Interconfederation playoff. That is insane. They really need Neymar back. Then Bolivia is the one who actually secured that spot in 7th place, and the teams that have now been eliminated are Venezuela, Peru, and Chile. Maybe next time, y'all. Just kidding. These 3 teams are cursed, respectfully. But enough about South American football. It's time to talk about the North America region, aka CONCACAF World Cup Qualifiers. And just a reminder on how this new 3rd round section works, since we have started that new round now, there's 3 groups of 4 teams, where the 3 group winners will qualify for the World Cup, while the 2 best ranked runners-up will make it to the Inter-Confederation playoffs. Got it? Alright, let's run it. Starting off with CONCACAF World Cup qualifying Group A, we got Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Suriname all fighting for a top spot. With Panama being one of the top dogs in CONCACAF as of late, everybody expected them to top this group with ease. But so far, this couldn't be further from the truth. Speaking of them, let's talk about the first game between Suriname versus Panama. And Panama had a ton of expectations on them. They were expected to win this game, but I feel like people tend to forget that Suriname is literally the Netherlands B team. If you can't make it for the Dutch, you're going to be playing for Suriname. So there's still a ton of top quality on this national team. The fullbacks, Val Del Daren and Van der Kust, are absolute studs. Charles Becker still plays for this national team, by the way. He's an ex-Bundesliga and now La Liga player. And Gerardo Kirk is an absolute baller for Royal Antwerp and Suriname. He was going off at the Gold Cup. And with players like this, Suriname were able to hold off Panama at home and secure a 0-0 draw. They'll take that all day. While in the game between Guatemala versus El Salvador, there were a ton of expectations for Guatemala to get a win in this game. After all, they were the very impressive Gold Cup semifinalists that almost knocked out the US in that semifinal. And with them playing at home in Guatemala City, they were fully expected to beat this poor El Salvador national team. But instead, in the 79th minute, they ended up conceding Osorio in a must-win game. And Guatemala lost for the first time in forever in Guatemala City and started off their campaign in the worst way possible, acquiring 0 points. While El Salvador, congratulations. Despite being awful in recent years, they started off with a bang. Speaking of El Salvador, we just talked about their next game against Suriname, where although they did score a goal through an own goal, they did lose at home in San Salvador 2-1 to Suriname. And this was a huge 3 points for Suriname on their quest to qualify for the World Cup. And if they do, I'm sure they can convince Somerville to switch national teams and join them. Just throwing that out there. Moving on to Panama versus Guatemala and Panama City, Panama have fumbled again. They can't deal with the expectations, bruh, because they conceded first to Oscar Santos, and although they scored 1 back to level it, the game ended up as a 1-1 draw, and Panama went winless in the first 2 games. So now, looking at the Group A table currently, we got Suriname in first place in that automatic World Cup ticket spot with 4 points. El Salvador is right behind them thanks to that win over Guatemala with 3 points. Then Panama's still alive, but they've been poor with 2 points, and Guatemala have been fraudulent with them only having 1 point. Low-key, I hope Suriname makes it, just because the way that Panama have haunted my national team USA lately. I've become a hater of them, I'm not gonna lie. Moving on to CONCACAF qualifying Group B now, we've got Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Curacao, and Bermuda. This game pretty much has one favorite, and the second place spot is all to fight for. And that's kind of how this group has gone in the September international window. In the game between Bermuda and Jamaica, Bermuda are just not a good national team, so it came as no surprise that Jamaica ended up beating them 4-0 despite being away from home. Then in the game between Trinidad and Tobago and Curacao, it ended up as a 0-0 draw. I'm sure Trinidad would have loved to win this game instead, but a draw at home against Curacao isn't the worst thing in the world. Moving on to match day 2 in this group in the 3rd round, looking at the game between Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago, it wasn't the prettiest game by Jamaica, but they got 2 goals and won 2-0, so there isn't too much to complain about. They got the 6 points from 6 available. Jamaica will take that all day. And then in the game between Curacao and Bermuda, the ex-Manchester United player Tahith Chong came up clutch with his brace, because if it wasn't for that and a 75th minute winner from Nosman, Curacao were about to drop points at home to Bermuda out of all teams. Lads, Bermuda is not a good national team, respectfully. The fact that Curacao conceded 2 to them in general is just embarrassing. Regardless, Curacao did get the 3 points at the end of the day, so they'll take that, I guess. Anyways, looking at the group standings, we got Jamaica acquiring every point available in first place with 6 points and a +6 goal difference. Good on them. Curaçao's in second with 4 points. It was a shaky window, but they got the results. Trinidad and Tobago are in third with only 1 point, but they still gotta play Bermuda twice, so that point tally is probably gonna go up. And Bermuda is in last as expected with 0 points and a -5 goal difference. Tough luck for Bermuda. But now I think it's time we talk about CONCACAF Group C, where we got Costa Rica, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Haiti. And this group went unexpectedly, to say the least. In the first game between Haiti and Honduras, it ended 0-0. Not much to dissect there. But in the game between Nicaragua and Costa Rica at home in Managua, Costa Rica might have gone the lead in the 60th minute thanks to Gamboa, but Nicaragua's Bonilla equalized the game through a penalty in the 80th minute to make sure Nicaragua grabbed a point at home to Costa Rica. That's right, Costa Rica failed to beat Nicaragua, the same side that always qualifies to World Cups and even made the quarterfinals back in 2014. Yeah, that side could not beat the 10-man Nicaragua side away from home. Really disappointing from the Costa Ricans, I'm not gonna lie. Then the following match day, we had Honduras versus Nicaragua at home, with Honduras winning 2-0 and taking all 3 points. Good stuff from them. And then the Costa Rica versus Haiti match, wow, this was entertaining as hell, but diabolical from a Costa Rica perspective. Piojo might need to be sacked, no troll. Now in the first half of the game, Costa Rica were flowing with the chances, and they even got 2 on the board, with Kenneth Vargas scoring in the first minute and then Martinez scoring in the 35th minute. But then in the second half, Costa Rica completely capitulated. The substitute Ducas Nazon came on the pitch, and in the 55th minute, he scores a penalty past the legendary Keylor Navas, and 3 minutes later, he scores a bicycle kick to equalize the game for Haiti. But that's not it, because in the 86th minute, Nazon himself scored in what felt like the winner at the time to put Haiti up 3-2. I'm pretty sure this is the first time Costa Rica conceded a hat-trick to somebody in their home country ever. That's actually embarrassing, bruh. Luckily, Juan Vargas Campos scored in injury time to bring back a point for Costa Rica in a 3-3 draw. But still, the fact that Costa Rica couldn't beat Haiti at home despite being 2-0 up is absolutely wild to me. But now, looking at the table, Honduras is currently first place in that automatic spot with 4 points. Costa Rica is still alive with 2 points in second place. They need to start locking in though. Haiti is right behind them with also 2 points. They just have 1 less goal forwarded. And Nicaragua Portugal are in last with 1 point and a -2 goal difference. But hey, at least they got a point on the board, huh? Bermuda, take some notes. But anyways, guys, that's every qualifier that has happened in the September 2025 international window. So now it's time to take a look at which countries are guaranteed a spot at the 2026 World Cup, aka who has qualified already. Canada, Mexico, and USA have already qualified by being the hosts. Japan, New Zealand, Iran, Argentina, Uzbekistan, South Korea, Jordan, and Australia have been qualified for some time now, while Brazil, Ecuador, Uruguay, Colombia, Paraguay, Morocco, and Tunisia have all recently qualified to the World Cup. So congratulations to the 18 teams that have already made it. I can't wait to see who the other 30 countries will be. Let's start off with the AFC World Cup qualifiers first. And just a reminder on how this new 4th round qualifying works, the 3rd and 4th place teams from the 3rd round were divided into 2 groups of 3 teams, and the winner of each group will qualify directly for the 2026 World Cup, while the runners-up advanced to the 5th round, with one of the groups was being played in Qatar, while the other one was in Saudi Arabia, which is low-key a little unfair for the other teams in the group, but this is typical AFC. Get familiar with the program. Let's now start off with AFC Group A in the 4th round, where we have the likes of the host country Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. Now Qatar and the UAE were actually very familiar with each other from the 3rd round, with them actually being in the same group as each other, with the UAE finishing in 3rd while Qatar finished in 4th. And in fact, both times these two sides faced each other, UAE won both games in terrific fashion, with them beating Qatar in Qatar the first time around 3-1, and then winning at home absolutely destroying Qatar 5-0. So they were definitely feeling confident ahead of the 4th round, even though they did acquire the new manager Cosmin Olerio, who replaced Paulo Bento, and Qatar replaced their manager with now Julian Lopetegui, while Oman on the other hand finished 4th in the 3rd round group, due to some absolute bullshit I must say. Palestine literally got robbed, bruh. That should not have been a penalty against them in the last minute. It should have been Palestine in this round for real. Anyways, let's now start talking about the matches, and the first one was between Oman and Qatar. And let's just cut to the chase, because this match was an absolute stinker and it ended 0-0. Oman did well defensively and kept Qatar out. That's all there is to it. So let's just keep it pushing to the second match, where we had the United Arab Emirates taking on Oman, and the UAE were definitely feeling confident ahead of this game. I mean, it's Oman with all due respect. They should definitely be beating these guys with ease, right? Well, not so fast, because in the 12th minute, Oman actually got the lead due to an unlucky own goal from Athon. So with Oman having a 1-0 lead and already being structured well defensively, they just had to remain strong for the rest of the 90 minutes and keep this 1-0 lead. But then in the 76th minute, the Brazilian center back representing UAE, Marcus Maloney, timed his run perfectly and headed the ball in to level the game back up. That was much needed for the UAE, and this gave the Emiratis hope that they could get something out of this game. And they did in the 83rd minute, with the Brazilian João Lucas hitting in a cross, but the ball somehow managed to get past everybody and go to the back of the net to bring UAE a 2-1 lead. And they managed to hold on to this to secure all 3 points. UAE's confidence was sky high after this match. They just had a very important comeback victory, and that's the exact mojo that they wanted to be in for their last match against Qatar, who were in poor form. But despite the first half being a stale 0-0, the second half became a straight dogfight. First in the 49th minute, Akram Afif delivered an absolute peach of a ball to Kuki, who headed the ball in brilliantly to give Qatar a 1-0 lead. Then despite UAE looking for a way back, Akram Afif would deliver in another peach of a ball from a free kick in the 74th minute, with Pedro Miguel this time getting his head on it and scoring to give Qatar a much needed and deserved 2-0 lead. Akram Afif, man, I've been saying that this dude is one of the best players in Asia. He is so good. Qatar will literally be absolute dog water without him, I swear to God, bruh. Anyways, despite a Qatari defender getting a straight red card and the UAE's Adil scoring a self-created volley in the 9+8th minute, Qatar will hold out for this 2-1 victory and secure that first place spot in the group, meaning they've automatically qualified to the World Cup, while the UAE are going to the 5th round of AFC World Cup qualifying. Heartbreaking for the UAE, after they've defeated Qatar twice in these qualifiers before, but Akram Afif showed levels of this game and clutched up for his nation. You just gotta respect it. Also, bruh, after the game, the Emirati fans started fighting with the Qatari police in the stadium. Those guys were pissed. No alcohol, just straight up hatred. That is wild. Let's now move on to the AFC 4th round qualifying Group B, where we got the host Saudi Arabia, who sussly got to host the games of the 4th round. Extremely sus, I can't lie. Then Iraq, and surprisingly Indonesia. Now these teams also low-key had a familiarity with each other. Iraq and Indonesia were in the same AFC 2nd round of World Cup qualifying, where Iraq would top the group while Indonesia came 2nd, with Iraq actually beating Indonesia both times they faced each other, with one of those games being a 5-1 destruction, even though Indonesia is a completely different team now because they recruited so many more dual Dutch nationals. And even though Iraq was in a different 3rd round group where they got 3rd place, Saudi Arabia and Indonesia end up being in the same group in the 3rd round, with Saudi Arabia finishing 3rd while Indonesia finished 4th. And even though one of these matches ended up as a 1-1 draw, the next match between these two ended up in a 2-0 home victory for the Indonesians, with Marcelino Ferdinand putting on a masterclass in this game. So with that, I literally had no idea who was going to win this group. It could have been Saudi Arabia, but also at the same time, it could have been Indonesia. This was the group I was more excited about compared to Group A. Anyway, starting starting off with the first game between Indonesia and Saudi Arabia, my goodness was this a thriller. First in the 11th minute, there was a handball in the box from Saudi Arabia, and Kevin Dix stepped up to the spot and slammed the ball into the net to give Indonesia a 1-0 lead. I was in euphoria when this happened. I thought Indonesia was gonna go crazy after this. But right after in the 17th minute, Abu Al-Shama scored a laser shot outside the box for his first goal for Saudi to level the match 1-1. And then after Saudi Arabia continued to pressure the Indonesian goal, Saudi Arabia will win a penalty where Al-Bareika will step up this time instead of Al-Dasari. Good decision because that motherfucker kept missing penalties. And he converted it to give Saudi a 2-1 lead before halftime. Then in the second half, Indonesia's goalkeeper Martin Pais kept saving Indonesia's butt in this game with his ridiculous saves. But eventually, Al-Bareika would break through again this time and score a second to grab a 3-1 lead. And even though Dix would score another penalty for Indonesia to bring one goal back, it wouldn't be enough. And Saudi Arabia would grab the all-important 3 points in a 3-2 win over Indonesia. Tough for Indonesia. But they had a chance to bounce back against Iraq in the next game. Sadly for them though, in the 74th minute, the Iraqi star boy Zidane Iqbal scored a laser shot from outside the box with his weak foot to give Iraq a 1-0 win. And he would even hit the Nicolas Pepe celebration, even though he low-key didn't do it right, I'm not gonna lie. Regardless, Iraq will grab the all-important 3 points. And Indonesia will be eliminated from World Cup contention. Low-key though, Indonesia have a lot to be proud of. They made it so far in World Cup qualifying and even did well with a lot of their players not being there, like Marcelino who's out in this window, Ole Romney who just came back from injury for the October window, etc. But one thing's for sure, they should not have sacked Shin Tae-yong for Justin Kluivert just because he could speak Dutch. That was a terrible mistake, and a mistake that might have cost Indonesia a World Cup spot. Then in the last Group B game, it just ended in an extremely dull 0-0 draw between Saudi Arabia and Iraq. And with Saudi scoring more goals in the 4th round, they finished on top of the group and secured qualification to the 2026 World Cup, while Iraq have to go to the 5th round. So congratulations to Saudi Arabia, even though them hosting the 4th round was low-key sus. Now for the 5th round, it'll be played in November 2025 between Iraq and the UAE in a 2-legged affair. And whoever wins this will go to the Interconfederation playoffs. So there's still a lot of hurdles for one of these teams to go and make the World Cup. But hey, at least they're still in it, huh? But you want to know what else is in these days? And by in, I mean in style? It's Extra, the sponsor of today's video. Extra are the future of wallets, and they're launching a new and upgraded version of their product, the Extra Wallet Pro. It has improved Vegeta leather with no use of plastic, holds 1 to 14 cards and builds with 7 in the card holder. There's a metal card ejector trigger, see? Which just shows off the cards, which is so cool. And only that, this Wallet Pro is slimmer, the flaps close better, has a lifetime warranty, meaning this wallet is built to last, and is available in 4 different colors plus 2 exclusive colors as well. With this wallet, you'll feel like you went from classic to first class, you feel me? To add to that, this is a trackable wallet too, meaning you don't have to worry about losing it. Dang man, what a deal. But also man, this premium Italian leather wallet just makes me feel so important, bruh. Like a formal gentleman taking my 10 out of 10 Cape Verdean wife on a date, if you're catching my drift. But that's not it, because Extra's on a mission to not only provide top trackable smart wallets, but also to help improve your travel essentials too, with their Travel Pack Vacuum Kit. It's a space-saving solution for travelers who want to pack more without bulking up their bags. With this Travel Pack Vacuum Kit from Extra, you'll free up 60% more space and can compress 15 plus clothing items per vacuum bag. It has a portable rechargeable pump up to 20 plus uses before charging it again, and the bag is anti-rip nylon to last for many trips. And this bag will also keep your clothes dry and odor proof. And as a man who likes to travel and loves going to different countries to watch multiple footy games, this is going to be mad useful for me. And guess what? Extra have been kind enough to provide me with the discount code to make sure that this can also be useful for y'all. So if you use my code Nabhuto and go to partner.extra.com/Nabhuto, you can get up to 45% off. That's right, 45% off just by using the code Nabhuto at the link provided on screen or at the top of this YouTube video's description. So make sure y'all check Extra out. It's some heat. But anyways, thank you Extra for sponsoring today's video, and let's get back to the World Cup qualifiers. But that's it regarding Asia's World Cup qualifying campaign in October. So now it's time to move on to Africa's World Cup qualifiers next. And just a reminder on how this first round qualifying section works. In order to make the World Cup, you have to top the group that you're currently in. And if you're one of the best 4 second place countries, you go into another playoff format with the other second place teams. And the team that wins these 2 games will be sent to the Interconfederation playoffs. So in summary, try to get first or you're cooked. Now starting off with Group A of these CAF qualifiers, we've got Egypt, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. And after the last international window, the table looked like this. Egypt were in first place with 20 points and 0 losses. They've been running away with this group. Then in second, there was Burkina Faso with 15 points, 5 points behind first place. Sierra Leone was up next in third with those 12 points. Guinea-Bissau was right behind them in fourth with 10 points. Ethiopia were now eliminated with 6 points, and Djibouti had been eliminated for a while with them only having 1 point and a negative 24 goal difference. Djibouti were genuinely some booty, if you know what I mean. And regarding Group A in particular, it kind of played out like everybody thought it would, so there isn't too much to talk about. Egypt obviously ended up beating Djibouti away from home 3-0, with Mo Salah scoring a brace, and thanks to that, Egypt still managed to qualify for the World Cup, making their 4th ever appearance at the World's Tournament. So congrats to all my Egyptians out there. You know I'm rocking with y'all. I'm a Mo Salah fan. Hopefully they do well in the AFCON too. Then in 2nd place, Burkina Faso managed to claim that spot after beating Ethiopia 3-1. And after the match, they were seen celebrating as they thought they were guaranteed a spot in the next round of the CAF World Cup Qualifiers. However, due to what happened to Eritrea, who completely fucked the entire system up by withdrawing from these qualifiers, Burkina Faso ended up getting screwed over, with FIFA deciding to remove points against the last team in every group, which meant that Burkina Faso's 6 points and +9 goal difference against Djibouti was removed, while the likes of Nigeria only had 2 points removed because they only managed to get that many points against last place Zimbabwe in their group. And due to that, as you can see, Burkina Faso failed to make it to the next round. We'll look at who progressed to the 2nd round shortly though, but just know that Burkina Faso got absolutely done dirty, and they missed out on the World Cup due to this. Even one of the Burkina Faso players basically vowed vengeance against FIFA and CAF. Bro might start moving like prime Oliver Queen soon, if you know you know. Anyways, yeah, the group standings, all that matters is that Egypt made it through. That's all you gotta know. And moving on from that, I think it's time we talk about Africa World Cup qualifying Group B, where we got Senegal, DR Congo, Togo, Sudan, Mauritania, and South Sudan. And just to remind you on how this table looked like before October, we have Senegal with 18 points. They've now claimed that top spot after their 3-2 comeback win versus DR Congo in September. And then DR Congo fell 1 place below in 2nd place with 16 points. I feel bad for them, but this bottles in the history of DR Congo. Then Sudan was in 3rd place with 12 points. And the last 3 sides were already eliminated, with Togo in 4th, Mauritania in 5th, and South Sudan in 6th. And honestly, nothing really surprising happened in this group in October. All the surprises happened in September, because DR Congo ended up winning both of their games 1-0, while Senegal absolutely destroyed their opponents in the last 2 remaining games, with even my Washiko Sadio Mane bagging a brace against Mauritania. And due to that, the group order stayed the same, which means that Senegal's African super team looking at has secured an automatic ticket to the 2026 World Cup, while DR Congo finished in 2nd, barely missing out on an automatic spot, but they secured a spot in the 2nd round of qualifying. So yeah, congrats to both of these sides for at least progressing, I guess. Anyways, I now think it's time to talk about Group C, where we got Nigeria, South Africa, Benin, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and Lesotho. And after the September international window, South Africa was in 1st place with 17 points and in that automatic ticket to the World Cup spot. Benin was actually in 2nd with them having 14 points. Nigeria was after them in 3rd with 11 points. Rwanda was also on 11 points, but is in 4th due to goal difference. And the likes of Lesotho and Zimbabwe were already officially eliminated. Now that's how the table looked like, until a couple of weeks before the October international window. Because remember how I was talking about last time how Mokoena played against Lesotho when he wasn't supposed to, because he was supposed to be suspended? Well, guess what? FIFA took action on them and removed 3 points from South Africa's point tally. And with that, Benin were on top of the group, with Nigeria actually having a chance to qualify. That's right, this potential blunder from South Africa not only gave life to Nigeria, but also gave life to Benin, who had a very realistic chance of qualifying to the 2026 World Cup. And after match day 9, this looked increasingly likely, with South Africa dropping points to Zimbabwe as they drew 0-0, while the likes of Nigeria beat Lesotho 2-1, and Benin of course went away to Rwanda and beat them 1-0 to increase their odds of qualifying to the World Cup. Literally all they had to do was not drop points against Nigeria. That's it. If they won or drew this game, they should have a very good chance of qualifying to the World Cup, regardless of whatever happens in the South Africa game. So in Benin's match against Nigeria, they had to stand tall and stay compact defensively. Just don't let Nigeria break in behind and score. And that's exactly what Nigeria did in the 3rd minute of the game. They let Victor Osimhen break through and score, the one guy you're not supposed to let this happen to. Well, okay, listen. As long as South Africa doesn't win, Benin should still be able to qualify. Oh shoot, South Africa slapped at Rwanda and won 3-0. Huh, well, maybe if Benin comes back? Psych, that wasn't happening. Osimhen dropped a hat-trick on their head tops, and Onyeka scored in the 9+1st minute to help Nigeria win 4-0. And this meant that Nigeria finished 2nd place in the group over Benin due to goal difference, while South Africa managed to win the group and qualify automatically to the 2026 World Cup, the first World Cup they're taking a part in since the 2010 one they hosted. Congrats to South Africa, they definitely deserved it. They had 3 points deducted and still finished on top of the group. They've been quality since the last AFCON, and due to Nigeria's 4th goal, they actually ended up acquiring a 2nd round spot in CAF qualifying, something that we'll tap in a little bit more into later. And shout out to Osimhen, man. Without him, they didn't win a single game in 5 World Cup qualifiers, but with them, they've won 4 out of the 5 remaining games, with Osimhen scoring 6 goals. Bro carries Nigeria on his back, and I like his leadership too. Nigeria needs it because they got lucky this goal from Benin didn't count. What the Nigerian goalkeeper was doing here, dropping the ball, is something that I don't think I'll ever understand. Benin though, this might be one of the worst borrows I've seen in a very long time. I was actually rooting for Benin too, but they let me down. RIP. And now let's move on to CAF World Cup qualifying Group D, where we've got the likes of Cameroon, Cape Verde, Angola, Libya, Mauritius, and Eswatini. And after the last qualifying window, the table looked like this. In 1st place we had Cape Verde, who are now 4 points ahead of 2nd place Cameroon with their 1-0 victory at home against them last time out. And then Libya was really close behind Cameroon in 3rd place, with them only being 1 point behind, while Angola was in 4th with 10 points, and the likes of Mauritius and also Eswatini were eliminated already. Now basically, this group was just between the two to see who gets the top spot, and all Cape Verde had to do was win 1 out of their last 2 remaining games to secure qualification qualification to the World Cup. However, with them having to face Aliou Cissé's Libya away from home, this was always going to be a difficult task. And with them going down 1-0 in the very first minute, it already wasn't looking good. But thanks to a little help from the Libya goalkeeper, because what the hell was this mistake right here? That was one of the worst goalkeeping errors I've seen in a while, man. And also the likes of Arcanjo in the 29th minute, Cabral in the 76th minute, and then Semedo scoring in the 82nd minute. Cape Verde managed to get a point against a very difficult and upcoming Libya side away from home 3-3. But with Cameroon beating Mauritius 2-0, Cape Verde had to win at home against Eswatini. No more second chances. And the first half was looking grim. Eswatini were mashing the dark arts and wasting time to piss off Cape Verdeans, and Cape Verde just failed to score. But finally in the second half, Euphoria hit, and Cape Verde managed to find the breakthrough, with Livramento in the 48th minute scoring a goal right in front of the goalkeeper due to a lucky bounce to him, and his goal broke the deadlock, because then Semedo scored in the 54th minute to create more of a lead in this game. And with Stopira's injury time goal in the 90+1st minute, Cape Verde ended up winning the match 3-0, and they secured qualification to the World Cup for the first time in the nation's history. I'm so proud of these guys, man. They deserve it, and I'm so excited to watch them play at the World Cup. I hope I can be out there and watch one of these games in person. If any Cape Verdeans are watching this video, let me know so I can tag along. And I might just shoot a couple of shots if you know what I mean. I like Cape Verde for reasons more than just football, if you're catching my drift. I'm just a man. Speaking of Cape Verde though, their Irish dual national defender, Pico Lopez, might be the first ever player recruited by a national team through LinkedIn. He was approached by the federation initially in Portuguese and thought it was a spam, but then they tried in English again, and now he's gonna play at a World Cup. What if bro never checked LinkedIn? He might have never had the chance to play at a World Cup, because we all know Ireland ain't qualifying to that shit anytime soon. Anyways, Cape Verde ended up top of the group obviously, with Cameroon finishing in second place, and they secured themselves a spot in the second round of qualifying, so there's that. Cameroon are still alive. Now talking about Group E, I mean we all know Morocco already qualified to the World Cup, and Niger finished in second, but they didn't get a second round ticket. So tough luck to them, but shout out to Morocco, I mess with y'all. Then moving on to CAF Group F, we got the likes of Ivory Coast, Gabon, Kenya, Burundi, Gambia, and Seychelles. And this is how the standings look like from the last time these guys played in September. Ivory Coast remained on top of the group with 20 points, still being undefeated, and not even having a single goal scored against them in this qualifying campaign. That's crazy. They might not play the best football, but whatever they're doing works very well. Then Gabon were right behind them with 19 points, and the rest of the guys were already eliminated. So basically, if Gabon wanted any chance to secure an automatic ticket to the World Cup, they needed Ivory Coast to drop points, and also Gabon would have to win both of their games. Aside for them though, the previous AFCON champions ended up destroying Seychelles 7-0 and beat Kenya at home 3-0. So they're the ones who actually secured an automatic ticket to the World Cup instead of Gabon. However, even though Gabon won both of their games, I want to shout out Aubameyang, because his 4 goals away to Gambia proved pivotal as Gabon won 4-3. Without Aubameyang, Gabon would low-key be a completely finished national team. They gotta build a statue for this man because he's carrying Gabon on his back. But yeah, Gabon finished in second, and they'll at least be in the second round of qualifying, so there's that. Now moving on to African World Cup qualifying Group G, we have the likes of Algeria, Mozambique, Guinea, Uganda, Botswana, and Somalia. And from the last time these guys played, this is how the table looks like. In first place, Algeria still remained at the top with 19 points. They were almost guaranteed the spot for the World Cup in the States. Uganda was in second with 15 points, the Mozambique dropped to third with also 15 points, just a lower goal difference. Guinea has had a pretty disappointing World Cup qualifying campaign where they have some really good players, because they were in fourth with 11 points. Botswana was in fifth with 9 points, and Somalia was in dead last with 1 point still. Somalia just need to learn how to pass the ball, and they'll be good in the future. Trust me. Now in this group, literally all Algeria had to do to secure a spot at the World Cup next summer was to win one of their 1 out of remaining 2 games. And this was to qualify for their first World Cup since 2014, and avenge their heartbreaking elimination for the last time in qualifying, where they conceded a last minute goal to Cameroon to knock them out. Well, luckily for them, they gotta play Somalia away from home in the next game, which was somehow allowed to be played in Algeria. I am a little confused by that. That was not an away game for Algeria. Anyways, they obviously won 3-0, and Algeria secured qualification to the 2026 World Cup and finished on top of their group. However, Uganda had a chance to make it to the second round of qualifying. They just had to beat an already qualified Algeria on the last match day, and they were close, with them being 1-0 up with 80 minutes played. But then after conceding 2 penalties to Omura, with one of them being in the 9+9th minute, Uganda lost and failed to secure a second round spot. Tough luck, but Uganda is still on the come up, trust me. Now for Group H, we already know Tunisia qualified for the World Cup, and all you need to know is Namibia failed to get a second round ticket. That's literally all there is for Group H. While for Group I, on the other hand, all Ghana had to do was win their remaining 2 games, and qualification was theirs. And they did, with them dismantling Central African Republic 5-0, and ended up beating Comoros 1-0 at home thanks to a goal from their star boy Mohamed Kudus. With that, despite failing to make the AFCON, Ghana finished on top of the group and secured an automatic ticket to the World Cup, while second place Madagascar did not clinch a second round ticket. Speaking of the second round though, let's take a look at who qualified for the next round of African World Cup qualifying. Gabon, who were very impressive, finished on top of the table with 19 points. They were just unlucky to be Group group with the AFCON champions Ivory Coast. While despite DR Congo choking in Senegal, they still finished second in the rankings of the runners-up. While chokers Cameroon were in third, and Nigeria clutched up in fourth place due to having one more goal difference compared to fifth place Burkina Faso, who barely missed out. See, this is what I mean when I say Burkina Faso got hoed. The points removed from them and the goal difference cost them a second round spot by the smallest of margins. That is tough, bruh, and it's so unfair for Burkina Faso. But anyways, for the CAF World Cup qualifiers in November in the second round, we got Gabon versus Nigeria and DR Congo versus Cameroon in the semifinals. And whoever wins this final will go to the Interconfederation playoffs. So there's still a journey to make the World Cup, but at least they're still alive for it. But now with all this being said, that was everything that happened in the first round of African World Cup qualifying, which ended in the October international window. And now I think it's time we talk about the European region, UEFA. But before we talk about that, please remember to subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both on Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So if you want to, feel free to follow my socials, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Back to UEFA's qualifying section now. Every single group is now underway with the qualifiers, which wasn't the case before September. But now in October, we've got a lot to cover. So let's just get started. I'm dying because of how much we have to cover, bruh. Yacht. Anyways, let's talk about UEFA qualifying Group A first, where we got the likes of Germany, Slovakia, Northern Ireland, and Luxembourg. And the last time we spoke about this group in September, this is how the table looked like. We had Slovakia in first place surprisingly with 6 points, and then in second we actually had Northern Ireland with 3 points because they scored one more goal than third place Germany, who also had 3 points after they shockingly lost to Slovakia away from home in September. And Luxembourg were of course last place with 0 points. Germany really couldn't afford to drop any more points in the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, especially in October's window, or else they generally might not secure that automatic ticket to the World Cup. Now let's start off with Germany versus Luxembourg first. Luxembourg is definitely the worst team in this group, so Germany had to win this game, and they did very convincingly, winning 4-0 at home. But if you're a USA fan like me, this game broke us, because USA eligible Nathaniel Brown made his debut for the German national team, and now he's cap-tied. This one might bite us back in the butt for not trying to recruit him earlier, I'm not gonna lie, but it was good for Germany to get the win here. They needed to bounce back, especially with Slovakia being on fire. But actually in October, Slovakia were watered down completely, somehow losing in Belfast away from home 2-0 to Northern Ireland. How do you beat Germany but somehow lose to Northern Ireland, bro? Are you serious right now?
Are you serious right now, bro?
But anyways, this gave hope to Germany to bounce back and get that top spot in the group. And they would after beating Northern Ireland and Belfast thanks to a 31st minute goal from Woltemade, the most Australian looking German I've ever seen in my life, who scored to secure a 1-0 win away from home for Germany. And even though Slovakia beat Luxembourg at home 2-0, Germany will manage to top the group now thanks to their +5 goal difference and 9 points. While Slovakia is in second now with also 9 points, just a lower goal difference. Then Northern Ireland is still alive with 6 points, while Luxembourg is just here for the vibes, being in last place with 0 points and a -9 goal difference. Good on Germany for bouncing back though. And big up to my boy Florian Wirtz. Trust me, he's gonna cook for Liverpool soon, you heard it here first. Anyways, it's now time to talk about Group B, where we got the likes of Switzerland, Sweden, Slovenia, and Kosovo. And the last time we spoke about the group, this is how the table looked like. In first place, we had Switzerland, of course, with 6 points. In second, we surprisingly had Kosovo with 3 points. Sweden was in third place with 1 point, that's wild. And Slovenia was in last with also 1 point, just a lower goal difference. Sweden needed to lock in for October, or else they probably won't be at the World Cup. I really want to see my boy Isak ball out on the world stage, but October did not go well for the Swedish, bro. Because with Kosovo dropping points in the game against Slovenia, Sweden had an incredible opportunity to bounce back as long as they put points on the board against Switzerland at home. And in the first half, Sweden were generating all sorts of good opportunities. It seemed like it was only going to be a matter of time before they scored a goal to give them the lead against a very good Swiss side. But then in the second half, it all went wrong for the Swedes, with Switzerland winning a penalty and Xhaka scoring from that, scoring his first goal for Switzerland in like 2 years, and then Manzabi scoring in injury time to secure a 2-0 win away from home for Switzerland, while Sweden lost at home. That's tough. Then when Slovenia drew Switzerland at home, Sweden were still alive, but then at home, they somehow lost to Kosovo 1-0 thanks to Aslani's goal in the 32nd minute. Are you dead at right now, Sweden? Y'all had 2 games at home in October and you balled it both times. Ain't no way, bruh.
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
So with that, Switzerland are currently on top of the group now with 10 points. Kosovo are right behind them in second place with 7 points. Slovenia is in third with 3 points, and Sweden was in last place with 1 point. Sweden might generally not be at the World Cup after making the quarterfinals in their last appearance back in 2018. That's crazy, man. But now moving on to UEFA Group C, we got the likes of Denmark, Greece, Scotland, and Belarus. And from last time out, Denmark was in first place with 4 points. Scotland was in second with also 4 points, just 1 lower goal difference. Greece was still fighting in third place with 3 points, and Belarus was of course last with 0 points. These guys are irrelevant in this group if we're just keeping it 100. Irrelevant. Now of course, Denmark was going to beat Belarus 6-0 in the first game. That much was obvious. But if Greece wanted to stay alive, they had to get points on the board in their match against Scotland away from home. But instead, despite the Greek Scoutser Simica scoring in the 62nd minute to give Greece a 1-0 lead away from home, they conceded very quickly to the Scottish after that in the 64th minute thanks to Ryan Christie. And after 2 more goals from the Scots, they won 3-1 in Glasgow. And it was going to be very difficult for the Greek to come back from this, especially with their next game being against the Danish away from home. Well, speaking about the game, let's just cut to the chase. The Greek got absolutely dismantled 3-1 and have now been eliminated from World Cup contention in these UEFA Qualifiers, while Scotland's 2-1 win at home against Belarus still keeps them alive. Maybe that Greek wonder kid, Konstantinos Karetsas, regrets switching from Belgium to Greece, or else he actually might be playing in a World Cup for real. Anyways, looking at the group standings now, Denmark is in first place with 10 points due to their plus 11 goal difference, while Scotland is in second with 10 points, just a lower goal difference, and the other two sides are eliminated, so there's that. Now moving on to Group D, we now have the likes of France, Ukraine, Iceland, and Azerbaijan in this group, where France was obviously in first with 6 points, Iceland was in second with 3 points, Ukraine was in third after a disappointing September window with just 1 point, and Azerbaijan was in last with also 1 point, just a lower goal difference. Now on match day 3 in this group, something shocking happened, and I'm not talking about France's obvious victory over Azerbaijan in Paris. I'm talking about the game between Iceland and Ukraine, because this was an 8-goal thriller over in Reykjavik. Ukraine went up first in the game thanks to Mladenovski in the 14th minute, but Ellerson from Iceland would bring one back in the 34th minute. However, Ukraine would bag 2 more goals before halftime, with Mladenovski securing a brace for himself, and this had Ukraine the lead 3-1. But then Guðmundsson would score 2 goals for Iceland in the second half to bring them back 3-3 and spark a potential comeback at home for the Icelandic. However, Ukraine would clutch up in this game, first thanks to a goal from Kaliozini in the 85th minute, and then Ocharenko in the 88th minute to make it 5-3 for Ukraine and help collect all 3 points away from home for them. Ukraine will continue their great October window with a 2-1 win at home, while technically in Poland against Azerbaijan, while Iceland still managed to stay alive for their 2-2 draw against France at home. Shout out to Mateta though, man, because he scored his first goal for France at 20 years old. Big up to him because he's a great striker. So now with all that being said, table now looks like this. France is on top of the group still obviously with 10 points, Ukraine is in second with 7 points, Iceland is in third but still alive with 4 points, and Azerbaijan are as good as eliminated. Tough luck for them. Moving on to Group B now, we've got the likes of Spain, Turkey, Georgia, and Bulgaria. A very exciting group for sure. And after the September international window, the table looked like this. We obviously had Spain in first place with 6 points and a plus 9 goal difference. Georgia, despite losing at home to Turkey in September, were in second place with 3 points due to goal difference, with Turkey being in third with also 3 points as a negative 5 goal difference, and Bulgaria is of course in last with 0 points. Starting off with the game between Spain and Georgia, this just ended up being a simple victory for Spain as they won 2-0. If Georgia got any more points here, it would have been crucial for the qualifying campaign, but it wasn't meant to be. While Turkey went away to Bulgaria and slapped them alive 6-1. Then over to match day 4, Spain would obviously slap up Bulgaria 4-0, with that Malaysia striker Mikel Merino scoring a brace. How does this guy keep on scoring? What the helly? Also bro, Laporta is wearing the number 10 kit as a center back. That is utter woke nonsense. Anyways, over to the rematch between Turkey and Georgia. Turkey would absolutely slap up Georgia at home 4-1, beating them twice now in these World Cup qualifiers. With that, Turkey would now be in a very good position to advance to the playoffs, with them being in second place. While Spain is probably going to qualify for the World Cup, with them being in first, while Georgia is in third place with 3 points, and Bulgaria are now eliminated. Tough luck for Georgia, man. They really needed a good window in October, and they failed to have that. Moving on to UEFA Group F, we got the likes of Portugal, Hungary, Armenia, and the Republic of Ireland. And after September, we had Portugal in first place, of course, with 6 points, Armenia was in second with 3 points somehow, Hungary was in third with 1 point, and Ireland was in dead last with 1 point as well. Now, Ireland initially had a hope of collecting a huge point away from home in Portugal in October, as they kept it 0-0 for the entire 90 minutes. Even Kelleher, the former Liverpool goalkeeper, saved a Cristiano Ronaldo penalty and celebrated basically in front of him. But then in the 90+ first minute, Ruben Neves came up clutch and scored to grab a late 1-0 win for Portugal and celebrated by pulling down his sock and showing a tattoo of Diego Jota and pointing to the sky. Big respect for Neves, man. And then Ronaldo took the piss out of Ireland even further and mocked Kelleher after the winner too. As FNG says, that's a shithousey reward for CR7. Then in the game between Hungary and Armenia, Hungary got a great result as they won 2-0 in Budapest, so good on them. Then in the following match day, Evan Ferguson finally helped secure all 3 points as he scored in the 70th minute to beat Armenia 1-0. He's easily been Ireland's best player in these qualifiers, and it's nice to see him finally get a win with the Irish. While in the game between Portugal versus Hungary, Cristiano Ronaldo bagged a brace. This dude is still elite, man, but they failed to get a win with Liverpool's sexy and handsome Szoboszlai grabbing a late equalizer in the 9+ first minute to secure a point for the Hungarians. I hope Szoboszlai ended up getting CR7's jersey after the game though, like he was promised by the man himself. Regardless, looking at the group table now, Portugal are in first place with 10 points, Hungary are in second with 5 points, Ireland are still alive with 4 points, and Armenia is in last place with 3 points. This group is low-key kind of close, except for Portugal obviously. But now moving on to Group G, we're back with the groups of 5, and in this one we got the likes of the Netherlands, who were in first place with 10 points as expected, Poland were right behind them in second place with also 10 points, just a lower goal difference, Finland were in third with the same 7 points, Lithuania were in fourth with 3 points, and Malta was in last with 2 points. Malta was just here for the vibes, man. And speaking of Malta, they got absolutely slapped up by the Netherlands at home 4-0. As expected, bro, they were never going to get a result against the Dutch. While in the match between Finland and Lithuania, despite the finish going down 1-0 at home, they came back to win the game 2-1, surprisingly in my eyes. So shout out to Finland. Maybe they can surprise us all in these qualifiers and qualify for the World Cup. Okay, psych. They got spanked by the Netherlands in the very next game in Amsterdam 4-0. These lot are cooked, man. While Poland got an important away win against Lithuania 2-0. Now looking at the table, Netherlands are in a good position as they're on top of the group with 16 points, Poland is in second behind them with 13 points, Finland are still alive to be fair to them with 10 points, and Lithuania and Malta are eliminated. But now I think it's time we talk about Group H, where we have Bosnia and Herzegovina in first place with 12 points due to their goal difference being higher than Austria's, who also have left 12 points. Austria did have a game in hand. Then in third, we had Romania with 7 points. Cyprus was in fourth with 4 points. And San Marino was of course in last with 0 points. Now in October, Austria scored the most goals they've ever scored in a match before, with them destroying San Marino 10-0. Poor San Marino, bro, they got absolutely slaughtered. While surprising the other match, Bosnia and Herzegovina completely choked, because despite going 2-0 up, they ended up drawing Cyprus out of all teams away from home 2-2, with Pita scoring a 9+7 minute penalty to help Cyprus secure a draw. That was a fumble by Bosnia, bro, I'm not gonna lie. However, Bosnia are still alive, because right when Austria had a chance to go clear, they end up losing to Romania 1-0 in Bucharest thanks to a last minute winner from Gita in the 9+5 minute. Not good from Austria, man. This was their chance to run away with it, and instead they lost to an out-of-form Romania side. Ouch. Regardless of that loss though, Austria are now in first place in the group with 15 points. Bosnia are right behind them though with 13 points. Romania are still alive with 10 points thanks to their win over Austria. And Cyprus and San Marino are eliminated, but San Marino might have a chance to qualify through the Nations League rankings, so let's see what happens with them. Let's now move on to UEFA qualifying Group I, where we had Norway in first place with 15 points and a +21 goal difference. They've been looking very good at qualifying for the 2026 World Cup. Then Italy was in second place with 9 points. Then we had Israel, who were in third place with also 9 points, just 1 lower goal difference. Then Estonia was in fourth with 3 points, and Moldova is in last with 0 points still. Moving on to what happened in October, Italy obviously got the win over a not so good Estonia side 3-1 away from home. While no slow in the match between Norway and Israel, thank goodness for my boy Holland, because he absolutely massacred Israel with his hat-trick, and Norway won 5-0 over the Israeli national team. I love you Norway, and I love you Holland. Thank you. The streets won't forget what you've done for us all on this day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Then over to the next match day, Estonia drew against Moldova 1-1. While in the match between Italy and Israel, Retegui managed to score a brace with Mancini scoring an injury time goal to help the Italians beat Israel 3-0, thus eliminating Israel from World Cup contention.
Bye-bye, Israel!
In October, I felt Norwegian in Italian. Thank you guys. Now with that being said, Norway are still in first place this time with 18 points. Italy are in second with 15 points. Israel are in third with 9 points. I really hope they don't make it through due to their Nations League ranking. Estonia were eliminated in fourth place, and so are Moldova basically. Now moving on to UEFA Group J, we had North Macedonia on top of the table with 11 points. Belgium were right behind them with 7 points, but they still had a game in hand. Wales were in third with also 10 points, just a lower goal difference. Kazakhstan were in fourth with 3 points, and Liechtenstein have been eliminated with 0 points. Now over to the October games. Nothing too crazy happened in this group. Kazakhstan beat Liechtenstein 4-0, while Belgium drew to North Macedonia 0-0 again. Then over to the next match day, North Macedonia drew to Kazakhstan at home 1-1. While over in Cardiff in the match between Wales versus Belgium, despite Rodon giving the Welsh an important 1-0 lead, the Belgium team was just too strong for them, and thanks to a brace from Kevin De Bruyne, Belgium ended up winning this match 4-2 away from home. And due to that, Belgium are now on top of the group with 14 points. North Macedonia are right behind them though in second place with 13 points. Wales are in third with 10 points, and the other two sides are eliminated. Damn. It's now time to go over UEFA Group K, where we had England in first place with 15 points, Albania were in second with 8 points, Serbia were right behind them with 7 points in third place, Latvia were in fourth with 4 points, and Andorra was in last with 0 points and a -10 goal difference. Now over in October, Latvia drew to Andorra 2-2, but in the heated Balkan matchup between Serbia and Albania and Leskovac, somehow Albania managed to secure a 1-0 win away from home thanks to Manaj's goal in the 45th plus first minute. The power of Dua Lipa came through to save Albania and help them get the win. That is aura from her, I can't lie. Also, Albanians all over the world celebrated this win over rival Serbia like crazy. I kind of respect it honestly. And then Serbia did bounce back in their next game against Andorra, but really who cares? More importantly though is England beat Latvia away from home 5-0. And this actually means that England have become the first and only team from the UEFA region to secure qualification to the 2026 World Cup in October. So well done to them. So obviously these guys are in first place, but Albania is in second with 11 points, while Serbia is in third with 10 points. Albania has a chance to pull off something special, and I low-key hope they do. Just because I like Dua Lipa, no cap. Albania's got some baddies though for keeping it 100. And now it's time to talk about the last group of UEFA World Cup qualifying 2026. Group Manchester United. I mean Group L, where Croatia was in first place as we all expected, with them having 12 points with a +16 goal difference. The Czech Republic were right behind them though with also 12 points, just a lower goal difference. The Faroe Islands was in third with 6 points. Montenegro also had 6 points, but were in fourth place due to a lower goal difference. And Gibraltar had been eliminated from World Cup contention. And this group was wild in October, especially if you're a Faroe Islands fan, because they went crazy. Because although for the first batch of games in October in this group, Czech Republic drew to Croatia 0-0 without their star striker Patrick Schick, because he was out due to injury. That is kind of impressive though to get a draw, I'm not gonna lie. Faroe Islands absolutely slapped them Montenegro 4-0. Are you serious, bruh? Montenegro is actually a decent side, but the Faroe Islands came out of nowhere and murdered them. That's insane. But want to know what's even more insane? The fact that the Faroe Islands ended up being the second best team in this group, Czech Republic, in the very next game 2-1. Yeah, Faroe Islands got 2 wins in a row in October, and one of them was against Czechia. That is sensational.
Sensational.
Oh, and Croatia obviously beat Gibraltar at home 3-0. So now looking at the table, Croatia are in first place still with 16 points as expected. Czech Republic are in second place with 13 points. Faroe Islands though are right behind them with 12 points, so they better watch out. And the other two sides are eliminated. But I think we've had enough of UEFA World Cup qualifying. I think it's time we talk about North American World Cup qualifying in the region known as CONCACAF, and some crazy results happened in October in this region. However, before we talk about that, I would like to remind you once again to please subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also, if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both at Nabhuto, if you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also, make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So yeah, follow me on my socials, join the Discord community, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Back to CONCACAF, just a reminder on how this third round of qualifying works. There's 3 groups of 4 teams, where the 3 group winners will qualify for the World Cup, while the 2 best ranked runners up will make it to the Interconfederation playoffs. Got it? Alright, let's run it. Starting off with CONCACAF World Cup qualifying Group A, we got Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Suriname. And Suriname were on top of the group after September in first place in that automatic World Cup ticket spot with 4 points. El Salvador was right behind them thanks to that win over Guatemala with 3 points. Then Panama was still alive, but they were poor in September with 2 points, and Guatemala only had 1 point. Now talking about the games, Panama got a 1-0 win away against El Salvador. That's good for them as they needed to bounce back after a poor September window. One of the match between Suriname and Guatemala, Suriname were at risk of losing this game due to a late 75th minute goal from Loam. But luckily for Suriname, despite the squad being hampered with injuries, Misijan came up clutch and scored in the 9+4th minute to rescue a point for Suriname. Now for the next batch of games, Guatemala ended up getting a huge result away from home against El Salvador, beating them 1-0, which is good that they got their get back since they lost at home to El Salvador 1-0 in September, while Suriname almost got a huge win over Panama thanks to Margaret's 21st minute goal away from home. This would have been so impressive, especially after the Panama fans tried to disturb the Surinamese players the night before, but those guys just came out of the hotel and danced with them. But sadly, Ismael Diaz scored in the 9+6 minute to help Panama rescue a point at home. So close for Suriname, bruh, so close. Now looking at the table, Suriname are still on top of the table with 6 points due to goals forwarded, while Panama is in second place. The Guatemala is right behind them with 5 points, and El Salvador is still alive and last with 3 points. November is going to be absolute cinema in this group for sure. Moving on to CONCACAF World Cup qualifying Group B now, we got Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Curaçao, and Bermuda. And last time out, we had Jamaica acquiring every point available in September, with that being in first place with 6 points and a +6 goal difference. Curaçao was in second with 4 points, Trinidad and Tobago was in third with only 1 point, and Bermuda was in last as expected with 0 points and a -5 goal difference. Now even though Trinidad and Tobago weren't looking good on the table, they still had the opportunity to play Bermuda twice. And one of those games happened in October where they absolutely spanked them away from home 3-0, with former US Youth National Team players Dante Seeley and Kobe Henry scoring for Trinidad in this match. Then surprisingly, in the game between Curaçao and Jamaica in Willemstad, something crazy happened, because even though Jamaica had a great team on paper, they got beat by Curaçao 2-0 thanks to goals from Comanencha in the 14th minute and Gorin in the 68th minute. What a result this was for Curaçao, huh? However, in their next home match against Trinidad, they ended up drawing 1-1. They had the ball and fumbled it. That's nasty work from them. While Jamaica dismantled Bermuda at home 4-0 in Kingston. So now the group standings look like this. Jamaica are still in first place with 9 points. They should be counting their lucky stars as second place Curaçao balled their game against Trinidad with them having 8 points. Then Trinidad is behind them with 5 points, and Bermuda is eliminated now with 0 points still. Sorry, Bermuda. Anyways, now it's time to talk about CONCACAF World Cup qualifying Group C, where we've got Costa Rica, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Haiti. Where after September, Honduras was in first place in that automatic spot with 4 points. Costa Rica was still alive in second place with 2 points. Haiti was right behind them with also 2 points. They just have 1 less goals forwarded. And Nicaragua was in last with 1 point and a -2 goal difference. Now over to the October matches. The first match day was wild because Costa Rica didn't start locking in yet, and they drew to Honduras away from home 0-0. To be fair to the Costa Ricans this time, winning at the San Pedro Sula is a difficult task, man. We did it though a few years back when we beat them 4-1 in World Cup qualifying. Shout out to Ricardo Pepi for that, for real. Then the match between Nicaragua and Haiti. Haiti continued their goal scoring prowess as they beat Nicaragua away from home 3-0. Damn, low-key, the Haitians do look kinda good. Until the next match day, because Honduras ended up dismantling Haiti's defense and won 3-0, while Costa Rica ended up beating Nicaragua 4-1. Costa Rica finally got a win on the board. It's about damn time. Now looking at the table, Honduras is still surprisingly in first place with 8 points. Low-key, if they make the World Cup over Costa Rica, that would be wild. While Costa Rica themselves are in second place with 6 points, the Haiti is in third with 5 points, and Nicaragua was in dead last with 1 point. But anyways guys, that's every qualifier that has happened in the October 2025 international window. So now it's time to look at which countries have already guaranteed qualification to the 2026 World Cup next summer. Canada, Mexico, and USA have already qualified by being the host. Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Uruguay, Colombia, and Paraguay qualified directly from South America. New Zealand is in from Oceania. Japan, Iran, Uzbekistan, South Korea, Jordan, Australia, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia are going to be there too from Asia. England is going to be there from UEFA, and Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Cape Verde, South Africa, and Senegal will also be there next summer in 2026. While 2 spots for the Interconfederation playoffs are guaranteed in New Caledonia and Bolivia. 28 teams have made it to the World Cup now. Can't wait to find out who the last 20 teams are going to be. Starting off with the African World Cup qualifiers first, we're finally in the second round of CAF qualifying, where the best 4 runners-up from the CAF first round groups participated in the playoffs, with the winner of this being selected to advance to the Interconfederation playoffs from a 2 single-leg semi-final and a 1 single-leg final format. And these 4 teams were Gabon, DR Congo, Cameroon, and Nigeria, who all finished as the best 4 runners-ups, with Gabon played Nigeria in one of the semi-finals, while Cameroon played DR Congo in the other one. Anyways, let's now begin this section by talking about the Nigeria vs Gabon game first, which went down all the way until the end. In the first half, although both countries had chances of their own, neither of them were able to put the ball into the back of the net. However, in the second half, we would finally start to see some goals. First in the 78th minute, Akor Adams would pounce on a terrible back pass from a Gabon defender, and he would round the keeper and finish the ball with ease to put the Nigerians up 1-0. Gabon capitulated defensively, and it seemed destined that Nigeria would be making the CAF playoff final. But not so fast, because in the 89th minute, one of Gabon's stars, Mario Lamina, would find himself with the ball near the edge of the box, and his strike would deflect off a Nigerian defender into the back of the net to equalize the game late for Gabon and give them life. If Gabon never capitulated defensively, this goal from Lamina would have been the winner, and Gabon would be in the CAF second round final. However, this was just the equalizer that sent the game to extra time, and from here on, it was GG's for Gabon, sadly. Osimhen had the chance in injury time or normal time to win the game late, but he failed to do so. Instead, though, in the extra time, he scored in both the 102nd minute and also the 110th minute to bag a brace in this game, and Ijuke would also score a goal to help Nigeria beat Gabon 4-1 in extra time and make the CAF playoff final. Gabon had almost a flawless World Cup qualifying campaign, just barely falling behind Ivory Coast in their initial group, but yet now they won't be participating at the 2026 World Cup. That's tough. While in the other semi-final in these CAF playoffs between Cameroon versus DR Congo, it definitely wasn't one of the most entertaining games. However, there will be a late dramatic winner in this tie, because in the 90+ first minute from a corner kick, the captain Chancellor Mbemba would get his foot underneath the ball and score to help DR Congo beat Cameroon very late in the game 1-0. This means that DR Congo will go to the CAF playoff final against Nigeria, where the likes of Mbuemo, Andre Onana, etc. won't be participating at the 2026 World Cup. That is tough for Cameroon, one of the best sides in Africa historically. But now it's time for the CAF World Cup qualifying second round final between Nigeria and DR Congo, where the winner of this tie will secure themselves a spot in the Interconfederation playoffs taking place in March 2026. Everything was on the line in this match, so you already knew that this one was going to be absolute cinema. Starting off early in the 3rd minute, Onyeka struck the ball right outside the box, and somehow the ball ended up at the back of the net thanks to a massive deflection, and the Nigerians were up 1-0 early on in the game. It was a dream start for Nigeria. They couldn't ask for anything much better than that. However, DR Congo kept on applying the pressure in the first half, and eventually in the 32nd minute, the ball would find Ilya in the box from across, and he would slam the ball in to bring DR Congo level in the match 1-1. Moving on to the second half, something crazy happened. Victor Osimhen was subbed out. Mind you, Nigeria are absolutely dog water without Osimhen, so him being subbed out was a huge disadvantage for the Nigerians, and it would be something that would bite them back in the butt. I have no idea why he was subbed out either. Maybe it was because of injury, but nothing's been confirmed at the time of recording this video. All I do know is Osimhen started doing the Ronaldo 2026 Euro coaching stint on the sidelines. Nigeria is so buns that bro has to be the manager now. That's crazy. Now in the second half, there wasn't too much to talk about, but in extra time, DR Congo scored a completely legitimate goal, but the ref called it off due to a foul that just never happened. DR Congo was getting robbed in broad daylight. The refs desperately wanted Nigeria to win this game, I swear. Don't worry DR Congo, I've been noticing this too. It's not just y'all that's noticing this. After DR Congo got robbed in extra time though, the game had to be taken to penalties, and this might have been one of the worst penalty shootouts I've seen in a very long time. First, Nigeria's Calvin Bassey stepped up, and the Fulham center back completely skied his penalty. What the hell was that? But no worries for Nigeria, because Congo's Mutasami had his penalty saved right after that, even though the goalkeeper looked like a mile off his line, but the referee didn't call it. I wonder why. After that, Simone stepped up for Nigeria and had his penalty saved, so 3 penalties were taken so far and 3 misses. That's wild. But finally a penalty would be converted with Congo Sadiki scoring his after, and then Nigeria would make their first penalty of the night thanks to Adams. It gets even better for Nigeria too, with Axel Twanzebe's penalty being saved to equalize the shootout once again for Nigeria. Following that, Nigeria and DR Congo would each convert 2 penalties, until Nigeria's Ajayi stepped up to take his, because he had his penalty saved during sudden death, and gave DR Congo the chance to win the game through their captain Mbemba. The Mbemba scored the winner against Cameroon. The Nigerian fans tried to do everything to distract Mbemba, even throwing a water ball between him and the ball to knock down Mbemba's focus, but he wasn't faced, and ran past the ball and smashed the ball into the back of the net to win the penalty shootout for DR Congo 4-3, but more importantly, send DR Congo to the 2026 World Cup Interconfederation playoffs in March, and give them their first chance to qualify for the World Cup under the name DR Congo and not Zaire, the name they had last time they played in the World Cup back in 1974. And keep in mind, they did this all without Yohan Wissa, their best offensive player, because he was out injured during this window, while Nigeria have now missed 2 World Cups in a row, and their next chance to qualify for the World Cup will be 4 years from now in 2030. That is tough. Now it's time to move on to Asia's World Cup 2026 qualifying section, where we had the 5th round taking place in November. Now the 5th round consisted of 2 second place teams in each group from the 4th round who played against each other over 2 legs in the 5th round to see which country is going to make the Interconfederation playoffs. And the 2 teams that qualified for this round are the United Arab Emirates and Iraq. And the first leg of this tie took place in Abu Dhabi. And this game was a good one. Starting off in the 10th minute, a free kick was sent to the box, where a cross would find the feet of Al-Hamadi, who slammed the ball to the back of the net to give Iraq an unexpected 1-0 lead away from home. But the Iraqis wouldn't be able to hold on to this lead for long, because 8 minutes later in the 18th minute, UAE's Luanzinho gets on the end of a cross and heads the ball in superbly to equalize his important game 1-1 in Abu Dhabi. After that though, Iraq leaned forward and started getting numerous chances in the game. First in the 30th minute, Al-Hamadi had the chance to grab a brace, but his one-on-one chance was saved by UAE's goalkeeper Khalid Issa. Then in the 45th minute, Iraq had another chance to score, but Issa once again made a miraculous save to keep the UAE in this game. Issa was on a mission in this game. He was amazing. Iraq also had another chance to score in the first half too, but the ball went just wide and the game remained at 1-1. In the second half though, UAE would be the side getting the majority of the chances, but none of them were going in until injury time in the 9+6 minute, where Caio Lucas seemingly scored the late winner to give UAE a 2-1 lead at the very end of the game. However, Caio Lucas was barely offside, and VAR ruled the goal out, and the first leg ended 1-1. So close for the UAE to win this game, and they probably wish that goal counted, especially after what happened in the second leg. So now in the second leg in Basra, Iraq were fully expected to get the positive result, especially with them playing at home, but it would be the UAE who would pounce on the score sheet first after a boring first half where nothing happened. That's because in the 52nd minute, the man who scored that offsides goal in the first leg, Caio Lucas, would receive the ball in a one-on-one situation with the goalkeeper and tuck the ball in calmly to give the UAE an unexpected 1-0 lead away from home in Basra. It seemed like for a while that UAE was going to be the ones who were going to go to the Interconfederation playoffs, but not so fast, because in the 66th minute, Iraq's number 10 Mohammed Ali Shamari would get his head on the end of a free kick, and after a heavy deflection, the ball went in for Iraq to equalize the game 1-1. We were 1 minute off such an iconic number. Imagine if he scored in the 67th minute. That would have been fire.
5, 6.
Anyways, this game seemed destined to head into extra time, especially after the UAE having another goal of theirs being ruled out for offsides just barely. But then in injury time from a corner kick, a UAE defender handballed the ball inside the box, and the referee gave a penalty to Iraq at the very end of the game. It kind of reminded me of that one time Egypt got a last minute penalty in the 2018 World Cup qualifying cycle, where Salah slammed the ball in to send Egypt to the World Cup in the very last minute of the game. Well, something similar happened here, because Al-Amari stepped up for Iraq in the 9+17th minute, and he slammed the ball into the back of the net to help Iraq win the second leg 2-1 and the overall tie 3-2, which meant that Iraq had qualified for the 2026 World Cup Interconfederation playoffs in March, giving them the chance to qualify for their first World Cup since 1986. Congrats to all the Iraqi people out there. I'm hoping the best for y'all in March 2026. Let's now move on to the European World Cup 2026 qualifiers, where the last couple of games of these qualifiers would take place in the November international window. And we're going to begin with Group A, where we had Germany on top of the group, Slovakia was in second, Northern Ireland was in third, and Luxembourg was in last place. Now both Germany and Slovakia had to win their last couple of games if they wanted that automatic World Cup 2026 spot, and that's exactly what happened on match day 5. First, Germany had to play Luxembourg away from home, and they got by them pretty easily 2-0 thanks to a Woltemar the Brace, who's been on fire this season, I can't lie. And then in the next match between Slovakia versus Northern Ireland, Bobček scored a 9+ first minute winner to make sure they get the 3 points. Then on match day 6, both Germany and Slovakia had to face each other, with the winner going to the World Cup automatically, while the loser of this match had to go to the UEFA World Cup qualifying playoffs. Now you would think this match would be pretty simple for Germany, but the last time out, these guys lost 2-0 to Slovakia away from home, so this game was not that easy to predict. But Germany did not make any mistakes this time, because at home in Leipzig, they absolutely destroyed Slovakia 6-0, with the likes of Baku and later Udrago scoring their first goals for Germany, while my boy Florian Wirtz, my German star boy, got 2 amazing assists in this game to Leroy Sané. Trust me y'all, he's gonna cook even harder for Liverpool. A player as talented as he is will always come through in the end. W Florian Wirtz, man. Anyways, with this win, Germany topped Group A and are going to the 2026 World Cup, while Slovakia finished in second and are heading to the playoffs. But so are Northern Ireland, thanks to the Nations League, so they'll also be in the playoffs, while Luxembourg are going nowhere, with them finishing last place in this group. Germany turned it around since that loss to Slovakia. I respect it. Now let's move on to UEFA Group B, where we had Switzerland on top of the group last time out, and Kosovo were right behind them in second place, Slovenia was in third place, and Sweden was in dead last after their abysmal performances so far in qualifying. Now the automatic spot was pretty much in between Kosovo and Switzerland, and both teams did well on match day 5. with Kosovo beating Slovenia 2-0, while Switzerland absolutely ran through Sweden and slapped them out 4-1. So now for the last match day, all Switzerland needed was a point to guarantee qualification, and they did just that after drawing Kosovo away from home 1-1. And this meant that Switzerland are going directly to the World Cup after topping the group. Well deserved, they've been amazing in these qualifiers. Low-key an underdog for the World Cup too, I can't lie. And then Kosovo, surprisingly, after just recently becoming a national team, are going to the playoffs, while Slovenia finished in third with nothing. However, Sweden are still going to go to the playoffs after their terrible qualifying campaign where they didn't even get a single win due to the Nations League. So Sweden still have a chance, I guess. They're so lucky, man. hrvizak, I'm gonna need you to clutch up though. I want to see you at the World Cup, my boy. Anyways, let's now move on to Group C, where we had Denmark in first place. Scotland was right behind them on the same amount of points, just a lower goal difference. And the other two sides in this group are irrelevant because they already got eliminated last time out. Irrelevant! Now both Denmark and Scotland were fighting for that automatic World Cup ticket spot, with Denmark qualifying to World Cups on a routine basis, while Scotland haven't qualified to one in almost 30 years. So there was a lot on the line here. However, both teams failed miserably on match day 5. In the match between Greece versus Scotland, Greece were running the show for the first 60 or so minutes in the match, with them going up 3-0 against the Scots. And although the Scottish came back with 2 goals, it wasn't enough and they lost a crucial game to already eliminate Greece 3-2. But luckily for Scotland, Denmark had a fumble of their own, because at home in Copenhagen, despite going up 1-0, they eventually started losing to Belarus out of all teams at home 2-1 in the second half. And although they got a goal back, Denmark only managed to get a 2-2 draw against Belarus. If they won this game, Denmark's World Cup spot would all but be guaranteed. But instead, both teams are alive on match day 6 to qualify for the World Cup. And guess what? Both Scotland and Denmark were set to face each other on the very last match day in Glasgow to see who qualifies for the World Cup. So you just know that this match was going to be a banger. And it was. Starting off early in the 3rd minute, Scott McTominay, the former Serie A player of the season winner from the last campaign with Napoli, scored an incredible bicycle kick to put the Scottish up 1-0 early on in the game against the Danish. This motherfucker Scott McTominay has been re-energized since he left Manchester United, I swear to God, bruh. This dude is a straight dog now. But then in the second half, things would turn bad for Scotland, as Andy Robertson fouled the Danish attacker on the very edge of the box, and the referee gave a penalty for that. Low-key a soft penalty though, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, Højlund stepped up in the 57th minute and smashed the penalty away to equalize the match for Denmark and restore their spot at the top of the table. However, Scotland would re-obtain their lead in the 78th minute, with Shankland somehow being wide open right in front of the goal and tapped the ball in from a corner kick to restore the lead for Scotland. But it became bad for Scotland yet again in this game, because 3 minutes later in the 81st minute, Manchester United's Patrick Dorgu calmly slid away a chance from inside the box to equalize the game yet again for the Danish. It seemed like Denmark did just enough to secure that automatic World Cup qualifying spot, but not so fast, because in injury time in the 90+ 3rd minute, the man who suffered numerous injuries over at Arsenal and now plays at Celtic, Kieran Tierney, shot a rocket from outside the box and the ball squeezed past Schmeichel to go into the back of the net and restore the lead for Scotland in this game for the 3rd time. But this time, instead of Denmark coming back for the 3rd time, Scotland ended up increasing their lead, because in the 90+ 8th minute, McLean shot the ball from way downtown, behind the halfway line in fact, and he scored this absolute beauty to secure a 4-2 win over Denmark on match day 6 in World Cup qualifying, which meant that Scotland have qualified for the World Cup for the first time in 28 years. This is nothing short of incredible. What made this even more emotional is after the game, the Scottish captain, Andy Robertson, came out and talked about how he couldn't get Diego Jota out of his head during the game, since he always discussed playing in a World Cup with him, and now he knows that Jota is looking down at him smiling. Simply emotional. You could tell how much this loss is affecting the Liverpool players, so maybe we should take it a little bit easier on criticizing this Liverpool side this season. Now with this, Scotland obviously topped the group, while Denmark are going to the playoffs this time with them finishing in 2nd place. Denmark might not be at the 2026 World Cup. That's just wild to think about. But congrats to Scotland, you can tell how much this World Cup berth means to them. Now moving on to UEFA Group D, we had France obviously on top of the group, Ukraine was in 2nd, Iceland was in 3rd, and Azerbaijan was of course in last place. All France had to do to secure their spot in the World Cup was beat Ukraine on match day 5, and they did just that, with the French absolutely destroying the Ukrainians 4-0 in Paris, and this allowed them to qualify for the World Cup 1 match day early. And then with Ukraine beating Iceland 2-0 on match day 6 in Warsaw, Ukraine managed to finish 2nd place in the group over Iceland to go to the playoffs, while France was on top of the group with that automatic World Cup 2026 ticket, as expected to be honest. Moving on to Group B now, we have Spain in 1st place, Turkey was in 2nd, Georgia was in 3rd, and Bulgaria were eliminated in 4th place already. Now this group went pretty routine. All Spain had to do was beat Georgia and not lose to Turkey on match day 6, and they would qualify for the World Cup. And that's what happened. Spain absolutely ran through Georgia away from home 4-0, while Turkey ended up beating Bulgaria 2-0, and then on match day 6 when both sides faced each other, they ended up drawing 2-2. While random fun fact about the other game, we had Georgia somehow losing to Bulgaria away from home 2-1. That's actually wild. What happened to Georgia, man? Are these guys already washed? Regardless, Spain ended up top in the group and qualified for the World Cup, while Turkey fell just right below in 2nd place, and they'll be in the playoffs for the potential spot at the World Cup. Let's see if Turkey makes it this time. We don't want to see another Yilmaz moment like back in 2022. Moving on to Group F now, we had Portugal in 1st place, Hungary was in 2nd place, Ireland were still alive in 3rd place, which is pretty important, and Armenia was in last place. Now this group was absolutely crazy in the November international window, and here's why. First on matchday 5, Hungary kept their World Cup qualifying dreams alive with a 1-0 win over Armenia away from home. All they needed to secure their spot at the World Cup was have Portugal win against Ireland away from home, which seems pretty routine. I mean, it's Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal, one of the favorites to win the World Cup. They're way better than Ireland. But Ireland were on a mission in November, and so was Troy Parrott, the Irish number 7, because this dude was cooking. That's because in the game between these two sides, in the 17th minute, just after not being given a penalty from a potential Portuguese goalkeeper foul, a corner was set into the box and was later headed across the goal. And Troy Parrott ended up heading the ball into the net to give the Irish an unexpected 1-0 lead despite playing at home. But it was only the 17th minute. There was still a lot of time left in this game, so the Irish had to be locked in to make sure they keep this lead. But they did more than just keep this lead, because they ended up increasing it. You see in the 45th minute, the AZ Alkmaar striker, Troy Parrott, once again dribbles past a couple of Portuguese defenders and then tucks the ball into the bottom left-hand corner to score a brace in this game and put the Irish up 2-0 against the Portuguese. Absolutely incredible scenes. Troy Parrott's on fire and your defense is terrified. Just unreal from the Irish. And it gets even better for the Irish too, because in the 59th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo let his emotions to get the better of him and he elbowed an Irish defender in the back inside the box. And after that, he started hitting the fake crying emo at the Irish crowd. But after VAR took a look at it, the referee decided to give Cristiano Ronaldo a red card, and the Irish fans hit the crying emo back at him and celebrated his red card like it was a goal of their own. Ronaldo was absolutely pissed, but this was hella funny from the Irish fans, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, the Irish ended up winning 2-0 against Portugal and kept their World Cup qualifying hopes alive. And all they had to do was beat Hungary away from home on matchday 6. I know it was a tough task, but it was possible, and the Irish accomplished that. Despite going down 1-0 early on in the 3rd minute to Hungary's Lucas, who headed the ball in from a Szoboszlai cross, the Irish would win a penalty in the 15th minute, in which Troy Parrott of course converted to Cooley to restore a draw in this match. However, the Hungarians would go up again in this game, with Varga scoring an absolute belter of volley in the 37th minute to help Hungary go up 2-1. From here on, it looked likely that Hungary would hold on to this lead and secure a spot in the World Cup qualifying playoffs, especially because in the second half, they were doing a good job at holding on to this lead. But it all changed in the 80th minute, with Troy Parrott making an incredible free run into the box, staying on sides, and lobbing the ball over the goalkeeper to bring the game back level. But even with this goal, Hungary would still be the ones going through. Ireland needed a miracle. They needed a winner, and well, they got it. And guess who helped them get it? Of course it had to be Troy Parrott, because in the 9+6 minute, the very end of the game, Kelleher launched the ball into the box from the halfway line, and after a header from the Irish attacker, Troy Parrott got on the rebound right in front of the goal and scored to help Ireland clinch a last-minute winner in a 3-2 win for Ireland. Troy Parrott is truly on fire, and your defense is truly terrified, because this dude scored 5 goals in the past 2 games to help Ireland secure a playoff spot. That's right, with this win, Ireland finished 2nd place in the group to make sure they're the ones heading to the playoffs, while Hungary finished at 3rd, and of course, Portugal finished on top of the group as expected, especially after they very convincingly beat Armenia 9-1 without Cristiano Ronaldo. Low-key, they might be better without Ronaldo. Maybe it's a good thing that Ronaldo is probably suspended for the first game or the first couple of games of the 2026 World Cup after his direct red card. Only time will tell though. Just know that this qualifying group was absolute cinema in November. Now moving on to Group G, we have the Netherlands at top of the group, Poland was in 2nd, Finland were in 3rd, and Lithuania and Malta were already eliminated. Now in this group, if Poland wanted any chance of securing that automatic qualifying spot, they had to win their game against the Netherlands on matchday 5, but the match ended up being a 1-1 draw, and with the Netherlands winning 4-0 on matchday 6, they were the ones who ended up top in this group and secured that automatic ticket to the World Cup, while Poland finished in 2nd and advanced to the playoffs. That's about it, I can't lie. Moving on to Group H now, we had Austria in 1st place, Bosnia and Herzegovina were right behind them in 2nd place, Romania was in 3rd place, and Cyprus and San Marino were eliminated. Now this group actually surprisingly ended up being really entertaining in November. That's because Bosnia had to win their game on matchday 5 if they wanted to keep up with Austria, especially after Austria ended up defeating Cyprus away from home 2-0. But Bosnia's match against Romania did not start off the best, with them going down 1-0 at home early on in the 17th minute. Bosnia had to win this game, so they started locking in, and eventually thanks to Dzeko in the 49th minute, and then the American is switched up on my national team USA, Esmer Bacakar scored an absolute rocket in the 79th minute to help Bosnia start winning this game, in which they eventually did 3-1 to keep the pressure on. And guess what? The game on matchday 6 to see who qualifies to the World Cup in this group was between Austria and Bosnia in Vienna. If Austria won or drew this game, they were going to make the World Cup, but if Bosnia won this game, they were going to go to the World Cup instead. So a lot was on the line here, and the pressure on Austria increased heavily after Tabokovic scored for Bosnia early on the 12th minute. Bosnia were then doing everything in their power to hold on to this lead and qualify to their first World Cup since 2014, while Austria were trying to qualify for their first World Cup since 1998. And luckily for Austria, in the 77th minute, Gregoric ended up getting on the rebound of a shot that ricocheted off the crossbar, and he scored to restore a 1-1 draw for Austria in this game. And the Austrians held on to this draw for dear life, and this allowed them to qualify for the World Cup automatically for the first time in almost 30 years, while Bosnia finished 2nd place in the group and advanced to the playoffs, instead taking place in March. While Romania was also heading to the playoffs too, by the way, thanks to the Nations League, and that makes me happy. Not about Romania, but the fact that Bosnia didn't qualify for the World Cup automatically. I'm not a Bosnia hater or anything, but I am a bit salty that Esmir left the USA to play for Bosnia. I don't care that he's still American, bro. He's not representing the country I support, so he's a traitor in my eyes. I don't want to see bro happy, so I need Bosnia to not qualify for the World Cup. Sorry, not sorry. Let's not move on to Group I, where we had Norway in first place, Italy were in second, Israel were in third, fuck them, Estonia were in fourth, and Moldova was in fifth. Now this group was pretty routine. As long as Norway won their games and didn't concede like 8 goals in this window, they would be qualified for the World Cup. And well, that happened. Norway ended up beating Estonia on match day 5 4-1, while Italy beat Moldova away from home 2-0. So for the game between Italy and Norway on match day 6, the only way Italy could qualify automatically was if they won by like 8 goals. And it started off well for them in that regard, with Esposito scoring in the 11th minute to give the Italians a 1-0 lead. But then Norway turned up the heat in the second half, and Antonio Nusa scored a great goal in the 63rd minute to bring the game back level. And after Erling Haaland had his ass fallen by Mancini, this would give him a ton of motivation, and he would score his 14th and 15th goal of this World Cup qualifying cycle in the 77th and 79th minute of this game to give Norway a big lead in this match. And Stein Larsen would score in injury time to help Norway defeat Italy 4-1 in Milan, giving Italy their worst loss at home in a very long time. And this also helped Norway secure a World Cup qualifying spot for the first time since 1998. I'm so glad that Norway finally qualified to an international football tournament. I've been wanting to see Holland playing something for a while now, and now we'll see this happen in summer 2026. We will be there no matter what.
We'll be there. We will be there. We will be there.
Also, just seeing Gattuso complaining about the South America qualifying and saying it's too difficult in Europe is too funny. Bro, you had a group with Estonia and Moldova and you couldn't even qualify. That's embarrassing. Just be glad that y'all at least made the playoffs. Just don't fail this time. It's as simple as that. Now moving on to Group J, we had Belgium on top of the group, North Macedonia were in second, Wales were in third, and the other two sides were already eliminated. Now Belgium easily finished on top of the group thanks to their draw away to Kazakhstan and their 7-0 beatdown of Liechtenstein at home on match day 6. The best part about this game was this kid hitting the 6-7 emote while the cameras were on it. Absolute cinema. However, the fight for second place was very much alive between Wales and North Macedonia on match day 6, and whoever won this match would finish in second place. And Wales gave a journey Brazil sort of beatdown against North Macedonia because they absolutely dogwalked North Macedonia in Cardiff 7-1, with Harry Wilson scoring a hat-trick in this game. And with that, Wales finished second place in the group and made it to the playoffs, while North Macedonia finished in third and also made it to the playoffs thanks to their Nations League finish. North Macedonia and Sweden are in the playoffs. Italy are definitely getting some Vietnam flashbacks from those guys, huh? Now on to Group K. Let's not waste your guys' time. We all knew England already qualified to the World Cup in October, and Albania secured that second place spot instead of Serbia, and they'll be going to the playoffs instead. That's really it. Now moving on to Group L, we had Croatia in first place, Czech Republic was in second place, Faroe Islands were right behind them in third place, and the other two sides were already eliminated. And this group kind of proceeded as normal. Croatia ended up beating Faroe Islands 3-1, and then Montenegro away from home 3-2 on match day 6, while Czech Republic beat Gibraltar 6-0 on match day 6, and these results helped Croatia finish on top of the group, qualifying automatically to the World Cup, while Czech Republic finished in second place and will be heading to the playoffs. That's also about it. So now all the groups in UEFA are done. So let's take a look at which countries will be playing in UEFA World Cup qualifying playoffs in March 2026. So at the time we were recording this video, the draw has not taken place yet, so I don't know the paths, but you guys do, so I'll just put it on screen right now. But the pot 1 sides for these playoffs are Italy, Denmark, Turkey, and Ukraine. And then in pot 2 we have Poland, Wales, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. In pot 3 we have Ireland, Albania, Bosnia, and Kosovo. While in pot 4 we have Sweden, Romania, North Macedonia, and Northern Ireland. Yeah, I can't wait for March. This is gonna be fire. But UEFA World Cup qualifying is over now in November. So now I think it's time we talk about North American World Cup qualifying in the region known as CONCACAF. And some absolutely crazy results happened in November in this region. However, before we get to that, please remember to subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it and it means a lot, so thank you. And also if you guys can, follow my Twitter and my Instagram, both at Nabhuto. If you just want to hear my thoughts on football games, transfers, and overall just to get to know me more. And also make sure to join the Discord server, link in the description, and also follow me on Twitch. Live streams may be coming soon. So yeah, make sure to like the video, follow my socials, and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Alright, back to topic. Let's start with CONCACAF qualifying Group A, where we had Suriname surprisingly on top of the table, Panama was in second, Guatemala was right behind them in third, and El Salvador was in last, but they were still alive. Now match day 5, both Suriname and Panama had to win their games to make sure they're alive for that automatic World Cup ticket, and both teams did just that. At home for Suriname in their match against El Salvador, they ran right for once, and finally scored more than just one goal in a single game as they destroyed El Salvador 4-0, giving them not only 3 points, but a huge boost in goal difference as well. While in the match between Guatemala and Panama in Guatemala City, it started off great for Panama as the man who haunted the United States in the Nations League in March, Waterman, scored a brace in the first half to give Panama a 2-0 lead away from home. But then it seemed like Panama were going to bottle it, as Guatemala came back thanks to goals from Ordonez in the 69th minute, and then Munoz in the 72nd minute. Luckily for Panama though, the reliable Fiago came up clutch for them in the 78th minute, and he scored to help Panama beat Guatemala 3-2 to keep the pressure on for that automatic World Cup spot in this group. So everything came down to match day 6. If Suriname beat Guatemala away from home, they will be making their debuts at the World Cup regardless of whatever Panama does. While Panama basically easy have to win and hope Suriname drop points. It Panama better count their lucky stars, because things went their way on match day 6. In their match against El Salvador and Panama City, they absolutely destroyed the Salvadorians, beating them 3-0 very convincingly. And this allowed Panama to qualify for only their second ever World Cup. But how was that possible? What happened to Suriname? Well, in their match against Guatemala and Guatemala City, the first half didn't amount to much, but in the second half, they conceded early in the 49th minute to go down 1-0. And from here on, they capitulated. Olger Escobar came on the pitch and 1 minute later scored a double lead for Guatemala, and then Oscar Santis added one more in the 65th minute to help Guatemala win against Suriname 3-0. Guatemala were already eliminated from World Cup contention, while Suriname were in a must-win game to try and qualify for their first ever World Cup, and yet they were capitulating in the worst way possible. Terrible performance for Suriname, but they had life, because in the 9+3 minute, Guatemala Samoya scored an own goal against his own nation to Guatemala, but this late own goal gave Suriname life and helped them qualify to the Interconfederation playoffs thanks to one more goals forwarded than Honduras, who we'll get to. Suriname got so lucky, man, so lucky. Somebody checked that Guatemalan defender's bank account. He might be a millionaire right now. Anyways, it's now time to talk about Group B in this region, where we had Jamaica in first place, Curacao was in second place, Trinidad and Tobago were in third place, and Bermuda been eliminated with them being in last place. Jamaica had a clear route to the World Cup. They were already in first place, and all they had to do was win their next couple of games, and they'll be there next summer. Their main threat was Curacao, a nation that has never qualified to the World Cup and has only existed post 2010. Jamaica had this one in the bag. No way they fumbled this qualification, right? Well, you see on match day 5, while Curacao absolutely destroyed Bermuda away from home 7-0, Jamaica ended up drawing Trinidad and Tobago away from home 1-1, despite going 1-0 up in this game. That's because they conceded an 85th minute equalizer to Trinidad legend Kevin Molino, and this draw for Jamaica meant that World Cup qualifying was in Curaçao's hands. If Curaçao managed to draw or beat Jamaica away from home in Kingston on match day 6, they would make their first ever World Cup, while Jamaica had to win this match or else they would be going to the Interconfederation playoffs. And Jamaica kept on getting close to this game and had Curaçao hanging on by a thread. Not only did they hit the post once, not only did they hit the post twice, but they hit the post 3 times in just the second half alone, and they even thought they got a last minute penalty, but VAR overturned the decision with the defender clearly getting all ball in that slide tackle, and after that, the final whistle blew, and Curaçao qualified to their first ever World Cup, becoming the smallest ever nation to qualify for the World Cup, with a nation of 156,115 people, surpassing Iceland as the smallest ever nation to make it to the biggest tournament on the planet. Although, if we're being completely honest, the Curaçao national team is filled with players from the Netherlands, but still it is a monumental achievement regardless. Well, actually, even if you do add the population of the island together with all the Curaçao people in the Netherlands, it would still be the smallest nation to ever qualify for the World Cup. So congrats to Curaçao, they deserve this. While Jamaica, on the other hand, of course they fumbled this, man. This is the most Jamaican shit I've ever seen in my life. How the hell are they now supposed to convince Macy Greenwood to represent them? What the heck? But anyways, it's now time to talk about Group C, where we had Honduras in first place, Costa Rica was in second place, Haiti was in third place, and Nicaragua was in dead last in this group. And this group was extremely crazy in November. I still can't believe what happened was actually real. Everything worked out perfectly for a certain nation in this group, who you'll find out very soon. So basically on match day 5, we had Nicaragua taking on Honduras at home, and Honduras were first place in this group, mind you. So despite being away from home, they were still fully expected to win this game. But instead, Honduras somehow lost 2-0 to Nicaragua, losing their first ever game in this group in the most surprising fashion. While Haiti, on the other hand, were taking on Costa Rica at home. Well, by home I mean in Curaçao, because Haiti haven't been allowed to play at their actual home country since this World Cup qualifying cycle started. And in this game, something really surprising happened, because in the 44th minute, Francis Pirot gets on the end of a Providence cross and scores past Keylor Navas to give Haiti an unexpected 1-0 lead against the side who made the quarterfinals of the World Cup and almost the semifinals back in 2014, and the side who also qualified to the 2018 and 2022 World Cup. And Costa Rica had no answer for this, so Haiti ended up defeating Costa Rica 1-0 on match day 5. And with Costa Rica and Honduras both losing, this meant that the World Cup qualification was in Haiti's hands. All they had to do was beat Nicaragua at home and hope that Honduras doesn't beat Costa Rica away from home. And in that game, it ended in a 0-0 draw, so that worked out. While for Haiti in their match against Nicaragua, the captain of Haiti, Ducas Nazone, gave a powerful speech that motivated Haiti in their last match of qualifying, where he said some things like, there are people who have nothing in their pocket, they only count on us, and today we can make them cry with joy, so let's give them that. Damn, that was motivational. So motivating in fact that right away in the 9th minute, Luisius scored for Haiti to give them a 1-0 lead in this game, and then Providence scored another one in the 45th plus first minute to make it 2-0 to Haiti, a lead that they would hold on to, which meant that Haiti would end up beating Nicaragua 2-0, and they qualified for their first World Cup since 1974 and their second ever World Cup. Incredible scenes, man. Haiti truly deserved this. Since qualifying started, Haiti was enveloped in gang violence since the 2021 assassination of President Jovenel Moise. The capital city was 85% controlled by gangs, the national stadium was overtaken by gangs in March 2024, and they haven't played a single home match since July 2021, and yet they still qualified for the World Cup. Absolute cinema. The scriptwriters were cooking when it came to CONCACAF World Cup qualifying, and like I said, with that own goal in the last minute for Suriname, they had one more goals forwarded compared to Honduras, which meant that they'll be going to the Interconfederation playoffs instead of them, so tough luck for Honduras. While speaking about Costa Rica, under manager Piojo Herrera, Costa Rica will not be playing at the World Cup after qualifying 3 straight times times beforehand. The legends Keylor Navas, Joel Campbell, etc. have all already played at their last World Cup. That's incredibly sad, man. Tough luck for Costa Rica. But I'm happy for Haiti for qualifying because they truly deserve this moment. Now let's take a look at the Interconfederation playoffs and how they're going to work. So for the Interconfederation playoffs taking place in March, the two highest ranked teams with DR Congo and Iraq will already be in the final of their respective pathways, while Jamaica, Suriname, Bolivia, and New Caledonia will be drawn to each pathway, and these 16 total will be fighting for 2 World Cup tickets. I cannot wait for March. But now speaking about the teams who qualify for the World Cup now, we got the host Mexico, USA, Canada, and then Japan, Iran, Uzbekistan, Jordan, South Korea, Australia, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, Ghana, Cape Verde, South Africa, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Curacao, Haiti, Panama, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Uruguay, Colombia, Paraguay, New Zealand, England, France, Croatia, Portugal, Norway, Netherlands, Germany, Spain, Belgium, Austria, Switzerland, and Scotland, with 4 more spots remaining for UEFA teams and 2 more spots remaining from the Interconfederation playoff teams. Wow, man, this 2026 World Cup is shaping up to be an all-timer, I can't lie. I am hyped. But anyways, if you guys enjoyed this World Cup qualifying series that I've loved making for you guys, I would appreciate it if y'all can subscribe to the channel and also follow my Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, and join the Discord community. All the links are in my YouTube description. And last but not least, if you guys want to learn about a football dynasty that was destroyed by a Dutch club, you definitely want to check out this video right here. You won't regret it.